Hey, I thought you fell asleep or something. What happened? Did you try to restart the app when it crashed on you?
No, it was doing that itself. I noticed all of a sudden y'all stopped talking, and I jumped in and hit reconnect, and then I reconnected, and then as soon as I left the app, it just killed everything.
Kyle was talking when it ended, but I think he got his point done, so it probably was cool.
Yeah, I was still hearing Kyle too. So.
What are you up to, man? Are you at work right now?
Yeah, I'm finishing up. I was at work all
Damn,
night.
so like, pretty much you're doing that every single night, right?
What the hell happened?
Lately. No, I
You just
didn't do
crashed.
it last night. I
You
usually
didn't
only
work
work
last
a
night?
couple nights a week, but lately I've been working more than normal.
Really? What the fuck? So what are you usually doing at night? Because I always think you're working.
If I'm not working, I'm just talking to y'all.
Oh shit! I was thinking earlier, like, man, I don't hear enough of a fucking screen lately.
Yeah,
Because
just
usually
because
you're just like
lately
a
I've been
fucking
working though.
Wikipedia.
Something's weird about my Twitter. It's like suddenly I'm not following anybody. Like y'all. And I know I was following y'all.
Did you get that
You
unfollow?
still following me?
Well, just a second ago it come up that it showed I wasn't following screen. And I've been following for a long time, you know. Makes no sense. I'm gonna have to go through my whole damn Twitter.
That means you've been shadow banned.
Yep.
Yep.
Happened to me a few months back. You just gotta wait a few months, and then everything will calm down once Elon is friendly with you again.
Yeah, but by then I'll miss a bunch of stuff because, like, if you're not following them, you won't get their messages and shit, right?
Well, now you learned your lesson. Don't make Elon mad.
Well, I'm gonna kick his ass.
2 more months of shadow ban.
I think I got like my phone's like fucked up, right? But I got like my device here, this Amazon tab. I never really use it, but it's actually working out pretty good right now. It hasn't crashed once this whole night. I'm like, oh shit, I think I can host on this thing, and without it crashing. So yeah, actually, Screen, you went for like a long time without it crashing. But I mean, how many times did it crash behind the scenes?
Actually, not that many, because I've been doing it all day pretty much.
Yep.
It actually behaved pretty well today. Now that you said that.
I mean, not
So
for
now
me, but
everybody's just gonna fuck up.
yeah.
Damn, now I feel
I
like I
had a
derailed the whole conversation.
It happens every time. What are you gonna do?
Hey, morning. I had an iPhone update that updated itself overnight, and when the room popped up, it had this huge. The whole phone took this huge portrait of screen.
Well, Zim's connection is
and it
shitty as
comes
ever.
across.
It did what?
I don't know if you can hear. I guess she's sharing my connection, but now my iPhone shows when I'm in the room, a huge portrait of whoever's hosting the room becomes my iPhone screensaver. I'm like, what?
Oh my god.
Oh, you know what? That's Kent told me that, and somebody else did too one time. They were listening to my space as like a on their TV through whatever they were using, and I guess like it like who's ever hosting becomes like like a screensaver, like you said. And so Kent was saying like my face took up his whole entire screen. It's like his whole TV screen. Like damn, that must have been Weird. What's up, Winston?
All right, so you hosts have to up your game for your products. I'm going to have my big screen television.
Yeah, that's scary.
I want to know how one ups their game, Zim. Can you provide me with the method, because I'm not privy to that info?
Loyalty, you don't gotta raise your hand. No one's got to raise their hand here.
Yeah, well, I had a question before we were kicked out, and I just wanted to go ahead and get it out. But good morning, to everybody. Anyway, too. It's why I mean it's 6 a.m.
A perfectly machined cube of steel with slightly
By the way, can I just give a shout out to Logan, Lacey, Loyalty, Screen, Zim, and Corporal Abe and Kai, because I don't know anyone else here. But what the fuck's going on?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up, big dog?
I can hear you, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my question was, if we believe in UAPs, UFOs, and aliens or whatever, and I know a lot of us believe also in God. Like, how do we connect the two?
Loyalty, can I offer you something here right now?
Of course.
What I've discovered is that the universe is a sentient being, right? Think of it like that. Think of the universe as a sentient being. If you're putting in effort, doesn't matter what that effort is, you can apply that effort if it's productive, if it's progressive, if it's progressing information in any way whatsoever. If you're putting an effort to that thing, it doesn't matter whatever it is that you want to do. If you're putting in effort and productive effort, the universe rewards that. This is what I've discovered.
And I totally agree. I mean, I've witnessed it, all my life, I can give so many examples, but that was a serious question that I had, because, yeah, that was just a serious question. Like, how do we connect the two, or are the two connected, or I don't know.
You're saying like, is God and the phenomena connected? No, you're
Right,
asking?
right.
Yeah, so a lot of people think so. A lot of people don't. You're just not going to find that answer out until you're dead. So, I mean, the best we can do is, just offer opinions. Anyone can do is the best they can do, You're not going
I
to get any
think
concrete answer on that.
UFOs and aliens are just kind of like the variable in between. I think there is like a direct connect, like everyone has like a direct connection to source, I guess you want to say. Like, the UFOs are kind of like, they're not irrelevant, they're interesting, but it's kind of like, it's probably like, it may be beyond like what we're able to kind of like, formulate about.
Is something going on here?
Yeah, Red's got her hand up again.
Oh shit! I thought the app crashed. Was Winston talking this whole time or no?
You
I didn't
couldn't
say
hear
anything. I didn't say
Winston?
anything meaningful.
He got cut off all of a sudden, so I figured maybe the app crashed for me. But I guess if it didn't, then I'm sorry. But what is up? What's up, Red?
Well, I mean, I wanted to pipe in on the religious aspect of it. I was literally raised in a church. And when it comes to UFOs, it doesn't negate any of that religion. I mean, if you want to take biblical text as being literal, that's fine. But, if you translate it as to, as far as God, that, quote unquote religious God, it does biblically actually have those open passages for a certain interpretation for other life on other planets as well, all under the same creation. But that's if you take it on a literal aspect. You got to remember too that stories, fables, it is meant to, on the religious side, theological side, to help you connect and understand, that higher aspect of thinking. So the aspect of having aliens and intelligent species beyond humans is not outside of the religious text. If you want to open your mind to that aspect, because God did well. I'm sorry, I'm not religious, but again, raised in religion, I can see some common threads there. God created the heavens and the earth. The
Do you have a
heavens, the
religion?
upper. Um, um, Me? Do I have a religion?
Yeah. Is there one you practice?
No, religion is man-made. But they are ways for us to get to know the things that we don't understand. And there is a space for the spiritual and the ufology woo side of it as well. It's all very similar. And some of the things that is written about in holy texts can actually translate into a little bit more of the woo side, yes, but um, the aliens and stuff as well. There's a camaraderie there. If you're willing to see that holy text as more than just a very literal translation of rule of law for humankind, or maybe it's a story that's been told over and over again in multiple religions. There is a space for alien life in there. If you want to not take the holy text as literal, if that makes sense. I hope I'm not rambling too much.
Yeah, if no one has their hand up, you know what I mean? You don't gotta, whatever. It's cool.
Andrew, I wanna hear from you, buddy. Like, what's your tell me about your evening. Don't even like talk about like philosophy. Tell me about your evening in particular.
I'd love to, and I tell you what, let me bookmark it. You come back, and I had a question for Redhead, but I also think Patty does have her hand up. That's why I wanted to acknowledge that.
Oh, I'm
Who's
sorry.
that?
Yeah, Penny. Her name's Penny. But yeah, you don't. No one needs to put their hand up. It's cool right now. Everyone's behaved,
Yeah,
right?
just chime in, please. Please interrupt both me and Logan because we need our egos to be like taken down a step. Wait, maybe I'm speaking on behalf of me, not Logan.
Yeah, I need mine pumped up, Penny. So if you don't mind, I could use a plug in.
Hello, how you doing?
Good as ever. How you doing, love?
I
Good.
just wanted to talk about what Loyalty Gentleman was saying to do with belief and UAP and all of that. And I think it's helpful to look at there's a difference between religion and faith. It's like they're two different things. And you can have, you can say all of it's unprovable. UAP is unprovable, or religion is unprovable. You can fall whichever side you like, because I think you've got evidence for religion in terms of people. For example, the Christian religion, you've got stigmata and visions, and then on proof on ET side, you've got marks from abduction and visitations and perceiving visitations and the consciousness stream. And I think it's really the thing about religion, and a lot of people wonder about whether religion is going to be safe with UAP, and that there's sort of hierarchical worries.
Yeah, alarm is going off.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah,
the
I want to. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to be clear. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about just straight up God.
God. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
think it's one
It
of those
depends on
things that
what God means to you.
I think it's also the perception of where we are with an idea of a God. Because if you looked at somebody who is, I think this is the analogy that's very often given. If you were a caveman and you were shown a mobile phone, the person holding that mobile phone and showing you that it's magic or it's God. And then you look at us now, and what we're looking at UAP could be considered magic or God. I think the idea of a God in Western traditions is that you have an overseer of absolutely everything. And I think that's when it is down to your I think redhead lady, hello, I think it's down to your perception of how you see a God. Because if you see a God, and the Roman Catholic Church has come out on the side of this already, that if God's created everything, God's created aliens and people, and they're all the creator's children, and you get good people and you get good aliens, and you get bad people and you get bad aliens. So it's all out there. Sort of life is in God's hands. And I think that's so it really comes down to what you feel inside yourself, and it's what you need to center inside yourself, because at the end of the day, if you've got to pull on a religion to have a sense of security for your own mindset, then that's what's important to you. And if you are happy without that, like atheists are, or they can't see the point of it, they're happy in their world. I think the main thing that underpins everything that we're looking at with UAP is that you can refer to the biology, the science, and you can look through those scientific avenues more readily than you can any other. They're more tangible than any other. So when you go through the consciousness side of it, I'm rambling now, but when you go through the consciousness side of it, you're looking at something far more less tangible. And maybe it's just science we haven't discovered yet. Maybe these are just things that we call woo, when in actual fact we just haven't got a scientific name for them yet. Anyway, that's my take. Hi, Logan. Big hug. Think you're amazing. That good?
Hey, thanks for sharing. Thank you. Everything's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And anybody can answer that question too. I would love to hear anybody's perception on that.
I missed the question.
Like the question, well, basically the question was not religion, but what do you feel about the differences between God and UAPs or what have you? Like, or is there a connection, or is there not?
I
Or maybe it's the same.
can give you a quick one that
Right,
ties in.
or maybe it's the same, or is it the same?
Well, I think a common ground would be that. Notice the Pope said about aliens. He said, "Listen, I'll baptize them," and I was encouraged by that. But then I remember the whole baptism business, and if you think about the Christian tradition where John the Baptist is doing his baptism thing, and Jesus shows up, and if you know your Bible in the New Testament, basically, John recognizes Jesus, and he's like, "I can't baptize you. You don't need it, man. You're the Holy One. You're the chosen one, Neo." And Jesus just says to him, I expect he said it to him real quietly. He's like, "No, no, no. You need to do this because this is the fulfillment of the scriptures, of the prophecy." And there apparently was a real good reason why Jesus brought himself to the baptism. I mean, he didn't do it apparently because, basically John says you're without sin. So as y'all were talking, I thought about saying this, and I thought, well, why don't I go ahead? Because what is it going to mean if not enough, but if some of the ETs who show up, perhaps those who I'm dying desperately to go ahead and do so, what will it mean if some of them come along? I don't think they will ever, those who are our truest allies, and I don't like the good bad distinction. I just think that there are those who want nothing more than for our little planet to move along, and for humanity to get along, and for people to acknowledge brotherhood, acknowledge the brotherhood of man, or of mankind, of humanity. That being said, what do you do if those who come forward are already so pure that they're effectively like Jesus, and don't need, quote, baptism, because some people would say that's just a liturgical rite. I think it has a deeper meaning, and I can go into that another time. But I just feel like there are religions that can accept the presence of ETs and already do so far more easily than some of the Western traditions, although not always. But if, for example, Hinduism probably is one that would find it easier to embrace it all. So I think that God, yeah, I used to have a bumper sticker that said God is too big to fit inside of any religion, maybe. Or no, in one religion. It said God is too big to fit inside of one religion, which was just an ecumenical idea that God must surely, if there is such a thing, be transcendent of all of these human ideas. So I think that the UAP phenomenon doesn't fit neatly. It doesn't fit into the scientific box for reasons that are obvious, but it's hard to account for in terms of Earth religions because Earth religions talk mostly about Earth people and Earth experiences, even if they touch on whatever this God thing is. So that was long-winded, and I'm sorry, but I think that the UAP topic, as well as where it does intersect with not just religion, but with the very idea that there is a universal God, which I believe in. I believe in an ultimate, supreme, absolute, whatever.
Well,
I think,
Andrew, I think the universe itself is like this idea you propose of like God and everything. Like, I think the universe itself is that. But I also think it's a learning, like, sentient being. So it's like constantly trying to improve like everything that's occurring. Just my take.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I'm going to jump in if that's all right. I think it's really, I agree that lots of other religions have much easier time with the UAP thing, and I'm a bit passionate about this because I think things like, the thing that bothers me about the Christian religion is that it's a lot of stories about, whereas you get a lot of writing from the original people in other sort of evidences of text, and I think such as Confucius writing and things like that. I think I just think that there's an awful lot that we miss in the Christian religion that tries to box a god or an entity of a god. I live very close to some extremely mystical, incredible, ancient megalithic sites, and they are, their focus was astronomy. So was that a religion? These other, our idea of a concept of a god is neatly packaged into the Western 2000 years, and it's, if you want a god, then it's a bit like Stephen Fry said, who's one of the British actors that you can see online. Why are you an atheist? Well, I don't support a god that has little worms that bury into the eyes of African children. And he's right, because the injustices in our world can't be seen to be equated with an omnipotent god that can sort everything out. So I think the idea of the all-seeing eye that can sort everything out for you is a complete fallacy, and it doesn't take into account all of the very ancient, very beautiful things that come from the ancient sites and the ancient peoples. And one of the things that gets me about it is that an awful lot of the Bible was decided at a council of men. And I love men, but it was a council of men who wanted to subjugate women at the time. And I think there's an awful lot of the very ancient women of time were healers, and you can go right back the way through to Egyptian priestesses and all of those sorts of things. Women were phenomenally powerful with what they could weave and what they could do. And now I'm going to shut up, but basically I just think it's too narrow. Everything that we put on it is way too narrow, and the idea of UAP being this narrow idea of what a human might think it is. I posted up on something and I just said, are they just visiting? Are we a farm? Are we a zoo? Or are we, worst case scenario, lab rats for good viruses? I mean, it's so, we've got to stop looking from a human perspective, but that's all we can do.
That's all we can do, huh? What are you going to do? All we can do. So we're fucked.
We may be a
and also,
farm. I'm not concerned if we are a farm.
we probably are a farm. Wasn't there like a scientist said that like no matter like how things work out when an alien society comes to visit us, any way you shake it, like we're gonna end up a farm. That's just how it's gonna end up, no matter what happens for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I guess we're just fucked either way. So
That's
yeah,
if
fuck
they
farm.
need us.
That's why we should love life whilst it's going on and not muck about and
Well,
be honest and look
there-
after each other.
They're a lot smarter than us, so I have total faith that in their intelligence alone that they're gonna look after us if they were farming us, right? Because we wouldn't have any other choice.
Well, if they were farming us, yes, but we shouldn't be so quick to assume that they were smarter than us, better than us, what have you. I
They
mean,
might be
they
ethically farming
technically
us.
could be just like us, just having the exact same conversations we're having about them. They're like having
Oh,
the same
I wish.
conversations there too. And like, who's to say there's not like dumb aliens, stupid aliens, It's
I'm not saying they're
possible
dumb.
they're more advanced, but
I am saying they're more
I
advanced.
think we should align with them
it's
because
possible
clearly
they're
a lot more
not.
smarter. They're a lot smarter than we are. We should align with them because they probably have our best interests at heart because of how smart they are.
But why do you say that? Why does being
Unless they
smart
have a
equal bad?
lack of emotion and humans have something they don't. I mean, it's
Because
possible they're not.
they haven't harmed our children yet.
Yes, they
Well,
have.
they
Have
have.
they?
Oh
Yeah, they
yeah.
have.
Or is it one faction that's harming our children?
But the East India Trading Company said the same kind of thing, right? And look how the world turned out.
I don't know what you
They're
mean
not
by that.
they're not genociding people in the street, and that's like strong enough to kind of like think twice.
We don't know that they didn't create COVID. We don't know that they're not the masterminds behind the wars. We don't know anything about them. That's the biggest danger, right? We don't know anything.
Anything.
Well,
Or we
yeah,
do know
they
some
they
stuff.
could
We
be
definitely know
just
some
as
stuff.
dumb as humans. They could be like fucking their shit up on their planet, and they're coming here going, "Hey, maybe the humans know something better." They could be just as fucked up as we are.
And
We
we
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
I was going to say something similar. Like just because you
like
have better technology doesn't make you smarter.
Hmm.
Are we
I mean,
Yeah, they could
to
have found
God?
it.
Are we closer to God than some natives that are along the Amazon, along a river that are in touch with nature? Are we closer because we're superior
I
technologically?
think we have the understanding. We have the understanding to be closer to God than what they previously did, and I think that probably changes like with each consecutive generation. So I think we should be kind to, like, for example, Zoomers, like, finding their way. Like, even if it's like TikTok type shit, it's like they're finding their way. Like, they're just feeling their way through it.
I don't think anyone could say what another is closer to God than anything. That's not a comparison that can be made. We can look at tech and stuff, but no. I mean, there is a plausible theory that the aliens, as civilized as they are, they're just as troubled as we are. It's like, what, the grass is greener on the other side of the pond, on the other planet, in the other
They have the same
species.
biological limitations.
Yeah, but
I'd
They
all right.
could
argue
be
people
just
in
as fucked up
nature are
as we
closer.
are.
I just think that if we're not alone, neither are they. They're not alone either.
Exactly.
So
I think they're hiding from each other, to be honest.
That
hold on.
what you said. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to make you guys go ahead and talk, but just after you're done, I want to call on John.
Yeah, I was just going to speak on what Redhead said. Like it reminds me of the story of Valiant Thor, and it's like, and if you're familiar with the story, um, it's like, okay, if you feel this way and you're more advanced and better technology, why didn't you just stop it? So how did we get into power? Why are you? It's almost like you came to us to ask us, but you have more technology. You could have stopped us. So it's just confusing.
unless we're a petri dish.
Well, there's also the possibility, just very quickly, that we have
Yeah,
a free
it's
will. All right.
Hi. Yeah, a couple of people said something interesting. I just wonder if they could just explain how they came to that. Corporal said, the aliens, I presume, could have created COVID, started all our wars. Redhead, they said they could be fucking stupid. And Loyalty said, oh, sorry. Loyalty said, well, sorry, what was it you were saying? You were, sorry,
Just now?
just slipped.
just
Yeah.
now. Yeah, I was saying about the Valiant Thor story. You know, like
Right, right.
if
If
you're
they have
familiar with the
technology,
story, yeah, if
yeah.
you got more technology, why you ain't just stop us? Right.
Yeah, the Venusian type thing. If they have technology, why don't they stop us? Now, if you're I'll just say this: if you're on a motorway, driving a Ferrari, and there's some ants on the side of the road, and they're fighting termites, would you
Oh my
stop
god.
and like go in and try to communicate and save individual ants or termites? I'm just curious.
That's a bad example for me because I'm gonna run them all over.
If I had never seen those ants and termites before and wanted to learn more about them to increase my knowledge, then yes.
Then you admit it's perspective. So, what's the perspective of each individual alien when there's so many different aliens? They're probably having the same conversations
Here,
that we're having now.
That's
No,
the
here, make
problem
I'm
because
sorry, I
life is a
couldn't. No,
perspective.
Billions and
no,
billions
no, I'm
of
sorry. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist the
men.
joke. But no, I hear what he's. I
Okay,
understand what he's saying. I
there's
couldn't resist the
billions
joke
and
though.
billions.
what
And,
joke? Hold on, what joke? I missed it. What was the joke? Say it again.
but hold
No,
on, say
he
something.
was asking if we was riding a Ferrari and
Oh, that one.
we
Okay,
saw the
gotcha.
ants and termites. I was like, I would have just ran them all over. But now that's a joke. That's a joke because ants and termites could be aliens too. You know, I look at
Billions of
every
species
animal.
of
You know,
ants,
every
right?
species could be an alien, a dog, a cat,
Yeah,
or
why not?
a bird. You know, it's very possible.
Well, they don't fly flying saucers, but it's just the same
Well,
thing, pretty much.
does the human race sit there and care about the ongoings of the billions of species of ants? Like, do you care? Are they watching TV today? Are they building a colony? Are they eating honey? Like, no, no, you don't. So
Well, when we first learn
should
about them, we do.
why should the aliens, if there's quadrillions of species of aliens, care about one little droplet of humans on this little rock of thing floating around?
Because they seeded us, because we're their
That's
children,
we're
and that's
we're insignificant. You you make your life. You know
So wait, which is it?
what
Is
you
it?
make of it,
Are we insignificant, or are we their children?
or part of all of it, and all connected.
What?
Either we're ants in a little petri dish, or we're a higher species, or they're higher species of us. My whole point is, maybe they're having the same conversations about us. Like, do we want to talk to these people? Because these people
Yeah, we
seem
do.
kind of fucked up.
Well, they
They're
have
always
been talking.
talking about us like we're talking about them.
No, I
It's
don't
slim
think
Hey,
so.
pickings. They might not have any other options.
I
hey,
think there might be
Logan.
much more advanced conversations.
Hey, Logan. I see a bunch of hands popping up now. So
Yeah, I want to go ahead and
Well,
call
you
on them
don't
right
think there's
now.
a
They should
chance
yell
that
like
there's like
everybody else.
stupid aliens out there? Like
By the
retard
way,
aliens going, they have all this
sorry,
technology.
If you don't mind, I
sorry.
need to call some hands.
If
So
Dale
go ahead, Andrew.
gets a chance, if Dale gets a chance to come up as speaker, I actually want to hear from him, and I've got questions for him.
Same. So Dale, go ahead and come up here, bro. But we got to get to Jude and then Penny and Andrew.
in which order? Didn't you call me or not?
I called you first, didn't I?
Yeah, the first shall be
Yeah,
last.
let Andrew go first. I think he had his hand up before me.
Yeah, this was quick. All I'm going to say is what I blurted out a while ago. I'm as convinced as I'm sitting here that we are closest in all of the many species that are interacting with us from our solar system and from beyond. I think that we are as literal as you can get. I think we're the children of the Venusians in many of the ways that matter, but not all of them, because I've studied a lot of this Eastern religion and not just that, Western esotericism, and probably for a long time before that, I've been interested in this question, all these questions, really. And although Christianity has, for certain reasons, has a
Andrew,
real
pause for a second. Logan, can you add Dale as a co-host so he can come up as speaker? Andrew,
I just
continue,
added
please.
him. And sorry, I had to take Redhead down. Sorry, Redhead, come back up. Just someone else needs to leave, so you can do that.
So what I'm getting at is that I think that we have a close kinship. I think the Venusians are the eldest of the evolutions in our solar system. I think there are other evolutions that are at different stages. We've talked about Mars. earlier in the earlier space. I don't know who was it that brought it up, but they said that there was a real tie-in with the planet Venus, and that's something that I've never really understood. But it does overlap with what came up in ufology after 1950, whatever, 57, when Valiant Thor and his crewmates came down, and supposedly those are the ones in the photograph. But that's my point, is that there are other groups who I think have a lot to do with us, and they have both something to gain as well as something to lend us something. It's like symbiosis. And I think that if you went down the list, there would be lots of groups that have more to gain, and then some groups that have more to give, but that in most of these cases, all of them probably, there's either a win-win or there's something to be gained by both, if you want to say us and them, by both of the groups. But I do think I don't have any knowledge that tells me otherwise, that if you get towards the bottom of the list, you may find some of the groups are either extremely advanced and they have little to gain except by managing us, or in some way, maybe they have an alliance, a trade alliance, and they don't want us to upset it. Or maybe, there's just some balance of power that I couldn't possibly fathom. These things are way beyond me, but I do think that there are those that have something to gain. And instead of keeping it on a it's like us and them type scenario, we might, any group you mention, we might just say, well, what can be gained by a partnership between those two groups? Because quite frankly, I think any of the groups that are so far advanced that we're just like a virus to them, or ants or whatnot, then I agree with what was said. Why would they take the why would they bother? But loyalty, you mentioned.
Andrew,
Yeah,
answer the
yeah.
question. Do you want to be host, or should we put Dale as host?
No, sir, I don't. I'm just having my coffee and trying to get on with it. But loyalty, you mentioned the Venusians. I don't think that the Venusians are primarily a group that has greater technology. I think they're a group that has the spiritual technology. They are, to me, spiritually the apex of a pyramid.
Hold on. Venusians? I never said that word because I don't even know what it means.
Valiant Thor was a Venusian. That's the point.
Okay,
And I'm
gotcha.
just
Yeah,
saying.
Copy.
Andrew. Also, look into Maria Orswell, or Maria Orsic. Sorry, if you've never
So
heard
a
of the
Venusian,
Venusian connection.
a
And
Venusian
also,
is basically someone who claims to be from Venus. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
hey, hold on a second. I got to do some cleaning up here. If anyone's not gonna talk right now, or is cool with stepping down for a minute, Redhead wants to come up to talk. If you want to
Just
step
chuck
down.
another host on, Logan. Either Dale, Screen, or Corporal Abe, or Andrew.
We just need one. Okay. Will that give me like an
Eric's
extra
in
person?
here too. You can chuck Eric in if you want, but one of those guys.
I think Eric took off.
Eric's still
he's here. So if I make him a co-host, that'll give me like more room to add.
That'll give you like 3 more speakers, I think.
So hold on, we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7 people. Oh yeah, we should have like 13 or something. Okay. Eric, you want to be a co-host?
This said 9 on mine.
Right, there should be more. I don't know why they're limiting me. Need one more co-host. Anyone want to be a co-host? Who wants to step up?
I mean, you can. I'm cool with
I'll do it. Shit.
Okay, cool.
Let Loyalty do it.
Too late.
Eric, come on.
I'm back.
I thought Eric wasn't going to accept.
I just
Hey,
know
what's
why
up, Eric?
Logan keeps peppering me.
So yeah, now we got more room.
I just want to present the tail end. I can do it quickly. The tail end of what I'm saying is that I think our planet has a charter. I think our planet, and Dolores Cannon speaks about that, but so do many others who represent, what they have interpreted from alien experiencers, contactees, and so forth. But I come at it from another perspective. Mine is spiritual or religious or just what I've learned in my lifetime, and that is, I don't think any of them can. I don't think they have the right to step in and say, no, we are going to manage you because we have more technology, we have the upper hand, yada, yada, yada. I think there might be some that would try, or who may not harbor us in entire goodwill, maybe because some of them have disdain and they say, listen, this is a beautiful organism. This planet was fine for billions of years. Look what you're doing to it. At this point, you're threatening your own survival. And at least recently, for 75 years, now you have the capacity to create destruction, tear through the ethers, and do all this other crap. I have sympathy for them. I don't have any sympathy for those that would exterminate us, if there are such. But I think that I believe in God, so I don't just believe in the cosmic God. I think that there are local, call it what you like, but I think local representatives that have our best interest in mind if you want to call that the planetary logos or the planetary God, I believe in that. And that's why I think that the other entities, some of them probably could manage our planet better for us. But I also think that our local representative doesn't want us to be taken over, and I have faith in that, as wide as the day is long.
Go ahead, Jude.
Hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to share and talk. The last guy, you said tail end. That's a long tail. Interesting one. A long tail. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Everyone, hope you're having a good one. Feel like taking a deep breath. Go for it. Sometimes we just, I like to just, make people reset. It's all good. And I'm very grateful that we have an ability to talk like this from around the world, a feature that
Jude,
fits up.
I just want to let you know we're not stressed about aliens in case you think we are.
I don't think you're stressed. I just like making people comfortable because I'm weird, and I'll get to my point now. I apologize. Right. So, I I don't know yet. I don't see evidence of aliens yet. But to assume there isn't, to close that door is to be naive, and to close a lot of potential opportunity, because if you look at our history, even in just medicine, even in just physics or anything we figured out so far, it, it, everything sounded crazy or magic until it was explained and explained, right? And I don't know. I don't know if there are people out there, if there are things out there. It's hard. The chances are really low because I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Fermi paradox. If you are, just throw a wave. All right. So Fermi paradox, long story short, is because of how big the universe is and how old it is, what it takes for the chances of a life to grow to a society that's sentient enough to become advanced enough to do travel around from its own planet, our solar system, to other galaxies. That chance is so low, and it might have even already happened, and then they died out, and then we started from bacteria and whatnot. There's that barrier of just so much time in between. You got that. And then for us, we're not even, so anyone familiar with Kardashev scale? Kardashev scale? Anyway, all right, basically I think it was a Ukrainian or Russian guy who came up with just a general measure. Why am I getting the thumb down screen? Let me finish before you thumb down.
We're pros. We
Just
know all that. You can just
dude.
say what you don't have to explain it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree with Screen. I don't
my
mean to be
bad,
rude.
my bad, my bad.
Jude,
All right,
finish your
all right.
point so Screen can talk, please.
Okay, sorry, I didn't. Sorry.
And don't get
It's just,
sensitive either. You're forbidden from being sensitive.
We've got
sorry.
the
Preaching
lovely
to the
and talented
choir.
Andrew in the room. That's plenty of conversation coming from Andrew. We don't need Jude. Jude, you don't need to be Andrew 2.0. But I love you, Andrew, by the way.
If you
Yeah,
get
right.
sensitive, Jude, I will beat you up.
I didn't mean to be unnecessarily rude or my bad. I was just, yeah.
No, you're
All
not
right.
being rude. You're just taking it too much to heart. So shut up.
Jude, if you've got
It's
a
all right.
bong and you've got some weed, just put it in there. Take a good
I
rip
don't
and
know.
just chill, brother. It's all good. We love you.
If you apologize one more time, just get your point out, please.
I'm done. It's all right. It's all good.
Don't you ever come back here.
Did it? You said sorry.
I'm
You
gonna
said
punch you in the
sorry.
ribs anyway.
You did it.
I'm just kidding, man. You're all good.
Go ahead, Screen. Got your hand
Okay,
up, Screen.
don't be mean.
Jude, just so you know, bro, I wasn't thumbs downing you. You kept asking like if we know this, and I was letting you know like, yeah, we know this. Like, move on. Like you didn't have to explain the Fermi paradox and the other stuff. What you were saying, we were trying to listen to. But I
My
was just
bad. I'm not
know
used to
about
people being
Maria Orsic.
informed. I'm not used to people
What's
being
up?
informed of these topics. That's all. So it's the first time I've been in a space where people are informed in these topics or fields.
Oh yeah, cool, man. Yeah, we know
Preaching
we're
to the
like the
choir, babe.
professionals.
You're
If
in
you
the
run
right
into us,
place.
yeah. So I know how that can be. That's why I wanted to let you know I wasn't thumbs downing you, just like the explanation, like we already knew that, you know. But I see where you're coming from. That's my bad. But y'all are gonna hate me because I did just want to ask Andrew a question. If because I know you know about Madame Blavatsky, you don't know about the Vril Society?
Yeah, of course I know about the Vril Society. I don't know a lot about it. I've heard of Maria Orsic, and I've listened to some of the I've listened to some of the very young ladies in the last year or two only who have come forward and talked about, there's the one girl who says, I was Maria Orsic, or maybe one girl says, no, I'm sorry, she doesn't. She says, I knew her, and I knew all this stuff, and I have no opinion on it because I don't have enough. I am very vaguely familiar.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
that's
that's what I was just going to tell you about Maria Orsic and the Vril Society, because she's the one that they telepathically communicated with the Venusians. That's where that connection comes from. But all right, cool, thanks.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to meet some Vril maidens. I'm
Is that
putting myself out there. I think Eric's having a. Who is that? Is that Eric?
It's not me. It's Logan, I think.
No, it's like snoring.
It's me. I fell asleep again, man. Damn. Y'all gotta talk about some cool shit.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, stop
Quiet.
it.
TP for
No,
my
bro.
bunko.
Do not
TP for my bunko.
need to mute her mic. I'm not gonna let you do what you were trying to until you mute it. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
Please don't do that.
there's no like greater like compliment that can be paid to the host than that. That's the highest compliment I could receive right there. So thank you, Lacey. Love it.
All right. No, I got
Bro,
another question for you guys, right?
thank you, Logan.
I got another question for you guys. The movie, The Truman Show. Has anyone seen it, and how do you feel about it?
Yeah. A lot of people have seen it.
How do you have any opinions about it, or?
I think they overpaid Jim Carrey personally.
Definitely.
Okay.
Hey, mate, are you worried about our friend who joins these type of chats?
Who, me? Am I worried?
You guys are doing well, man. I hope you guys are doing real well.
Logan, I'm going to tell a quick story. Is that okay? Or
for the love of God, say something. We gotta move on, or I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had my friends say something, so I'm playing poker. So
Yeah, can somebody mute Winston's mic, please?
Yeah, I will. I can't even.
You have to do it, Logan.
Mute my mic? Why?
Logan, I'm begging you. Can you please mute my mic?
I so wish I could.
He didn't even say anything.
Yeah, I didn't even say anything. Like, people at the poker table said shit.
Go on, Eric. Go ahead. Tell your story.
So, trying to get my thoughts together. There is a guy that used to be a trainer for NASA. Ken Johnston is his name. He's written a book. I was at his house several years ago. He lives in New Mexico. I went there with John Polk and Brett Collins Shepard, because Brett Collins Shepard was close friends with him. Anyway, to get to the point, I was interviewing him and I was recording it. And at one point he goes, I'm going to tell you guys a story, but you can't record this. So I said, okay. So I turned off my recorder. And he proceeded to tell me this. I swear to you, I'm repeating exactly what he said. I'm not making this up.
Turn it off.
No, I did because back in the day I was more respectful. But if I had to do it all over again, I would not have turned it off. But anyway, so check this out. So he said back in the day, this would have been in the 50s and 60s era, that these Vril women or these Venusian women, whatever, they were actually. He said that they were working with NASA. And he said it with a straight face. I don't think he was pulling my leg. He said, and they were providing technology and guidance to NASA. And he said, swear to you, that these women were highly sexual, and that he and a few other guys that were having drinks one night with these women, a couple of these NASA guys
Hold on,
ended up.
Eric. I have to ask you a question though.
Sure, go ahead.
He said it was straight face and everything, and that was why you believed him. But you know, I know a lot of people that can like dead face troll, like
Okay,
you saw it in his
redhead. You
face.
would have had to have been there to understand. But let me just
I
finish,
know,
and then
but I
I'll
just
shut
had to
up.
point that out. Like
Okay,
you saw
I'm
it on his
fully aware of
face.
that.
It's
Fully
like,
aware of that.
cool.
Fully aware of that.
Eric,
But anyway,
can
the
I
point.
quickly ask? Have
Yeah,
you encountered these type of women who are overly sexual personally?
not the type of women that he referred to. He
Were
said,
they
"Here's
Nordic?
what he said. This is what he said. Let me
Were
just
they
fucking
Nordic?
finish what he said, and then you guys could troll me, okay? So just shut
Sorry,
the fuck up for a second.
I'm sorry, Eric. I
Otherwise,
didn't
I'll
mean to
just bail
interject.
out of this fucking space. I'm not. It's 5:51, right? Just give me a break. I'm not fucking Andrew, okay? Let me just finish the goddamn story. No, I'm being sarcastic.
I know it's a nice story, but eventually
you,
I
Eric.
will speak up and say, learn some manners. All right. I can take this shit most of the time, but really, a little respect, okay? And I didn't have to say that, pal. But I love you, Eric. Quit fucking throwing people under the bus.
Hey,
I'm a
I
little
throw
drunk.
people
Wait,
under the
let me
bus
take the
because they fucking ramble and ramble and ramble and ramble and
Yeah,
don't
well,
let
you can be an
anybody get their
asshole.
points
Hey,
out. That's
fuck
why.
you.
Eric and Andrew, the pain that you're experiencing for anyone right now, let me take it right now because like I'm a bit drunk, so I'll take the
Andrew's been gone, Winston.
Well, fuck you, Andrew. I'm kidding, Andrew. If you hear this, I'm
Dude,
kidding.
listen, I'm just going to say it. Andrew's fucking brilliant, and I'll apologize. Okay, to him personally, I apologize. He is brilliant, but I'm just done with Ken and Andrew, Kent, and I mean, all these guys are brilliant. They have great information. What they share has value. We're in a space we should all be able to chat without over talking and interrupting. That's all I'm trying to say. So I apologize, Andrew. Okay, I'm an asshole this morning. I apologize. I haven't had a chance to smoke my weed yet. Anyway, so let me just finish the fucking story. So the bottom line is, he said that there was guys in NASA that were having sex with these women, and they would talk about it and amongst themselves, and it was just. And so I believe that what he was telling me, I don't think he was pulling my leg. I think he was telling me an experience that was real. So you can take it for what it's worth. That's my story. I'll shut up now.
No, seriously, guys sometimes say things and exaggerate things, like size of things.
Oh, come
And
on, please.
women
It's huge,
know
though.
men kind of.
I didn't do that.
Go ahead, Scream.
Why did you do that, Logan?
I would have done it if I had the power. I have heard not of the NASA connection, but we all know about Vril Society and their connection to the Nazis. So is that too far of a stretch? The only thing that surprises me would be the fact that they're having sex, because I heard you had to keep that energy in.
Come on, Andrew's not even here to make that hilarious. Because he's not here to appreciate that. But yeah, NASA guys boning, like those are straight up nerds. Like, who are they boning? Each other?
Are you referring to the explicit expulsion of semen, or is that just too deep for this convo?
Yeah, I am so lost right now.
Yeah, no release.
Yeah, Eric, who are they boning? Who
They were
exactly?
boning these Vril women, these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Vril women. That I think it was Andrew that was talking about the Vril, or somebody here a few minutes ago. But
Dude, low key, I know like Illuminati is bad and World Economic Forum is bad and all that shit, but look, if they're real women and they're blonde haired, blue eyed, like it's like, is that all that bad? Do you know what I mean? Like, should we really just go with their agenda or what?
I don't care who they were boning. I was just telling you the story that I was told by an ex NASA flight trainer, and we were having a great conversation. He was giving us a lot of great information, and then he realized that I was recording it. He knew I was recording it, but he says, "I'll tell you guys a story, but I don't want you to record this because I'm married and I don't want my wife to know." So I'm not making
So,
this
like,
up.
locker room talk. Am I
What the
seriously
fuck?
the only female right now
Oh my
with the
gosh.
microphone?
Yeah, you are,
Yes.
but don't worry about that because I just kicked you out of the room, so now you're gone. So don't have to worry about it anymore. Are you happy?
You're the best, Logan. By the way, you're the best.
Please
I
have
did get
Let
the
John
rub of
talk.
that
John's
bed
got his
today.
hand up. Let John talk because he's got his hand up.
Okay, thanks. So okay, so Venetian vril women who are quote highly sexual, and they are they even look like us. I mean, we can trace our genetic ancestry back. Like even our sleep cycle is determined, over millions of years because the Earth has a certain rotation speed. Like Venus, it takes a year for one day. So yeah, I'm a little confused. Like even our closest sapien relatives, like just the thought of copulating with them is disgusting. And yet you're talking about aliens from Venus that these NASA people are boning. I'm just really confused.
Well, it's confusing. Like dudes will like fuck a hole in a tree. I don't understand what's so confusing.
I'm only repeating the story. I'm not talking about anything that I know. But here's the deal. Apparently, these Venusians that he was referring to, whoever these ladies were, they are human looking. You wouldn't know the difference. If they were standing in front of you, you would not even know the difference, according to what he said. That's all I know based on what he told me. I'm not claiming it's a fact or anything. I'm just sharing a story.
Share some more.
Yeah, please share some more. Also, by the way, this Venetian story was before they sent the probes to Venus and realized that it was a hellscape.
Well, if you believe the information we're getting from NASA, then maybe you're correct. Who knows?
Eric, if we could hear some more about that story, that'd be great. And also, our circadian rhythm is matched up with Mars for some reason, but and not Earth. Isn't that weird?
I was just going to say that they actually came from Venus at a different time.
There
I
you
just want to
go.
give a quick
There
shout
you
out to
go.
Lacey, who is a Venusian.
Yes,
blonde-haired
sir.
humanoid woman.
Hasn't Venus women always been a fantasy of men?
No.
Yeah, as soon as we found out there was a Venus.
Thank you, yes.
There's a book written.
You know.
There's a book. Go ahead, Lacey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Eric, they've always been in all the magazines and old sci-fi movies and everything. Right?
Yeah,
Okay,
but only
so
William Shatner's jacking off that.
men are from Mars, women are from Venus. So what happened was there was a war on Mars, and all the women were destroyed. So they went and they hustled up some women from Venus, brought them to Earth, and they repropagated. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it.
That's as good as any I've heard.
I believe that.
Sure. Go ahead. I want to hear more about the NASA boning, though. What year was that?
What year was the boning, or what year was it? What year was what?
The for real and NASA thing. Like, when were they getting it on?
That would have been okay. So here's how it came up. There's a guy named William. I think William Thompson. He wrote the book about the. He worked for the Navy intelligence, helped design the secret space craft, whatever. I can't think of the name of the book. he died in I think 2017, 18, just 2 weeks after he was at a conference for the first time speaking publicly about this. There was a lot of, it was the MUFON UFO Secret Space Conference. Richard Dolan was there. Corey Good was there. Nobody liked Corey Good at this time, by the way. Matter of fact, Richard Dolan says, if you're going to have a panel and you're going to put Corey Good on this panel and he's going to talk about going to, Mars or wherever and fighting reptilians, he told the director of MUFON that I'm not going to be on your panel. And so there was this big to do about all that. But anyway, that's another story. I'll pause, let somebody else talk.
Corporal Abe, go ahead.
So what year was that boning, by the way?
I'm pretty sure
1998.
it was in the 50s or the 60s. I'll get a hold of Ken Johnson, and next time I'm in a space, I'll have more. I'll retell the story. And it's been so long that since I've heard the story, I don't recall all the details. I'm just giving you the highlights of the story.
Fuck yeah, thanks, bro.
But he did say this, that, okay, this is what else he said. He said that these women could go pretty much all night, all whatever, right? And he said that that these women would wear these men out. I mean, it was like 1, 2, 3, whatever. They wore all of them out. That's what he said.
Actually, that would make sense. Like I said, as long as they didn't release.
If your mission was to extract like lots of, artifacts, then that seems pretty consistent with that information.
Yeah, they were probably had like some kind of like DNA collector in there, just gathering it all up, the old-fashioned way.
The womb
I call
is a
them
DNA
semen
collector,
demons.
You know what I'll do is John Polk, who was there, and Brett Shepard. They're both friends of mine. I'll contact them again today, and I'll say, listen, let me record this. Let's relive that time that we were at Ken Johnson's house, and he told us a story. Repeat the story to me as you remember it, and then I'll record that, and then I'll come back and tell you, and I'll either play the recording or I'll tell you exactly what they remembered, so I can corroborate my story.
So, are we calling that like the Great Boning of 45, or?
Lacey?
Again, these sons of gun bitches. Yes, the boning of 45.
Oh no, it's 55.
Well, we started in 45. We ended in 55.
They really could go all night.
Ask Eisenhower.
It really, really could. You've been booting people out.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
know they're
what are you
gonna
doing?
come crying to me.
Oh wait, who got booted out?
I don't
Did
know.
you guys boot out anybody?
No, I didn't boot anyone. I think you did, Logan.
Drunks don't count.
Drunks. Yeah, she was slurring her words. So it was getting that time of night, I guess. But
No, it's
Hey,
okay. Yeah.
Logan, I hope this isn't too forward, but what is your living situation like settled at the moment?
what does that mean?
Well, I mean, because you were in a space like a little while ago, and then you were having like an argument with someone, and I just wanted to know if like you're all good, and if I don't need to PayPal you like $300 or whatever.
I am confused. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You guys
Someone-
don't use PayPal?
Do you want me to
I
double
don't use
check?
PayPal.
He's
Someone
a
was harassing you
gigolo.
in a space. Someone was harassing you on your microphone. I don't know who it was. Some people said it might have been your dad.
Don't have one, and it wasn't today. I haven't had anyone talk smack to me today. That'd be interesting.
Not today. It was a little while ago, but I'm glad that that's not happening right now.
I mean, but
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
everybody knows you put it on a prepaid card, then send it.
That's right. Put it on a gift card, if you would, please. Thank you. Someone had their hand up, right? And I don't remember who it was.
I think it was Corporal Abe, but he's a bit shy tonight.
Yeah, what's up, Shabe? Abe? Okay, so I'm going to be on Fringe FM tonight at like 7-ish, I guess, right, Eric? If you remember that? Like, how long is that show for? Is it 3 hours?
Oh no, you're not on Fringe FM. You're going to be on Gigi's show. Shift Happens.
Oh, wait, what's the difference?
well, it's on the Fringe network, but you don't want to go to the Fringe FM network and listen. You want to go to Spreaker. If you Spreaker Spreaker app. There's lots of shows. That's where there's a chat room in there. It's going to be a good time, Logan. You're going to like it. Actually, it's a lot of fun. Gigi's pretty cool dude.
Oh, you know what we gotta do?
About it.
Ask OpenEye. Yeah, we could have him call in. He invited me to a space earlier. I didn't see it in time, unfortunately, but we should have somebody call in and pretend to be like whoever, like you were saying, Eric.
Okay, I'll do that. You tell me who you want me to be and all. But yeah, OpenEye, by the way, he was in a space last night and started calling all the scientists stupid and telling he says he gets going and you fuckers don't even know you're stupid. Y'all are stupid. I see the invisible dimensions. You don't understand what I'm trying to tell you. That when come on, just shut the fuck up, Neil. I have to drive. I used to have to drive around with that guy for 2 hours because I gave him a job once, and I said, Neil, just wait. I don't want to hear your alien stories. I just want to. I'm paying you right now to help me with this job. Just please, just be quiet. And he would not shut the fuck up. We ended up having an argument. I just dropped him off. I said, we're done. See ya. Adios. Take care. Have a good day.
Wait, Eric, you met OpenEye in real life?
I know him very well in real life, such that I don't associate with him anymore. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm not saying. I mean, if I saw him again in person, we would laugh and tell stories. I don't hold grudges, but
of course.
You know
Without
what I'm saying, right?
his racial identity, like, what is his appearance?
He's a white dude. He's a white dude.
What? Okay, right. I was gonna say like he was part white, part Native American.
No, he's full white, full. Yeah, I'll say this. This is what I do believe about one of his stories. He was living in, I believe it was Carolina, one of the Carolinas. I can't recall. And he talks about his motorbike, which is he just comes up with the most bizarre stuff. But anyway, he was camping out here at this campground, and there were some people there that were camping there in the site next to him. And he determined, for whatever reason, that these people were devil worshippers or practitioners. And then he says that at some point there was a confrontation, and he did something to one of these guys that was one of these, what he claimed to be a devil worshiper. And then after that, that's when all the shit hit the fan, and he had to escape on his motorbike, and he's been traveling the world doing research as a scientist. And y'all don't understand, I'm a fucking scientist, okay? So if you don't believe me, then fuck you. I mean, that's his attitude. It's like, give me a break, Neil.
Dude, I made it just in time for him to have that argument. Like, he was literally talking to these scientists like he was about to fight them, like in a bar fight or something. But did you just say that he basically beat up somebody and skipped town?
No,
He might have done more than beat up somebody. He might have done something that was illegal. He could be on the run. I'm just saying it's possible he could be on the run, as far as I'm concerned, because that guy goes everywhere, all the time.
So do you, Eric?
That makes a lot of sense.
You travel a lot too, don't you?
Yeah, but I didn't try to stab somebody at a fucking campground. Okay.
Whoa.
What space was that? I missed it. What space was he in that he was yelling at him? Brian's or whatever?
Yeah, it was Brian's, actually, yeah.
Oh, I missed it, damn it.
Yeah, I wish Brian would record his spaces, because there's a lot of... Brian has some great content, and gets to be some good conversations in there sometimes.
Yeah, I tried to cut it.
Dinosaurs, honestly. If they time travel, and they do, they've probably been here since the dinosaurs, or at least, been hopping around since then anyway. But I think they probably created us, or at least messed with some kind of a version of us in the past to, get us to where we are now. And who's trying to talk right now? Anyone?
What'd you say?
I mean, I've always felt that, like, deep inside I was maybe part pterodactyl, so that makes sense.
Is that like your spirit animal?
I mean, I feel it, ever since Land Before Time, I've always had that connection. I was like, why this movie? It's just a lot.
Anyone else feel like they were a dinosaur from the movie A Land Before Time.
Ooh, I love that movie.
I do a pretty decent raptor impersonation.
I
Bet
like the
you it's
new
about as good
dinosaur
as what
movie.
Dodie can do.
That's true. Hey, Dodie
No,
can do that with his
no.
mouth, right? He must have had something, like a tool or something to
Dude,
put.
that gray impression was. I'm so glad that you clipped that. I think that was the funniest thing.
No, that was freaky
He liked
scary.
it.
Shout out to Nora for asking. Yeah, that was some good stuff. That was some good stuff.
So, anyways, fuck this ancient fuckery. Oh, sorry, I can hear like a lot of feedback in my ear. I don't know. I should turn down your mics or something. But so in like 1855, there was this like huge rock being blasted apart in New England community, and among like these shattered stones was found this metallic vessel, it was like a saucer really, and it was broken in two, and like when placed together, they formed this bell-shaped, like I don't know, device, I guess, about like 4.5 inches high and 6.5 inches wide, made of zinc impregnated with silver, and there are intricate flower designs all over it, inlaid silver. It came from 15 feet, blah, blah, blah. It could not have been. Anyways, this was reported in Scientific American, like in 1855, right? So, like, that shit's old as fuck. Like, how many saucers have been collected from, like what Bob Lazar was saying, like archaeological digs, right? It must be a bunch by now. What's up, Lacey?
I sent you 3 DMs for you to read for fun.
Okay, you want me to read them like out loud now, or?
Well, no, I mean, I don't care if you. I mean, that might not be best. It might. I don't know. It's up to you. I just wanted you to know.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Redhead knows that. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so I booted out Redhead, right? Because do I need to tell everyone why I did it? Can anyone,
No, you don't. You don't need to explain, bro.
No,
It's
you don't
cool.
need to do that. I was just wanting you to know how she felt, is what I'm saying.
That's the thing I love about Andrew, because like just now, when all crazy was yelling "fuck you," like sometimes he gets upset and I'll step him down. Um, they
Yeah,
take it like real personally,
I don't think
and
we're doing feelings today.
so yeah, you just if you're just gonna be like super like disturbing the flow of like conversation, like just gonna have to step you down if you can't handle it. You know what I mean? Just as the host, I have to do that. So don't take it personally.
Oh, I understand.
I'm just talking to like everyone that's within the
Yeah,
sound of my voice, But
I
yeah, that's
got you.
cool.
We got some hands up,
I
Logan.
did not want
Let's
to
move around the
explain
room a
it
little bit.
Please do.
to her, you know.
I don't know who was first. Daily, John Walden's Green. Who was first?
Yeah, I'm gonna step on in here. I think it was me. So coming into the conversation a little bit late, I guess I want to know a little bit about like just the topic. Like, so can someone tell me like what's a superior humanoid race? Like, I'm still learning about a lot of things, and I'm just curious about hearing about that.
Screen. You want to go ahead and explain to him what that is? You know like a lot, so.
My ADD kicked in. Sorry. John's got his hand up. Let's let John comment if he wants.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, my audio cut out for a bit there, Logan. But you were talking about archaeological finds of some kind of technology, was it?
Yeah, so it doesn't say a lot. It's just an excerpt from this book I'm reading. It's this guy like Ivan T. Sanderson noted this like article from Scientific American in like 1855 about these guys that found like this like saucer that was like inside of like this old ass fucking rock. So if it's inside a rock, just guess how long it's been there. You know what I mean? It's a fuck.
That's amazing. Sorry, Screen. I just have a quick comment to make. Yeah, because in my experiences, the intelligence or whatever described like microscopic machines, and like if these things are just lying around, and with all our clearing of the trees and leveling the ground and building cities and stuff. And if we're throwing these things into the atmosphere and people are being exposed to them, could that possibly explain, like if these like microscopic machines have the technology to communicate with some kind of network and automatically do so, could that explain some of the experiences, do you think?
You mentioned microscopic machines. So, just for a side note here, what if? And I'm not trying to be like too ridiculous here, but what if this new vaccine they're calling it the vaccine, this RNA modification system that they're shooting into people, so that supposedly it's going to help them fight COVID when it comes. I mean, that in a sense, it's a technology that kind of alters the God-given DNA to a degree that we were born with. So that is like a microscopic machine. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the vaccines, just to be clear. I'm talking about ancient microscopic non-biological. What you're describing is a biological technology.
Screen.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know that's what Daly was asking about. That's what I've been trying to talk about. I always talk about this stuff, right? What John is saying, I don't think it's necessarily uh, like, we're thinking kind of like nanobots or whatever. But this stuff, from what I can tell, is basically just the materials it's made out of, like the type of alloys, which is like orichalcum usually. Uh, Whatever is powering it, like some type of radioactive material, and the shape that it's made in, like a bell or something made of the golden ratio, or like a megaphone, like a cone, like they're amplifying everything naturally. So it seems like a technology. You see what I'm saying? But so that's why these things are always like the same shapes, like bells, half circles, basically any shape that can fit inside a cone. But I think there's a lot to that. And Ivan T. Sanderson is also the guy that writes about the 12 vial vortices, which are basically like 12 Bermuda triangles, which are like hot spots across the Earth.
Yeah, if I can just quickly respond. I think what you're describing is like macro scale, like large structures, is it? Like pyramids and things?
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't have to be. I think the artifacts are actually made the same way, but just with like uranium ore for the power, or thorium. You see what I'm saying? Or maybe even three different ones to push off of each other to be its own radio controlled device.
Okay, that would kind of match with current military technology, thorium and other radioactive elements.
Yes, sir. And I think that's what they're doing. They're finding these like advanced artifacts that are, maybe still have a tiny bit of juice left after all these years or whatever. And they're, getting technology from that, like similar to Indiana Jones, but just like kind of real.
Sure, and just for clarification, I'm not sure how many people would know this, but the half-life of uranium is billions of years. So, if it was conserving power, and it wasn't like actively draining the uranium, actively, bombarding it, it could last a very long time.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what those metal spheres are doing that Patrick Jackson talks about. When the Navy took X-rays of the Betz sphere, there was three radioactive, elements in the middle of it. That's why they didn't want to drill into it. And if the outside is made of the correct metals, they could be pushing off of each other, creating anti-gravity and doing all this stuff that those spheres are doing. Now, they would still need some type of like AI, I think. But, it's like stuff like that nobody ever talks about.
That video I posted with the UFO from Hollywood the other day, I told Patrick Jackson about it because there's some spheres coming out of it, and he freeze framed it and spotted them.
Oh, cool. He probably put it on the Facebook group.
Oh, maybe. I don't go on Facebook, but he did do it on the post itself. If you want to check that out, I'll send it to you if you want. But
Oh yeah, do that.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Anyone else have their hands up or anything? So yeah, but if you guys are talking about how old this shit gets, like there's like a lot of articles about shit that was found that was old, right? Like this is like another little excerpt that in 1845 and still existing is a nail of obvious manufacture that was found in a stone block from the King Goody quarry in North Britain. The nail was half embedded in stone, half in till or tillite, which is the crumbly matter churned up by the glacial ages. If the nail originally rested in the solid stone, it is millions of years old. But even if it is part of the till, it is a minimum of 10,000 years old. And where did they have plants manufacturing nails in 8,000 BC? I think that would speak more to like just a prior like civilization, right? Maybe not UFOs necessarily. I don't know why they would be using nails, but who knows why? Time travelers, maybe.
Yeah, that's what makes it hard for me. Like, okay, because you still have geopolymers, right? We know rocks can be grown. So there could have been a natural phenomena in the area that just made that rock seem old. Or, we even have frogs that are found inside rocks. How did they get in there? One could have got transported to inside the rock, doing experiments or high voltages of electricity. Even the last thing you mentioned, about the two things being put together, right? If that thing was stuck in a rock, it could have been generating like very high amounts of plasma and made the rock form around it instead of being stuck in a rock. And then it broke open. You see what I'm saying? So there's like too many things I can't cross off of that list. That's why that stuff's so fascinating to me.
Yeah, and it happened again in 1851. Another cut iron nail, 6 penny size and only slightly corroded, fell out when this man dropped a piece of auriferous quartz he was examining, dating back at least 1 million years. I mean, like, what if they didn't drop the nail like back then, but whatever happened from the future or whatever sent it back in time and it got lodged in some rock, right? What if that's how it ended up there? Like,
Did you say quartz? Did you say quartz?
Yeah, auriferous quartz. It's a AURIFEROUS. I've never heard of that word, but is that anyone recognize that word? Never heard.
I'll just quickly point out, like, because we're, the conversation from before about Valiant Thor in the 1950s with, really hot Phoenician women, and now 19th century findings of these ancient artifacts. There were a lot of like there are just so many scams out there, So I would just preface this that it might have been that there's always that possibility too.
Did you
Yeah,
think?
definitely.
Are you saying Valiant Thor is possibly a scam, or what are you saying?
Or a joke? Could have been a joke, but like when you look at the faces of a lot of the people, like the recordings from the late 1940s and early 50s and even 60s, when they're talking about UFOs, and I mean, they look like they're about to laugh. I mean, it's like an inside joke, Many of the things people say are not necessarily true. And at the time, the Cold War was in full swing. And even when you consider like who's being promoted some people on like UFO Twitter, and they're talking about the most like ridiculous, like it's not even woo, it's just like it's just complete useless. And then you have people, no offense to any military, ex-military or military people here, but you do have people who seem to be promoting them and like, and it's like, what's the point of that? Like, it's all right for fun sometimes, like just chatting in a space, just joking, but it's still happening, to be fair.
Logan, can you accept dude's request? I keep trying to let him be a speaker, but it's not working for me.
I did it like a couple times, but then he dropped back down for some reason. I don't know. I just invited him, so hopefully that works. If anyone else wants to come up, you can't, just let us know. I want everyone to come up who wants to come up. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand John, because he went from the Valiant Thor conversation to military promoting people. I'm trying to how to connect the two. I'm trying to understand what he was saying.
It basically it gets summed up to this. From their perspective, the message has political power. So if someone claims to be speaking for aliens, and then they say, well, what you're doing is wrong in X country or with X war, with X operation, they see that as communist propaganda, and that's to be neutralized. So many plans were created, not just to dismiss UFOs. So the first thing was like Red, is his name Red Panda Koala, I think. He had a very, very good video on this about how the disinformation that was released about UFOs, and to basically make it a mockery to talk about it.
Yeah, I
And
remember
now,
that. I remember that.
And now, so we need a safe space to talk, because people are just so self-conscious about talking about seeing something anomalous in the sky. And so you need these safe spaces. So you have this environment that's created where you need safe spaces. So the people who are promoted, and they act like victims, and they, so when you question them, you have this kind of support network that immediately jumps in, and you think, oh, well, that's just because it's a safe space. We need this for experiencers and people who have close contact or see a UFO, whatever. But that's not it. It seems too tailored. I mean, you have these people saying the most ridiculous, stupid stuff, and then you can't even question them. And they spend an hour or 2 hours or three talking about absolute rubbish that is absolutely pointless. But the interesting thing is, and this is just my autism talking, because I have to analyze fucking everything. I just have to try and understand it. But there is method to it. And the method is it deflects responsibility. It makes us seem like we're more powerful, that human beings are in control, that our governments are in control, that anyone who questions this is promoting bad juju or bad karma or something, or negativity. And it promotes this, like, it just feeds right in. So it's like, the previous making a mockery of it, and then creating a safe space, and then having a narrative. It's just creating a narrative with specific, for specific purposes. And the purpose is to neutralize any kind of what are seen as communist propaganda, or whatever other label they have. I'm not sure, because I'm not a military person, but they would look at it kind of like what they did years ago during the elections in the United States. They would just say Russia is, excuse me, are influencing, or Russian bots are influencing. So, this is not like a secret. This is, it's actively ongoing, and it's being used within the UFO community and against the UFO community still.
I think Lacey had her hand up, and then dude.
I didn't mean to have my hand up. I was sending you something, Eric. Some friends of my son's They went to Arkansas and found a 1.9 carat diamond at one of those state park digs.
Yeah, are you? If it's on DM, I'll go check it out. I haven't
Yeah,
been looking at it. I'll go look at it.
that's pretty cool.
And then before you jump in, I just want to comment to John that, and I'm only commenting. I'm not saying I'm on the communist side or the Nazi side or any side. I'm just analyzing the information. So if you look at Project Paperclip, for example, and all the people that came over, many would have viewed those people, and maybe rightfully so, as Nazis. So then, shortly thereafter, there was this big push in the 50s. Many of us know this already about, he's a communist, he's a communist. And so they went after people that they were accusing to be communists. But it was so what we've got, unfortunately, in America and probably in other countries, maybe all countries, is this struggle for power between what people call communists and what people call Nazis. So what I perceive is we got a microcosm in ufology where you've got this group, and I'm not saying what group is communist or Nazi, but you've got a group of people that want certain information out, and another group that don't want that information out because it's a power struggle. They're trying to control the minds of the population that they want to control the minds of, so they continue on with their fucking criminal activities. So I'll shut up and let Dude talk now.
Oh, wow. You guys got great opinions. I like them both. Mine's not going to be that good. I was just going to say, and people are experiencing things. They're seeing things in the sky. And there are people that are being taken. I mean, Hopkins investigated hundreds of people, John Mack, and me, myself, with my own experience and my experience, no matter, it's good to have opinions and talk about it, get stuff off your chest, but it's not going to change the way I think. It's not going to change what I see with my eyes. It's not going to change what I've experienced in my life. Opinions are good. I got my opinion, but the bottom line is our planet's being observed, and that's a fact, and that's my reality. So that's the way I look at it.
I did have
Okay.
a question. Is there a special app to be able to listen tonight on the radio? What did Eric call it? Spanker?
Spreaker, Spreaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll send you a link also, so you'll know, Lacey. Thanks,
Yeah.
Loyalty. Loyalty, you got some questions, bro? If you want to just go ahead, I'd like to hear. Unless somebody else puts their hand on, I want to hear, because I could tell Loyalty's trying to understand some things. He's a smart man, I can tell. So I'm happy to answer any questions that I could try to answer for you.
Well, I got a lot of questions, and it would probably take me, decades to get them all out. To be honest with you, but I'm in this transition of coming out of the Matrix. So yeah, I have a lot of questions. I'm just here learning. It's a lot of smart individuals in these groups, and I'm learning, and I'm asking questions because I've researched a lot of things over the years myself, but I never had anyone or any group of people or a circle that I could talk to about those things. I always was stuck in the Matrix. So now that I'm unplugged, aka divorced, I can I'm out of the matrix now, so I can get to where I needed to be. But I did have a question for Dude. The question I asked earlier was actually for Dude, but we got cut off and had to start a new room. And my question for Dude was about the difference between God and UAPs or aliens or whatever, or is there a difference, or are they the same thing, or what do you think about that? That was my question for Dude.
Well, I could, to really be honest with you, I just want to be straight honest. I don't want to jump into things that I don't know, because I'll go off with a theory, and a theory's not true. And so I just want to just myself, myself, not give that the theories of it could be this, or what if this, or what if that. I'm just gonna stick to what I see, what I know, and I'm gonna stop giving off theories and doing what I think, and just be more honest and open and just straightforward.
Wow, you know that guy who won the jackpot this latest time on November 5th was the biggest ever one? That's crazy. I didn't know that. 1.9 billion. That is a lot of money. But
Is that the one that was shared with Tennessee too?
I think so. I don't remember. But I
I
remember like when
think
they said how much
so.
they took a lump sum, I think, right?
Yeah, I would have too.
But they got like only like 300 million out of like almost 2 billion. Like
Right.
damn. Fucking taxes, man. Shit. They took
But I
70%.
think the jackpot was like at 6 billion or something like that.
Not that I know of.
I,
Oh, has
I
it ever
got
been that high?
jackpot. I got a theory about the lottery.
Let's hear it.
So what if this? What if the lottery is a intelligence conspiracy designed to launder black money?
That's it?
I knew it
Yeah,
was
Wait,
coming.
what? Wait a minute. That sounded racist.
that sounds
No,
pretty.
no, bro. No, not. I should. I'm sorry.
Got
I'm
him.
sorry, buddy. No, black money being like off the books money, like CIA money, where they put like loads and loads of money on a plane and take it to another country so that they can get another country to agree with their philosophy on how they should control the world. So that kind of money.
No,
I'm
you
sorry,
you know
buddy.
what? You may be right because I had thought about starting a business, a company, where you know how you go to the gas station to play the lottery. So why won't someone just build like just a chain of buildings where that's all you do in that building is play lottery?
Yeah, you go to Vegas, bro. That's where they have a bunch of buildings like that in Vegas.
Well, I mean like a Pacific company, like let's say a McDonald's. Like every state, every corner, there's a building where all you do is go to, because I thought of it because I get tired of going when the lottery gets that big and I'm trying to get some gas and it's like everybody's trying to play and I'm just trying to put 20 on 4. You know, why don't I just start why don't I just start a company, a franchise where all you do is it's just one building where everybody can go in there. You have your long lines. You can play Powerball. You can play this. You can play that. You can play bingo. I don't care. It's just one building, and it's a franchise. But for some reason, I hit a road where a wall because the gas stations are somehow they have some type of control in there, and you can't because it would take business away from them. So there's some type of connection where you can't do that because if that was the case, somebody would have been done it.
Sorry, loyalty. Why wouldn't you just make an app for people's phones?
Why wouldn't I make an app for people's phones?
Well, rather than build a building and fill it with physical machines.
Well, it's because you can't. The lottery, in order to play the lottery, you have to use cash. It can't be digital. It can't be a debit card. It has to be cash.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about gambling machines. You're talking about the
No,
national lottery.
right. I'm talking about the Mega Millions, the Powerballs, all that. It
You
has to be
can't buy a
cash.
lottery ticket with a debit card?
Nope. You got to
Nope.
have cash.
That tells you how much I play, so okay.
That tells you that they're doing exactly what Laylo says.
I didn't say that, Eric
Yes,
did.
they are.
A
They already
communist era.
You can
grandfathered
use your
in.
debit card in some areas, and then you can also buy online now. It's changing. It's getting they're trying to figure out a way how to everybody gets their numbers and their numbers.
Is that for federal lottery?
Yeah, the federal Mega Million and Powerball. Because I play it, and I like the
And you say
machines, the new
you can get
machines.
them online?
Yeah, some places you can get them online now, and then some places you can use your debit card. Only debit though, not credit. And some gas stations just say only cash because they don't want to deal with that debit transactions. And now they have all those new machines where you just like it's all touch screen and shit. It's changing.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it's
was
in
just
South
speaking.
Carolina.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just speaking.
you're next to me.
I was speaking specifically on gas stations because they like down here anyway. They control all of that lottery, and they want cash. They just want strictly cash. They keep it totally separate from whatever's going on in the actual gas station.
My local guy, if you spend $10 or more, he does it all on the debit card in Florida, South Florida, in the gutter. But just so sometimes it depends on I don't know what he does. He also accepts
He's buying
EBT
your
for weird
card.
shit.
Like he's running the transaction through the store and then buying the card with his money and giving it to you. You see what I'm saying?
If I pay over $10,
That's that black money.
what would he? I don't know. Explain to me because I'm not.
It's like the same way you can get a Lucy, but it's illegal technically.
So if he takes, if I pay over $10 for let's say 2 energy drinks, or what I hope I don't, but fucking two. Let's just say for example, and then I have to pay him the proper price for the tickets. What is he doing there? If you know the lick, what
He's
is that?
pulling a dollar out of his pocket. He's pulling a dollar out of his pocket and putting it in the machine.
I believe it. These guys buy the EBT cards off the kids in the street too.
Yeah, there's ways around everything, bro.
and not only that,
Yeah,
by him
you
doing
could
there's
totally do this loyalty. You
Yeah.
could do it with crypto. You could start your own app, like a lottery with crypto.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, buy your own books and then hand them out that way. But no, then they can't cash them in.
You win the Powerball crypto and you're worth 30 cents though.
Yeah, you just have to cash it in for them, right?
Yeah. I have to look into that. I have
Crypto's
definitely.
already gambling.
Moon coin.
I think
Safe
what the
million.
machine does is it spits out every combination number. So the more bigger it gets, it spits out all the combinations that you can write. There's only 1 out of 32 million. So somebody's got to get lucky out of that 32 million to get that combination.
I've been thinking lately, some states like Florida, if you win, you have to get a lawyer right away because you don't have the right to the privacy aspect of it. If you lawyer up, you can, and I think that's crazy with the rates that they're at now, in the billions. It is kind of weird, man. You can't hide your private. They should just do a umbrella for the whole country. Everybody gets the right to privacy at winning, unless they choose.
Unless they choose what? Sorry.
Unless they choose, post me up. I just won $1 billion. You know what I mean? If you choose to do that, that's cool. But in Florida, you don't even get the choice. You have to get a good lawyer, and I think that's crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
If I won
That's
$1
true.
billion, I come from a life where I'm terrified actually. So I really want to play a lotto. I always get weirded out that somebody
And keep quiet and don't tell anyone about it. And make copies of it, and then hide it somewhere safe, and then hire some professionals, like a lawyer, a tax attorney, a financial advisor, an accountant, an estate planning attorney. Set up a trust, accept the winnings anonymously, and I don't know.
Bow Wow was actually in a movie about this. But
Bow
think
Wow?
about how it would look if somebody kept winning billions of dollars, but they're anonymous. Would you think the money was going where it's supposed to? Look at how we already feel about it now.
You know how they say you're more likely to get hit by lightning. I told the story before, but it's been months. I worked for a guy, did all these extras. He owned a restaurant on the other side of the Bay Bridge in Maryland called Anglers. And he had gotten that restaurant when his mother won $70-some thousand in a lottery. He owed me $300 after having me in his attic for a day doing extras, wouldn't pay it. And then a month later, he won the first mega lottery in Maryland, $10 million. He never paid me my $300.
What a dick.
I would have kicked
Yeah.
that door. Oh, I mean, I would have paid him a nice visit.
Yeah.
We had our share. It was my cousin, my brother, and I. But you can't get that reputation either.
Yeah, I think that's a good topic actually. Like if you won the lottery, let's say a $500 million, $500 million, what would you do? I would start with me first. Me personally, if I want to have, I'll cash all the way out, pay the taxes on it, uh, and I would totally disappear off the map. Meaning, I would change my phone numbers, address, so on and so forth, and I would quietly live my life, travel, and donate to certain charities. I would quietly give back to communities. Kind of like how Tyler Perry would, buy people's layaways on Christmas, and I do stuff like that quietly until the day I die. And of course, I would invest in quiet companies and that are turnkey operations, so I can keep the money coming in or keep flipping it. Hopefully be a billionaire or two, before the day I die, so I can have something for my kids, you know, and my kids' kids, generational wealth. That's what I would do. So, what would you guys do if you won a million, half a million, $500 million
I'd do
lottery ticket?
something stupid right off the bat. Something fun.
Probably
Yeah,
everyone
I'd
does,
flood
right?
these streets.
Hey, Eric, did you say that you're showing as co-host, or I mean as host right now? But yeah, I mean, 70% of the winners go broke, and the rest declare bankruptcy, or they just die. Uh, that's a curse of the lottery. No, you're not muted, Eric. You can't be muted. Maybe try hitting the button a little harder. If
Yeah,
you want to leave,
I remember someone dying. I can't remember where. I think it might have been Florida. But yeah, I remember someone he hitting the lottery and just partied so hard he ended up, you know, getting knocked off or something like that.
if you're playing
And
the lottery, chances are like you're not one of the people that's great at spending their money wisely. So
yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't even play. I don't even play at all. I don't gamble
yeah,
at all. Period. I don't. You know.
When Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, it was two dudes that took a credit card and published it themselves and went into massive debt, $20,000. And they eventually sold it to Disney for like 50 million. And Kevin Eastman was one of the creators, and he became a publisher he was just trying to float the publications. He wasn't trying to do it for profit because that's one of the things he had a passion for. And I know a couple illustrators that are old men now that they were finally allowed to take a year and tell a story and do a little graphic novel and he paid them, and when he closed that down, he paid them in full every contract he had, and he had a massive amount of them. At one point I think he was publishing heavy metal as well, but he paid every contract off 100%. That's the kind of creative thing you can do with money. How many ideas got out there because of him?
You know what's crazy? A lot of people don't realize about like you said, how small Ninja Turtles started out as, and they don't realize the similarities, like with the Marvel comics, right? Like Marvel has the hand, Ninja Turtles has the foot. Um, Master Splinter, dude that taught Daredevil was Stick. Shredder comes from them looking over in the kitchen, trying to think of a bad guy and seeing a Shredder like for cheese, and they were like, okay, Shredder. It's really crazy. Cool underdog story.
Yeah, I remember when they first came out when I was a kid. What did they come out like right after ET, somewhere around there? Or it was a while after that?
I'm remembering 89, 90, 91, 90. When I met him, it was 93, and he was publishing. But it had turned into a boom already. So maybe late 80s. It's around the time.
Yeah, about late 80s. You're right. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's just developed ever since. Like every few years, it was a new Ninja Turtle set, or as technology got better, especially when it came to animation and filmmaking and CGI, all that stuff. As technology got better, they got better with the films, almost like the Avengers now. I look at the Avengers as the old Ninja Turtles.
I
Maybe
just think that aspect of it is cool, like how small it was and how they did the opposite of Marvel stuff because they like couldn't necessarily be original, but then it's like those movies where they show the person trying to make up a fake name and he's like looking around the room and he's like ceiling, light switch, carpet, so that's what I think about. They're like shredder, and then it's like one of the biggest cartoons ever.
the other Matt Simon was one of the creators of The Simpsons, and it's a long time ago. I've heard these interviews. He died, I think, of cancer later, but he became a big animal activist when Facebook first started, 2010 or whatever. He would share my pictures of my first dog, Charlie Girl, because I connected through those Howard Stern friends, But anyway, his story was that Tracy Ullman's show had him and Matt Groening as creators, writers, and they had all like 3 skits that were supposed to be a regular skit on this. It was a skit show, sort of like Saturday Night Live, but faster. So Tracy Ullman said, "All right, what are your ideas?" They said, "Well, we got this animated idea, to have this animated thing, or this one woman who's a compulsive shopper, and this other one's about this father-in-law who." So they liked all the other ideas and said, "Not the animated thing." So they didn't work on it. So then they had the time to present the idea at like 11 a.m. and they rejected all their ideas. Like, no, that won't work. So, all right. So look, we'll do lunch. They said, then go over this animated thing. We got some people in Japan, and we're very interested in doing the animated series you were talking about. So they had nothing. So during lunch, they came up with The Simpsons.
That's wild.
Wow. Yeah, that's how it happens, though. I've been in that situation before. That's how it happens. And as a matter of fact, it's almost 8 o'clock here. In about 8 minutes, I'm gonna be getting up out of here because I got a lot of work to do. I got 2 scripts to do. I got a movie I got to finish editing. So I'm probably going to be sliding out of here in a few, guys.
Get out of here.
I'm already getting ready to go to court with my friend.
Good luck.
Well, thanks. It's over a ticket. She had a wreck, hit a tractor trailer truck head on, and she got a ticket for not keeping control of her vehicle.
Wait a minute. She hit a tractor trailer truck head on.
Yes. And she was going like 50 when she done it.
What was she driving?
A Volvo.
A tank, apparently.
Yeah. She was damn lucky, is what I told her. Real damn lucky.
But what's she going to court for?
Because of the ticket, she has to appear. She'll have to take a driving class or something.
So wait. How did she get on the other side of the street?
What?
I mean,
the tank crossing sign.
Oh, she had surgery on her leg, and something wasn't right, so she left work going to a doctor. And on her way to the doctor's appointment, something happened. She jerked, and it caused her to wreck.
Oh, so you think it might have had something to do with her leg
Yes.
and a nervous system or something?
Yes, it did.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because she had called and got an appointment, left work, and was on her way because she's having issues.
Yeah, well, where I'm from, usually when I hear a story like that, it starts with, yeah, she was leaving the bar and,
Oh, right. This happened at noon.
yeah, it's the same here. Somebody's drinking right now. Matter of
Well,
fact,
you're probably right. Yeah.
I've had 2 beers already in a bowl.
wow.
Wow.
But I never drink in the morning, and I don't know why I'm drinking right now. I swear to God, it's true. I don't drink in the morning, but I just felt. I think I got upset that I pissed off Andrew. I felt bad about it. That was rude. That was wrong of me.
I must say that I've been semi sober for up to almost 60 days now. Like I had one drink, and that was just socially with somebody because I had a meeting. That's actually for the guy I'm writing the script for. I had a meeting with him, but other than that, I haven't had a drop.
What all happened in here a little while ago? Hell, I guess I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you were
Yeah, did
snoring a little bit.
Andrew really get mad because Eric says he talks a lot? Is that all that happened?
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't just Eric. It was everybody. It was kind of, well, not everybody, but more than one person, I think, right? Teasing him a bit.
Andrew would be great for Gigi's show. Like you're going to go on tonight. I
Oh
think.
yeah.
Because he needs to be interviewed. I'll tell you what. If I had a show, I would interview the guy because he's just a plethora of knowledge.
Oh
It's
my
just,
God, he is.
Yeah, Andrew snapped.
Eric, I feel the same closeness to him that I think you do, and that I think we have this pretty much the same opinion. He's brilliant. He acknowledges and knows he goes on, and not one of us isn't a bit of a blowhard when it comes to talking too much. I mean, that's how the Spaces draws it out of you, right? But I do agree. I think you woke up grumpy. You know what I mean? I just I can hear it when
yeah,
I'm
you're
always.
exactly right. You're. That's why I apologize, and I mean that sincerely. It was wrong and it was rude, and it's not my nature. And you guys know that. I hope I feel bad about it.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm just. I think you're on the spot with it, and the other half of it is he's aware of it, and I do the same thing. I feel like because we are tight with him, we can rib him, and he lets that happen. He's not super duper sensitive about that. I've found, but I catch myself like he don't want to hear that. I shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the one thing he's a bit sensitive about that he talks about, right? That he doesn't never felt comfortable talking in public, right? So he just always shut up. But in here, he feels like he can talk a lot. So this is, I guess, how he gets all that pent up talking out.
Damn, my bad, Zim. Did I clear my throat while you were talking?
No, but I'm not talking to you anymore until you apologize. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I thought my mic was on. I looked down. I was like, oh shit.
So
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. I appreciate you guys, man. I hope to see you later.
You're my
I got a
boy,
lot of
bro.
today.
You told us 8 minutes, bro. It's only been 6.
Okay, I'll wait 2 minutes. I'll
Okay,
wait 2 minutes.
I got a story for you. So Disney hired some little people to dress as Pinocchio and wave at people at the premiere of Pinocchio. They left them on a balcony with enough food and wine for the day, but by late afternoon, they were all naked. Costumes were too hot. They were naked, drunk, and screaming swear words at people. Bunch of little people. Imagine that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go on and slip on up out of here. You guys have a good day.
I love you,
Good day,
love you.
loyalty. Good day.
All right.
You my
Peace.
boy, Blue.
You my boy, Blue.
You my boy.
Did they leave him a keg, Logan?
I wish.
The little people.
This was like in. I'll share it at the top, or I'll send it to you. But yeah, they got a picture of them there. They're so cute looking.
But they're fierce.
I just sent it to you.
I'm not trying to harp on this. And can somebody recap me as to like what exactly was wrong about what Eric said? I just don't want to like. I didn't think Eric was rude, and I don't want to be rude to somebody if that was rude.
What did he do?
No, I was okay. It was the language. I think it was the language. Like I used the F word several times, and I spoke kind of loud and aggressive, and that's just not. I should have been more diplomatic and polite and respectful.
Oh,
So
did you get
that's the
spicy
bottom line. Is
again?
the way I went about it was not the right way.
Did you get spicy again?
Yeah, it was very spicy, very extra spicy.
And Lacey missed it because she was snoring, and some of the good hosts removed her from the mic.
They know they can do that. Especially if I'm snoring. That's what they need to do.
I thought it was somebody pouring a soft drink.
And it was me?
Oh, the Rat King.
Yeah, we had your back, Lacey. Right, Logan?
Oh yeah.
And
Y'all made fun of me first, though.
I don't think Lacey was snoring. Actually, I have a theory about this, but I'm almost afraid to say it because I don't want to offend Lacey.
Oh, go ahead.
So I don't think you were snoring. I think that you had pulled out your vibrator and you forgot to mute.
No, I haven't had it out this morning.
You know what it's like when a vibrator goes dead halfway through your session? It's like having sex with a man.
That was good. That was very good.
That was a good one.
I saw a reshared tweet yesterday. I mean, it was reshared thousands of times, but it was some UFO Twitter person, and it said, all you people talking about simulation, all you're talking about is that there's a God, but you think God is a nerd. I thought that was hilarious.
A nerd?
Yeah, who created a computer program that mankind, you know?
Oh, Lord. Hearing that word simulation. And it's got more and more popular.
Simulation.
And Eric, I think the biggest disclosure I've heard in a week is that you actually hung out with Open Eye. That all of us regulars went, what? When we heard that is that's an eye.
that's old news.
Yeah, that's old news.
It is old news. But there's a lot of stories that I've told some of them that, here's where he got his credibility with me. Okay, initially, is he invited himself to this party in Los Angeles that Jimmy Church was having. He just kind of crashed it. And he shows up and I'm like, he's like, don't take any pictures of me. I don't want anybody to know. I've got people, FBI and CIA and the whole 9 yards. So I said, dude, don't worry about it. I'm not going to take no pictures of you. But anyway, he was not invited. He just kind of crashed the party. And then after the party was over, the next day, he contacts me. He says, come with me. We're going to drive out to this spot like 3 hours from where we were in Los Angeles to go look at the aliens in the mountain. You've heard that story. There's aliens. He's trying to recruit a bunch of us to go with him to go research the aliens in the mountain out there near Mount Whitney in California. So I had to go that way anyway, home. So I says, all right, I'll just humor this guy. All right, I'll follow you and let's go find these aliens, right? And I'm just going along with his little deal.
So we get out there. The sun's just not set yet. It's still just starting to go over the mountain. And we pull into this area where and it's a little bit of snow in the mountains. And I'm looking with my binoculars, and he's looking. I says, "Okay, where's the aliens?" He says, I don't see them. They're not there. I says, "Well, you just made me come all the way out here, Neil. You told me there was aliens out here, and now I'm here and there's no freaking aliens." I said, "You're gonna pay for my gas." I was teasing him, but he didn't know. He thought I was seriously pissed. He says, "Well, they're here. I just don't see them right now." I says, "Okay, I'm just gonna get in my van. You get in the van with me. We're gonna look at this mountain. We're gonna wait for the aliens." Swear to God, true story. If he ever comes back into one of these rooms, he'll tell you exactly what I'm saying is what happened. So then this is where it gets freaky. We're sitting there. The sun's over the mountain now. It's not quite dark. It's just kind of dusk, whatever. And all of a sudden there's this light that pops up at the base of the mountain. I would say it was about a quarter to a half a mile away, but it was obvious that there was this light down there. It was just hovering at the bottom of the mountain, right off the ground. I would guess it looked to be hovering maybe 6 or 8 feet off the ground. And we're looking at this thing, and we're just trying to figure out what this thing is. So I had my iPad, and that was when we had Periscope back in those days. So I went Periscope live. So I was literally recording this thing live on Periscope, because if I thought whatever this thing is, I want everybody to see it so that they can say, "Oh, I didn't like CGI it or make it up or edit it in," like a lot of people try to do with their videos. They want to make it seem like they got some cool video, but most of the time it's bullshit. So anyway, we're recording this thing. Go ahead.
No, my bad, Eric. I was just saying Jade.
Yeah, so we're recording this thing, and so now there's this dirt road that's not paved. It's just kind of windy, and I said, "Let's go." I says, "Let's just drive out there towards it." And so he's like, "Are serious?" And I go, "Yeah." I said, "You told me you're a scientific researcher, Neil. And if you're really a scientific researcher, then what we need to do is drive out there and go see what this thing is." He says, "Well, okay, all right then." So I said, "Okay." So and I'm recording all this conversation that I'm having with Neil, that I'm sharing with you right now. It's all being recorded. So we're driving out there, and we're starting to get close to this thing, and it's obvious to me now that this is not anything that's man-made. This is whatever this light is. This is not an optical illusion. This is not some reflection. This is an object that's kind of floating and moving away from us as we're driving towards it. And so finally he says, "Dude, I don't think I want to do this anymore. I don't know if this is a good idea." I go, "What do you mean this is not a good idea?" I says, "If there's aliens out there, you told me there's aliens, and now I'm going to go out there and drive out there and try to find these aliens. You're telling me it's not a good idea." He goes, "I'm a little nervous. I don't know if this." I swear to God. So his whole thing. I know I'm a scientific researcher. I'm a scientist, and I mean, come on now, Neil. But anyway, after 14 minutes of trying to follow this thing, eventually it went around the mountain and we couldn't see it anymore. And that's the true story. And so I'm sticking to it 100%. No bullshit right there.
It went around the mountain and he couldn't see it anymore, and he was glad.
Oh, yeah. He was very happy.
Definitely. Can you describe the thing like in more detail, or is that like all you could see of it?
No, it was like what some people might call an orb. Some people call it like a plasma ball. It definitely, in my opinion, it was not a solid object, or at least it had nothing that looked to me optically like a solid object. It was a ball of light. And I've got pictures of it, and I was taking pictures of it also with my other camera. And this thing kind of would shapeshift, and I mean the light would be a certain shape, and then in the next moment it would be slightly different. So it was kind of undulating, like if you looked at a ball of fire, and you can kind of see it, and then it's kind of got all this movement around it from the energy that's coming off the ball of fire. That's what this thing looked like. There was like energy coming off this thing. I never felt anything that made me afraid. If I was afraid, then I would have just not even done what I did. I just wasn't afraid. I don't know why.
You didn't get the opposite feeling, did you? Like you weren't attracted to it?
No, I was. I was not afraid to go out there and see. I just didn't get a feeling that whatever it was, I didn't think that there was going to be a problem. And then there wasn't a problem. I don't know if I just guessed right, or it could have been stupid, but to even try to go out there. But I guess I'll say this.
if we were driving towards it and then it stopped and then started coming towards us, then that would have been a whole nother conversation we'd be having right now, probably.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I was asking. Like, you were following it, but like, were you compelled to follow it? So no, then you were just kind of curious.
No, I was totally compelled. I definitely was compelled.
Oh,
that's
okay.
why
So,
I drove out there. I mean, I actually scraped it. I have this van with the running boards on the bottom.
oh no,
You
I
step.
meant like the light itself compelling you.
It had to be. I mean, well, of curiosity. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but I was recording that thing, and I thought, let's just see what happens. Let's just. If I could get closer to this thing and get a better, closer view of it, and get it closer to the camera, then we could see what it is. Or it's the car on fire, or whatever. I mean, I was just trying to figure out what the hell it was. That's all.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Oh, hey. There's a I just saw this like article by what's his name? His name is John E. Brandenburg. He's a PhD. He's the author of Death on Mars: The Discovery of a Planetary Nuclear Massacre. He's the consultant at Kepler Aerospace, and I guess he works for Los Alamos, or used to. He writes in a late Mars Society paper, there's evidence of a large R process events on Mars in the past, and only 2 known R process events. It's either a supernova or a thermonuclear explosion. So the R process is nukes, right? Or like a huge radiological event. So the hypothesis there is that there was 2 nuclear explosions on Mars. Mars meteorite EET blah, 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 found in Antarctica shows evidence of an event that occurred 180 million years ago, and Mars suffered a nuclear holocaust. Billions of megatons is the quote. More evidence that Mars' surface was bombarded. Argon-40 is superabundant on Mars' surface and was heavily bombarded with neutrons. I reported it to the DIA. They wanted this to come out. And there was a kingdom on Mars, like the Mayans. Some other alien group came and decided to destroy them. That's a hell of a quote, huh?
Logan, that matches up exactly with what I was telling the story the other day about Bruce May. And that's what he said, that he was a part of this group that at one time, I guess there was several races on Mars at one time, according to him. But somehow the frickin', we'll just call them the reptilians, these reptilian beings that basically were dominating Mars, and they were trying to, cause a lot of problems, basically. And so they felt that and then what he said, I forgot this part. So Bruce said that the planet that he was from, I believe it was in the Orion area, was a water planet. Okay, and he says that the reptilians destroyed their planet, but they were galactic travelers, like Star Trek kind of shit, and that they went to Mars, where their home base was at that time, or at least a large faction of the bad reptilians that were going around destroying other planets and so on and so forth. And he says that he piloted the ship that destroyed, that sent that nuclear blast that you just wrote about into Mars and destroyed the reptilians. And so now, when he was talking to us in real time as a human, currently a hybrid human, because he had pointed ears and he had an extra set of teeth in the back of his mouth, he said that this is just a memory, like a past life memory, that he had very vivid memories of doing this. And he was very adamant and very passionate about it. He could go on for hours and hours and hours and talk about this. So I don't know if it's true, but I just find it interesting.
Well, it was also told in the Mahabharata, right?
About Mars? I don't know about Mars, but I know they talked a lot about there being nuclear
about
wars here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Mars one, I've read that somewhere before also.
Oh yeah, I think another guy talked about it in the 80s on I don't remember where, but what's up, Sue?
Nothing. Just saying good morning. And you guys get any? I can't even talk. Did you get any sleep last night?
Me?
Any of you guys?
Oh, what's that?
Did any of you sleep last night?
I did. I woke up at 6 o'clock in a grouchy mood and came in here and chewed out Andrew.
Oh. I must be a hybrid too. I have 4 kidneys, believe it or not.
4? Did you say?
Yep.
Why do you
Really?
need all those?
What?
You're bogarting all the kidneys.
I know.
Did you say you have 4 kidneys?
Yes.
You should
Does
sell
your
one.
body use them all?
One is it does not function. One doesn't function well, which can lead to all kinds of problems, but I haven't had any, thank God. And 2 are normal.
What star galactic? And I'm not trying to be silly, but I'm going to make it sound silly. What kind of star galactic family would you say that you might align with if you were to imagine that you align with some other race that's not totally human?
I wouldn't have a clue because, as most people know here, I know very little about this whole subject, and I'm just taking it all in and learning. So I couldn't really choose. Sorry.
Have you, if you don't mind me asking, have you ever birthed children?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever had a situation, again, I know this is personal, you can decline, where you were pregnant and then at some point you lost the child?
No.
Okay.
No, I just had my daughter, and because I'm so teeny tiny, I had to have a C-section because she was breech. She couldn't move. She couldn't turn around. She was 2 weeks early. It was a scheduled C-section. Her birthday is December 30th, so a lot of people say, "Oh, you almost had her on New Year's Eve," but no, it was scheduled because there was no more room for her in there. So, but just her.
Are you on the East Coast of the United States by chance?
Yes, I am. I know you're going to say on the East Coast there's so many C-sections, right?
No, I just could tell from your accent that
Oh,
it was an educated guess.
oh, because they say that a lot about the East Coast. That there's a lot of C-sections, but in I had no choice. There was no way my pelvis was big enough or anything, so I had to have a C-section. And she probably will do too someday. But anyway, I'm off to see a doctor about my sinuses. And I'll probably talk to you all tonight. So have a good day. Love y'all.
Love you, Sue.
Hang
Have
in
a
there,
good
Sue. See
day.
you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Sue's a trooper.
Yeah, so what should I talk about tonight, Eric, on the show?
Okay, you know what would be interesting actually? I think you should. I'll probably join the show later, as I usually do. Just Gigi's. He's like good for about an hour, but then the second hour typically. But he's just Gigi does a lot better job than he did in the back in the day. Gigi used to get smashed, and then he'd have a guest on, and then he would literally take 5 minutes to get the question out of. So we used to tease him about it all the time. But yeah, talk about the Doty. Talk about the Doty space. I mean, to me, I still am amazed at that. All the questions and the conversation. I just think not because you and I did it or anything, or Doty's special or whatever. I just think that information was fucking great. What did you think about the information?
Yeah,
I don't think Logan wants that much hate.
That's a good point.
That could bring a lot of different stuff onto you.
Hey, if you're an investigator or a researcher or a research investigator,
Yes.
for me, I don't go into it trying to. I'm just looking for the truth. So I don't go into it trying to make friends or enemies. If someone doesn't like that I've talked to Richard Doty, that's their problem. But I'm getting information. We're going to figure out if what he's telling us is true or not. And if I have to be the asshole for doing it, then I don't give a shit.
Yeah, somebody thinks that you're actually a victim of Doty. He is I don't know. I think he. I don't know. I don't really want to say, but yeah. Do you think you could be a victim of doting?
A lot of
No.
people say that actually.
I'm glad
Do
you
they?
brought it up. I'll tell you why I don't think I'm a victim of Tony. Because I only actually get to talk to him on the phone for maybe an hour once a month. Okay. We communicate on Facebook Messenger occasionally, briefly. It's never ever been where he's trying to give me information or trying to get me to do anything. It's me asking him questions and him giving me answers when he can, and so I don't press him on anything. I don't know if everything he says. Okay, here's my theory. It's definitely possible. Now he probably would say that I don't believe this to be true, and he might be right. But it's possible that he's been given information by people that he trusts. So therefore he believes the information. So therefore he shares the information. Now that's possible. It's also possible that he has direct knowledge, which I believe is true, about things. And I believe he's shared truth about some of those things. So I'm not judging if it's all true or half true or whatever, but I promise you he's not manipulating me. And it's nothing like that. I don't get that involved emotionally or psychologically or all that kind of stuff with someone like that who I'm trying to figure out what's going on. That's not going to happen.
I'm transcribing that meeting right now. It's 5.5 hours, so it's a
That's
lot to
just what
transcribe.
I was about to ask you, Logan.
And I'm doing it right now.
Sweet. Yeah, let me send. I'll tell you what. If you need a little bit of money, I'll send you some money for doing that, and just send me a copy, just like a little just a little bonus, because you should. I mean, for doing that kind of work, you should be. Somebody should give you a tip for that, which I would definitely tip you for that.
Really? So if
I will
anyone
send
else
you
wants,
money.
there's a link on my profile for Cash App. Just hit that little cash button on my profile. It'll take you there.
All right. Yeah. Once you're done with it, let me know, and I'll Cash App you.
For show. So, anyways, what should I talk about?
I don't know. Talk about. Well, he'll ask you questions. He knows how to ask questions.
Okay, good. Because I gotta
Just
drive the conversation.
what I would do too is just be careful though. You can ask him questions. It's more of a conversation. It's not so much like an interview with Gigi. What's cool is it's more of a conversation. People are talking. Sometimes he has guests on like Richard Allen Miller, and it's freaking like being on an acid trip with him on the radio. You just try to figure out what he's trying to say, and then I jump in there and ask him questions. And instead of him giving me a direct answer, he goes off like Andrew into this Andrew zone where he just goes on. It tells you all this brilliant stuff, but never really gets to the point. And then finally, I just decide, okay, I'm not going to get the answer here, but that's okay, whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't trip on it. Just chill, have a.
He did cut out, right?
Lacey, I see Lacey talking, but I don't hear any sound.
I don't think she's talking. I thought you said, have a nice or something like that, and you cut out. And I was like, wait, did my app just crash? I was waiting for it to like come back on, but I think might have just been dead air.
Yeah, it could have. No, it might have been that something got cut off, but no big deal. Yeah, just it's all good. Don't even worry about it. It'll be fine.
Who's gonna hear it?
Probably a couple hundred people.
Okay. And how do they hear it? Through
Spreaker app, and then it goes on this other platform called the Fringe FM, which is run by Joe Roop. And so, just so you know, I'm going to give you a little back history. Shit. Cool. So Joe Roop used to produce the show that I was co-producer and co-host with the show called Quantum Hologram Matrix with Reverend John Polk. And he was the very first guest ever on Gigi's show. He talked about the blue beings, by the way. That was the very first show. So anyway, we did like 100 shows, amazing content with amazing guests. It was so great. It was the best way for me to learn is like, if you want to talk to Travis Walton, for example, you got to have a radio show good enough to where he'll come on and talk to you. So we created a great radio show, and we didn't have a huge audience because we were on Spreaker. But Joe Roop was responsible for archiving all the content. And at some point, there was this dispute between Joe Roop and John Polk. I don't really know what the details are, but Roop claimed that the archives are all gone. That there was a crash on his computer, whatever. He lost all his content. I don't even know what the real story is, but the bottom line is, there's no amount of money that I can figure out how to pay to get all those shows back. I don't. They could be gone forever, which is really sad. But it is what it is, and that's what's going on there.
No fans ever recorded it or anything like that?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. That's the sad part about it. It was just this was post 2017. This was like 2015, 16. Before Lou Elizondo and TTSA and all that started happening. We were bringing out these people. We had David Adair on, which was an amazing conversation with David Adair. We had Clifford Mahooty.
Can you talk about the David Adair one? I don't
yeah.
ever know whether to believe him or not, man, because his stories are so outrageous, but then you find out the stuff that he's talking about is true, and it's like, well, if all that's true, holy shit.
If I had to bet, I would say it's true. I've met him, actually got to hang out with him several times. Matter of fact, for a while back in the day, I had his phone number. I would call him occasionally, and he and I would have long conversations. He was a super nice guy. Then later, when he started coming out with some information, I think he was contracted through some agency, so he had to kind of go in this NDA mode. So he couldn't really have these kind of conversations with me anymore. But I believe him. And also, what's interesting is when he was done with this little experience that he had when he was 18, he was actually they went to his school. And they basically, when I say they, somebody that's connected to some intelligence agency, I think it was naval intelligence, and they brought him into this. They basically, gave him a job that he took and worked at for 11 years for naval intelligence. I'm not sure exactly what he did because he will not talk about it. I don't know that he'll ever talk about it, but that's what he did. So I don't know that if. Unless he's just this total psyop god, I don't think so. But anyway,
yeah, he was the first person I ever heard describe like the conscious link, where he said he was in that one base and he put his hand on the thing and it was like talking to him through his head or whatever.
Yeah, I don't quite recall that. I mean, it could have been true. Here's another guy that, for example, Clifford Stone had parts in, like the girl that. Here's what triggered this from memory: the lady that was just in here that said she had 4 kidneys. Clifford Stone had I can't remember what it was, but he had 2 of something that most of us only have 1 of, and he had the way some of his interior organs were positioned inside his body, were in positions inside his body that wouldn't be where our organs would be. In other words, there was something unique about Clifford Stone. Okay, and he told me about that. And then also David Adair has a very similar story that was totally separate from Clifford Stone. I don't even know that Clifford Stone and David Adair ever even had a conversation. But David Adair told me about similar things going on within his body that made him unique. So it's if I was going to speculate, I would say there's definitely hybrid humans out there. And I think the military is able to know about these people somehow. And then they bring them into these operations, like Clifford Stone doing the crash retrieval thing, and David Adair being like this mad scientist guy that just understands everything like a Tesla almost. These guys are like hybrid humans, in my opinion. I know it sounds woo, but that's what I think.
See, the problem with that stuff for me is, how should I explain? All that stuff already existed before those guys, where they just fed the information and they don't really know what's going on, but they're the puppets.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, but yeah, I think there's been hybrids for forever. They were just but they're anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they've got the hybrids down to a point now that we can't even tell when we're right next to them. I think that stuff is true.
And that's what Dr. Jacobs says, which I'm not so sure I'm all on board with everything he says, but he says they live among us and they're here now. And I've talked to other people that are researchers, older guys that have claimed to have actually interacted with these people, and it's like, again, until I see it and experience it myself, I can't go all in on it, but it's interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
David Jacobs tells like a scary apocalyptic story of the future, doesn't he?
Well, maybe it's if you think that hybrid humans, and Mary Rodwell wrote a book called The New Humans, and these are advanced indigo children type, humans that are been. If there is a hybrid program where whatever this particular race was that decided to genetically modify modern humans, they're doing it for the greater good of humanity. There's that theory. So I've seen very scarce evidence about that. Unless if I was a geneticist and I can test the DNA, and there's a guy in Sedona that I know who gave me a lot of information that he's a hybrid alien, and so I had to look into it, and he had this 23andMe where he sent in his whatever it was you send in to get your DNA tested at 23andMe. And then he showed me the letter and the email that when it came back, it said that we cannot test this. I'm paraphrasing. We cannot determine this or test this. This is not of human origin. Something along those lines. So I don't think the guy was trying to make up a story to impress me, because he's not selling anything. He's not out there trying to do speeches or write books. He seemed very intelligent to me. It's like definitely more advanced than just the way his energy was. So I'm just giving you my observations. I'm not making a judgment on that. I'm just saying that it's possible.
I don't know if like it would be necessarily in the best interest of us, maybe in the best interest of humanity as a species if we wanted to become more advanced. But would that be good for us? But that would mean maybe they just want to wipe us out so they can create better versions. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're going to wipe out humans like we are right now, for example. I think they're just going to continue to, whoever they are, they're going to continue to modify humans. And at some point, humans, the way we are right now, will not exist in the same exact form that we exist in right now. And if you go back in history, it appears as though this has been happening for hundreds and thousands, maybe millions of years or beyond, where there's a lot of people say, oh, the aliens. Well, maybe some of these people we're calling aliens are just humans, but in a different form or they're a different version of humans.
Yeah, look at the Watchers. We look eerily like them, just not as Germanic like Hitler's wet dream, That's what the photo was shown to that guy, Buddy. Remember when? Oh, you weren't here when he was talking, were you? When Buddy was disclosing about his Freemason disclosure?
Oh, yeah. That was quite interesting. Yes. Very, very interesting.
Had you heard that before?
He busted out some knowledge a little more than I'm kind of surprised, but he didn't cross the line. I'll tell you a story. So this about 5 years ago, I was in San Francisco at this UFO conference. It just happened to be the same conference that I met Bruce May and Jason Quitt and John, who else was there? Bob McGuire was there. Chris Bledsoe was there. Eric Mitchell was there. It was quite an all-star cast of people. There was a guy there that had his sitting there in this chair, kind of in the lounge area. And I every time you walk through the lounge or through the hall there, you just see people. So, but this guy was there for like a day and a half, and just didn't seem to be interacting with anybody. Wasn't trying to go to any of the conferences to listen to the speakers. He just was. I was kind of curious, like, what's this guy doing here, just sitting there with his laptop? So I went up to him. I said, hey, how's it going? Just started conversation, and then somehow we got onto the topic of Freemasonry. And so he started to explain to me, because he had studied it. And I says, well, how do you know about all this? He says, well, I did the first three degrees. So he actually went through all the procedures and finished the third degree. And then basically at that point, he said that he became aware of knowledge that he decided that he didn't want to go beyond the third level, and that was it. And it reminded me of Buddy, because it appears as though Buddy decided to go to the 18th level, and then for whatever his reasons were, decided at that point he didn't want to go beyond that. And I find that interesting, because why would that be?
I asked him about that. I have a feeling I know why, right? They wanted to, because like he said, when you get to a certain like a level, those guys, he said they're high up, they can't go corrupt really, because they have everything to lose and nothing to gain, which is what I think, just due to shit they make you do to increase your level, right? They blackmail you, they get shit on you, they force you to do shit that would be super horrible to expose, right? That's probably why he didn't want to go up. He didn't want to do that shit.
So after that night when Buddy talked, I called my friend whose parents were Freemasons and his family was Freemasons, and he knew this as a teenager and so on, and they wanted him to be a Freemason, and for whatever reason, as a teenager, he was indoctrinated. He was given the information to whatever degree you would give a teenager information, but he decided that he didn't want to go that way. So he went into the military service instead. So I was telling him about Buddy, and I said, oh, and he sent me his phone number. He's only a couple hours from me. I think I might drive out and meet him. He goes, hold on, pal. Let me tell you something. You do not want to fuck around with the Freemasons. I says, dude, I'm not trying to mess around with him. He seems like an interesting guy. He goes, listen, I just suggest that you not get involved in that. And I'm like, he was serious. He's like my best friend. And I didn't expect him to say that. He says, I know some things about the Freemasons. And he says, unless you want to be a Freemason, that's not something you just want to look into just for fun. He goes, I know you like to research things. He says, but you know what? You don't need to get involved with those people. And I said, okay, buddy, no problem. True story.
I mean, I'm gonna just ignore that advice and keep digging in anyway.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. I'll probably still call the guy, even though my friend said that. I'm gonna call Buddy. I'm not afraid that something's gonna happen bad to me. My friend was afraid for me, probably because he had experiences that caused him to be afraid. So he was just projecting that fear onto me. So his experience could be totally different than Buddy's or some other person's experience. But I find it interesting that almost every single president, including Trump, was involved in Freemasonry. And so it's a big club and we're not in it. And if you get to the highest level and you're part of a system of whatever it is that system is, I don't know exactly because I'm not in it. But that's where, these are the people that are running the show here. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to be like in any kind of position of power, I don't think, unless you're a Freemason. They've infiltrated every organization that holds any power, and they're the one that like are in charge of like they're gonna be your boss, the one in charge of hiring you, giving you a raise or promoting you or whatever. So you don't get to positions of power, I guess, unless you're a Freemason, I'm sure. All over NASA, every rocket, it's got their symbols on it. Tesla's got the dragon on it. Elon, I mean.
I used to work in Old Town Alexandria, and that whole city of DC into Alexandria is built in these weird patterns, and they all the old buildings have Masonic marks on them. And I saw online, I don't know if it's a good fact, but they said that there was letters between General Washington, President Washington, and people in Europe from Masons complaining about Illuminati. Did you guys ever hear of any of that? There's a letter from General Washington.
No,
I haven't researched the history, but yeah, Illuminati. That's not some fake conspiracy theory.
well, if there's a letter from George Washington about it saying now that calm down, they're not pushing the buttons too much. Back then, even if it is a conspiracy theory, it's from our founding of our country. So what happens when a lot of people believe in that for hundreds of years? Then it's real, right?
There's a lot of there's several Illuminati scams going on. I don't know. Some of you probably have gotten those text messages, private DMs, or whatever, whether you're on Facebook or Twitter. I actually know a lady well, I don't know her, but I know of a lady in Canada that's pretending to be a Rothschild, and she's offering to get, she's working this scam, trying to get people to see the light and so on and so forth. And I don't know exactly what her angle is to get money, because I figured it out. It didn't take me very long to figure out that it was a scam. And then, of course, once you know it's a scam, then that whole thing kind of ends. But there's got to be people out there falling for it that thinking, oh shit, I'm going to join the Illuminati. Send these guys $20 or whatever, and they're going to send me this. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. But so that would be the fake bullshit Illuminati. The real Illuminati would never do that crazy bullshit.
Or would they? In 1891, Miss Colt of Morrison, Illinois, was shoveling coal into her kitchen stove when a large lump broke in two. Exposed to her astonishment, view was an intricate gold chain, as finely worked as anything jewelers can make today. What prankster, if a hoax were suspected, would go to the trouble of slicing apart a lump of coal, putting in a valuable gold filigree chain, carefully seal it up, and slip it into Miss Culp's coal supply? In Salzburg, Austria, and it's now in a museum, a block of coal of the Miocene strata, which is about 12 to 26 million years old, yielded a perfectly machined cube of steel with slightly convex but symmetrical top and bottom sides, and with a cut groove. So if you go ahead and Google that, you'll find that's the Salzburg, Austria steel cube. I forget what they call it. That's a real thing they found.
Hey, Logan, can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
So check this out. Twitter just sent me a message saying that I'm banned from Twitter for 12 hours. But somehow I'm still on this call, which is kind of cool. Because remember a little earlier today when that guy Bo Suarez, was saying that my video was garbage, and I told him he has cock breath. Remember that?
Yeah.
So he fucking complained to Twitter, and they banned me for 12 hours. So I'll have to use an alt account if I get kicked out of here. Just want to tell you.
You can't get kicked out. They let you do this, though.
Yeah, well, that's trippy.
that's what
So
I was
I'm
gonna
probably
say.
banned from tweeting for 12 hours, which is no big deal. There's always other things to do in life. I don't have to tweet.
Yeah. So you can still hang out tonight. Tweet tonight, no problem.
Yeah, well, I got an alt account. So you know how that works. Everybody's got. If you don't have several sock accounts, I don't use them. I just have them in case.
Oh,
But
yeah.
anyway,
I don't know.
Weird timing right after we bring up the Masons and Illuminati. All of a sudden, we're all banned.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was thinking. I thought I knew you were going to bring up that tweet because the cock breath was just hilarious.
The kid was. I told him that he needs to go hop in his faggoty red Corvette and go find a clue. That probably pissed off some people on Twitter. I'm not. I apologize for saying that too, but that guy pissed me off.
Did you see the quote I made of it?
No, I did. Send it to me. I might not be able to see it for 12 hours, but send it to me.
Oh no, you can see it. You can still do messages.
Yeah, I'll have to look later. I want to take a chance. If I leave right now, I might be out of here for 12 hours, and that could be the end of my morning joy here.
Oh, right. Okay, good point.
Yeah, this is you're harboring me right now. I'm a Twitter fugitive. I'm being harbored in this space. So as long as I stay here, I feel like I'm in a safe house, right? A Twitter safe house. You might just have to keep this space open for 12 hours just so I can have a place to be.
You are spicy, huh?
Yeah, I'm starting my third beer now, which I don't drink in the morning, but I just felt like having a beer, I guess.
Or 3. Oh, here, I sent it to you. Oh, wait, I wonder what can you see? Maybe I can text it to your phone number. Or,
How about just tell me what it is? Just go ahead and just say what it is, and then I'll look at it later.
Oh, no, it's just your quote. Bo can get in his faggoty way. That's what he said.
Okay. Yeah. And did you notice he used the word garbage? Like he described the video as garbage. Did you see that? Oh shit! Maybe suddenly I can't talk. I could be gone. I might be out of here.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah.
They kicked you out, Eric.
So you know who uses that word garbage all the time on his show is Stephen Can Be Dumb with the Truth Seekers. If he doesn't agree with somebody, oh, that's garbage. So it's a lot. Some of these guys on Twitter are like they're like cult members of the Stephen Can Be Dumb Truth Seeker cult, and so they like to mimic his thinking, which is one dimensional stupidity.
This is what he replied to you with. He says, so the guy using sexual innuendos and fake UFOs on his page is your answer that you've been looking for decades?
Fake videos. See, here's the thing. If he had asked me like a couple of questions about where did this video come from, provide me some evidence so that I can look at this video and analyze it, or anything like that, instead of doing any kind of research at all, he just jumped to the conclusion that it was garbage fake video that I put up there. So that's the part that these guys just need to be smacked around real quickly when they have an attitude like that. Because I mean, do some freaking research before you try to troll somebody. There was a lady in Utah 2 days ago who was driving down the road over there near where where Skinwalker is, very close. We're talking within a quarter mile, half a mile, also near Space Wolf Research Center. And she saw, and during the daytime, the sun had already set, but there was still light in the sky. And there was this triangle object glowing in the sky, and she recorded it on her camera, videotape, and she posted it, and it looks a lot like what I saw and what other people have seen out there. So it's, it doesn't provide evidence necessarily directly, but it's like when somebody, let's say 3 or 4 or 5 people see the same thing in the same area over a short period of time, and they're all recording it, and the government doesn't say what it is or what it isn't. They just don't say shit. Then that tells me there's something going on there.
He said, this guy bitches away by blocking me. Or maybe he's butthurt because his video is bullshit.
Yeah, it was about that time where I realized that you had a space, and I thought, okay, I'm just going to block this guy and go hang out with Logan. So, because this guy, Logan understands the reality of the matrix that we live in. So I don't need to be fucking around with that red Corvette faggoty driving.
Is he trying to? Oh, I see it. Yeah, pure blood.
Yeah, he's pure blood of stupidity.
I told him I don't owe him any evidence.
Since we're talking in code, where can I get said pure blood?
So he says on his Twitter profile that he's a pure blood, right, Logan?
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Like there's blue blood, there's pure bloods. I mean, whatever, you know. I guess he's special. He has insight into knowledge that nobody else has, and therefore my video was garbage. Take it to the bank.
Damn, I definitely forget what I was about to say because I was talking with my mic off and then turned it on and forgot. Sorry. Am I the only one that talks with my mic off all the time?
Lacey's is not talking with her mic on, which is equally impressive.
Hey, what happened with that Ebola thing yesterday? I was in Britain.
I don't know anything about it.
No, just like I guess there was a case of Ebola in Britain. I don't really know anything about it either. Hey, how did Aaron Carter die?
It depends on who you want to believe. Probably a OD, but maybe a bathtub ritual. You know how Hollywood is. They say all kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, that guy was seriously fucked up for a long time. I wasn't surprised when I saw that.
Nah, dude. What's sad is, you know what it was? He had just been on No Jumper and some other stuff too. A lot of times that's what happens. Like they'll get back on top real quick and do some dumb stuff, you know.
Yeah, he also talked about in the past, or I don't know if it was recently, about he wrote a book, if I'm not mistaken, actually, and talked about he used to be involved in sleepovers with Michael Jackson. Seems like a lot of these guys, and it could be coincidental. I'm not trying to say anything about Michael Jackson, but a lot of these guys that were child stars, Macaulay Culkin. You look at what and these other guys, what happens to their lives after when they become adults. I mean, it could, but it's just interesting to me. What it would have been like to be a fly on the wall during a sleepover with Michael Jackson and Aaron Carter. I just think that's just some freaky shit right there.
Don't forget Bubbles. But yeah, no, he talked about that on No Jumper, like one of the old ones, and about like, you know, he just acted like it was no big deal. But you think about it from his perspective, he grew up doing stuff like that, so to him it wasn't, you know. But it was weird. But you could tell he was kind of not that he was uncomfortable with the questions about the sleepovers, but that he was like trying to pick his words carefully, which I thought was weird.
Yeah, I mean, if something happened to those kids, let's say sexually, if I can understand that they wouldn't want to talk about it or even lead on that it happened. It's for men who are not homosexual that would have to admit that they let another man knowingly do. I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just saying that you can tell that something happened to these guys. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, that's why I said it was kind of not weird, but just like, you know, it seemed like it was uncomfortable when he was talking about it because apparently he was bi, so he shouldn't have had an issue talking about it. But then he was young, and you know, so I get it. But Macaulay Culkin, he came out of nowhere. You don't ever hear about him, and he's marrying what's that girl, Brenda Song. I think she was on Disney Channel.
What about Brenda's song? What? Who's Brenda's song?
Ah, dude, I thought my mic was off and then just turned it off to talk. Yeah, she did like that ninja thing. She was like a ninja. I can't remember. Like she was a ninja in high school or something. Does that make sense? I can't remember the name of it.
Talking about Kim Possible?
It would probably come on like after Kim Possible.
So Logan, so tonight when you're on the show with Gigi on the Shift Happens podcast, his co-host is a guy named JP. Are you familiar with him?
Nope.
So JP, he's an interesting guy. He and I used to go at it hard, like troll each other hard back in the day. But we never blocked each other because it was kind of like we never went quite over the line. But anyway, he told a story one time because he's from LA, JP, and as a kid, he says that he lived in the neighborhood where the Jacksons, when the Jacksons moved from Indiana to LA, they moved into his neighborhood. And he said he remembers very clearly, and you can ask him about this tonight if you want. He says that he remembers, unless he was bullshitting me, but who knows? But he said that the Jacksons were Jehovah's Witnesses, and they used to do the door-to-door thing, right? And that at one time it was either Michael Jackson or Michael Jackson and his brothers, but they actually knocked on his door to preach the Jehovah's Witness. I mean, imagine that. If that's a true story, I think you should ask JP. Say, I heard this story.
I've heard that before.
Tell me yeah, write that down.
Yeah, me too.
I'm missing someone. I guess I gotta sign out and come back in.
Yeah, I've heard that story before too. That's odd.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's probably true.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I guess they got around.
Yeah, and I also heard the story, which you might have probably. I don't know if it's true or not, but Quincy Jones was the head honcho at the time when the Jacksons came to town, and that he was spending time with Michael, and that maybe some things might have happened there too that we wouldn't know about, but that was talked about in the inner circle as well.
Man, that stuff is wild. Okay, and this is what people don't think about. I know everybody is like, "Oh, how could he do that?" And that's so true. But what people don't realize is that when you have that much money, you kind of like forget that you live in the real world in a sense. And the stuff he was doing was nothing compared to the stuff that rulers back in the ancient times and shit were doing. So. People are kind of messed up sometimes, and that's why it takes other people speaking up.
Macaulay Culkin said said that Rami Malek eats babies, and he said that just statistically speaking, there are at least 14 secret rapists at the Oscars right now. This is something he was tweeting. Anyway, I thought it was hilarious. But also, Ted Nugent. I just saw this clip. It's so fucking hilarious. They were just asking him a question, and here, listen.
It is a worthwhile vaccine, and it is saving lives. Are they just dead wrong? Are they been fed a line from the federal government? Jim, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the people that went ahead and got the jab. I speak their language. I would speak to them thusly. They understand that. Well, so all these millions of people.
I can't believe he did that.
That's funny. I remember Ted Nugent's a character, man. That guy's a trip.
Yeah, wild.
he tries to come off as whatever he's trying to come off as, but if you look at his history as a rocker, I mean, back in the day, he was a lot of those rockers were having sexual relations with 14, 15, 16-year-old girls, including him.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Gwen Stefani?
Did you ever hear when Macaulay Culkin talked about like people with the red shoes?
Yeah, the Red Shoe Society.
Hi, Logan. What are you talking about humanoids?
What is Red Shoe Society?
You don't know about the red shoes? And what, Kriya?
The red shoes? Are you the bad
No,
witch?
I only know about like the red hat and purple shirt.
Okay, well that's cool. Guess what? We're not in Narnia, okay? We ain't Narnia.
You
Okay?
cracked yourself up.
Oh, shut up! I'm really high. You guys should
I'm
all.
high too.
Oh yeah, then.
Who's not high?
Oh.
Can I I got a question for Eric.
Oh wait, I'll shut
I
up.
heard Eric talking earlier on tonight about the
Logan.
COVID shot.
I love you.
Love you too, Logan.
I love you
Go
too.
ahead, Go ahead, Bino. Go for it. I'm sorry I had to mute that high lady, but it's just for a moment. Just go ahead, Bino.
Yeah, so you were talking about COVID before, and before you spoke about it, Dude was talking about his experience and how someone asked a question like, you know, when did people generally start feeling the change coming on as far as this sort of like awareness of UAP and sort of something's coming to a head. And someone, I think Logan asked a question, or when did you feel like that was happening? And someone said this year, last year, or ever since the COVID. And there's a bit of a correlation made there. And I was going to ask, do you think that, and you almost touched on it too, Eric, but do you think that maybe there's a potential that this injection could be preparing us for immunity against what potentially they could bring to us? Or is that too far
I've
out?
thought about. No. I actually thought about that. That's definitely I've gone into that mode of consideration. You know, it's. I wouldn't throw that out. I wouldn't throw that out the window. You know what I mean? That's a conspiracy theory, no doubt. But I think that's something that may 10, 15 years from now there may be some factor of truth in that.
Wouldn't you think they would just tell us though, because then more people would get it?
I mean, what if it's let's just say this is here, I'll go way out on the limb too. Let's just say that there's this group of humans that somehow are trying to their version of hybridizing the people. For example, I mean, in a sense, from what I understand, that once you have this technology in your body, it affects what your God-given DNA was designed to do has now been affected by this new technology of whatever it is, right? So in a sense, the people that have accepted this shot have been to a degree hybridized. They're not the same as those who have not been. So that's what that one guy is saying. He's a pureblood. Maybe that's what he meant by that. That some of those people, I think, were saying that if they didn't subscribe to the jab, that they're purebloods. So that could have been his whole deal. I don't know.
Is it just quiet? My app messed up.
No, Logan's as a host. Logan, you're not supposed to allow dead air.
It's not dead air. It's rejuvenation air.
Okay, I'm down with that. It's okay. It's we'll call it meditational air. How's that?
It's relax and where did Rhea go?
She
Eric
went
probably
to.
kicked her.
No, I didn't kick her. I muted her, but she wanted to come in here all high and just start interrupting. So maybe she's like wants to go get more high again. I don't know.
Oh, well, she always does that. It's kind of her thing. But yeah.
She's like the anti-Taylor.
Yeah, where is Taylor? I haven't seen her in a couple days.
She was here yesterday, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I use Kriya to troll the trolls because you can catch her when she's quiet, and then when a troll sneaks in, you just kind of point her in the direction and just watch the magic.
Troll magic. That would be a great movie to make. The power of the trolls. Their secret society. You too can obtain the knowledge of the troll magic. Just for $9.99, you could subscribe. Eric the Awakening Man will detail the course. Screen will teach. Logan will teach. And even Dude will teach you all the magic involved in trolling on Twitter.
I've been
That was a
having some
movie
good
when I was a kid.
I've been having some good sparring, some good. Speaking of trolls, I've been having some good a couple little verbal stoushes or sparrings with Jerry Boggs. You know, he's a troll boy. He's one of Mick West's wingmen, I think you'd call him. You know, just questions everything, has a narrative. That's what I understand with those guys. Even if Mick West, the UFO, fucking probed him deep as he could get, you know, he'd still think just because he's been set in that narrative and that's his mindset. It's like they make a decision. Okay, I've got to go that way. I've got to go that way, and I think with this subject, you've just got to keep an open mind. You know, you listen to everyone else, take in what you want to take in, but you see there's a lot of left, a lot of right, and it's like it's either one way or the other with those guys, and they're not open to, you know, you'll never get any sort of halfway with them. They're not open to compromise, or they're not open to the fact that what they're saying is potentially wrong. So they're a waste of energy, really, I find.
Okay, I'm going to go even beyond that theory. I'm going to say that Mick West is brilliant in this way, that he knows how to get people worked up. Okay, that's one. I love to troll the guy. The other thing is this: I believe that he doesn't believe everything that he says. I believe that he's a paid asset. I believe that if he's not working for the CIA, he's working for some intelligence agency, and he's sent in to disrupt the whole flow of information. And once people can see through his bullshit, then he becomes just another troll joker on Twitter.
Yeah, I agree. I'd even say he may be a closet believer.
How can any intelligent person, with all the evidence that's out there, not
I heard
believe?
he was a believer.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, to not believe to me is just complete blinders.
I don't think they see it that way. They want better quality evidence. To them, it's just a psyop.
Yeah, if somebody really wanted evidence, and I've given the evidence, I'm dead serious. I'm not because of my videos. I'll take them. I'll provide them evidence. And I'm not trying to charge money, but I would charge those assholes money, because if I'm going to waste my time with an asshole like Mick West, I want to get paid.
Yeah, the first space he did, I was satisfied with the answers he gave as to why he debunked the videos in the way that he did. But then after the next couple times he stopped through, and he would keep he's like the guy that owes you money, and you catch up with him and he's like, no, bro, I swear, I got you Friday. And he's right back on there like trolling everybody again. So it's like, oh, he's clearly doing that on purpose. That's the sad part. Like don't get in here, get in here and say, yeah, I work social media. Like, people know how to work social media. It's a thing. Like, don't like pretend. That's what gets me.
Yeah, you're right on the money there, bro.
Sorry if I seem a little distant. I'm still just transcribing that audio. But
how far into the 5.5 hours are you currently, approximately?
At about 4 hours.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah.
Are you doing it by hand?
No, I'm just uploading it on a computer, and then just transcribing it like digitally, right?
Oh, so that's cool. So you got an app that just takes
I don't need to write
audio
anything out.
and transcribes it automatically for you.
Audio to text.
I didn't know they had a program for that. For like speaking words. I've got one vice versa that'll read out text. You know.
You mean like it'll like read documents out loud to you?
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
I need what you have though.
Oh shit, there goes Eric. There's a lot of programs like that for sure. Oh, Eric. I haven't really used them before though. I have.
What's the one called that you use?
Otter.
I think I've heard of them. Is it like is there like a oh man, I can't remember what the freak to call it. It's like a DOS code sheet with like the otter face on it or whatever.
I don't think so. But
like in the README.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about though.
No.
You know how like in the README on files you get offline, like programs you get offline, especially on like peer-to-peer sites, it'll be like a almost like a 2D picture of.
Yeah, but it's usually like in an NFO, right?
Wait, what?
You know, like it's an NFO file.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what NFL is. But yeah, it reminds me of like HTML code or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes a picture.
I got some of that. I'll post them right now. I can do that.
Hey, Logan.
What's the?
Have you heard of the Michael Deacon program?
Only from you, but he's here in Huntington Beach, right?
Yeah, YouTube, Michael Deacon, the Michael Deacon program.
I subscribed because you told me, but I haven't listened yet.
Oh, right on, yeah. So, so I arranged for Doty's going to be on that show on November 29th. So I'm glad you have this this transcript, because what I'll do is I'll send that to Michael. And I can just tell you, Deacon's awesome. This guy, I mean, this is going to be a fantastic interview. I'll probably co-host with him, but it might go 2 or 3 hours. So if anyone's got any questions that they didn't get to ask Doty during the 5.5 hour spaces, send them to me on a DM, and we're going to kind of do. It's just going to be myself, Deacon, and Doty, and that's it. There won't be any call. Well, there might be call-ins. I don't think so, but we'll see how it goes.
Soldiers. Damn, I thought I was talking this whole time. Fuck. Got me. Shit. Screen, you're infecting me with your mute button. Yeah, for some reason I still haven't done the other Doty interview we did, but I'm gonna do that one after this one. But I'm also at the same time trying to put together these UFO videos I got offline. But I have to like convert them so I can upload them and shit and cut them right. So
hey, if I don't want to do PayPal, if I just want to, let's say, mail you a money order, is that possible?
You are tripping balls. Like I just forget about that, man. That's not happening.
What are you talking about? You said you don't want me to send you money? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's cool, man. I can't. What am I gonna do? Like take money from people? That's crazy.
All right. Well, I'm just saying. I've given money to people before. You know, I'll tell you who I gave money to one time, and he didn't even ask me. Remember that guy that what's his name that lives over there in Canada that talks about where they were. Oh, Jesus, I'm trying to remember what it was about. cloning center in Los Angeles where the celebrities would come and he was a clone and that whole thing. Screen, you probably know. Who am I talking about? That guy, Danny Marshall or Donald Marshall. Does anybody know about Donald Marshall?
I've never heard that name.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm intrigued though.
Oh shit! This is a rabbit hole you got to jump into for a minute. That's Google search Donald Marshall cloning. I mean, he's famous actually, and there's several celebrities. There was that one celebrity, I can't think of her name right now, that says that she was at the cloning center, and it's just a freaky thing. But anyway, I was trying to get this guy to do an interview with me. And it's like he didn't never ask me for any money, but I'm going to send you $200 just because I want to have a conversation with you because I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And so I sent him the $200 and we had a conversation, but he didn't really bust out anything that was going to be that I would say gave me proof what he's saying is true. But yeah, Donald Marshall, the cloning centers, just check that out.
My mind is fucking blown. I want to hear more about this.
Yeah, well, just go on YouTube. He's there. Google it. He's all over Google. You won't. Yeah, he's there. There's been a famous. I think it was who was it? There's been a couple well-known ufologists back in the day that actually interviewed him, and I don't know. I think he's just a good con man, but he's got a great story. It's a great story. They're basically cloning people, cloning celebrities, for example. I'm laughing because if it's true, it's very sad, which I don't know. I don't think it's true, but they're like Britney Spears, like they clone Britney Spears and they bring her to this cloning center. And then all these elite, like Illuminati or high up Hollywood people come and have sex with Britney Spears clone. I'm telling you, it's crazy shit. But if you just want to, you got to go look at it just for the sake of knowing what I'm talking about.
What's the dude's name again? I was going to ask before you mentioned the Britney Spears sex.
Donald Marshall.
Okay.
Is it the Marshall Project? I'm looking at the website. The Marshall Project coming up with some pretty.
Yeah, read what it says.
Read
to me what it says.
Cool. Hang on. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, bring it up and read it if you would.
The Marshall Project. So it's a website called the Marshall Project, Conspiracy Marshall. Since 2014, the Marshall Project has been curating some of the best criminal justice reporting from around the web.
No, that's not it, bro. It's Donald Marshall. Yeah, Donald. Just type in Google search Donald Marshall cloning program or cloning center. Donald Marshall cloning center. I guarantee you something will come up, whether you do it on YouTube or Google. It's Donald Marshall cloning center.
Sounds fucking pretty deep. This sounds cool.
What do you see? Do you see anything yet?
It's transfer from his original body to his REM-driven clone located at a remote location at the above-ground cloning center in Canada. Whenever Mr. Marshall sleeps, he reaches REM sleep in his original body. The document allows the reader to have a further source of reference regarding to the most important information concerning Illuminati, which is the Illuminati's REM-driven cloning subculture. This document is written for the express purpose of detailing Mr. Donald Marshall's experience as an REM-driven clone. I'll share it.
So basically, what he says in a nutshell is there's a technology that can remove we'll just call it the consciousness. I don't know what else to call it from the physical body, and then they can take that consciousness and put it into the cloned body. So then the clone body is functioning as a conscious being in this clone body, and then when they're done doing whatever they do with the clone body, that consciousness then gets removed from the clone body and put back into the body of Donald Marshall, and then he has the memories of the experience. Which, if it's as sci-fi, it's pretty freaking crazy. It's radical, but you know whatever. It's interesting that one guy would think of all this shit.
How to order? Can I order 2 Britney Spears or what? What do I do to do that?
Yeah, they had a special on the dark web for I think it was $5,000 for like 2 hours.
Wow.
I'm being silly, of course, but if I was writing a movie script, but if Loyalty was in there, he'd be writing this shit down right now. Hold on a second now. Let me put this in my script.
So I got a little clip I can play about him talking about what you're talking about. It's just a
Yeah,
short
do
clip.
it. Go for it. This is classic stuff. Go for it.
Oops.
They do behind closed doors. So before I begin this video, I just want to say that I am not saying that any of this is 100% true or that I know it to be complete objective fact. All I know is that I believe that the elite are definitely insane, power-hungry maniacs, and that I don't know what exactly they do behind closed doors, but it's definitely not good. And what I am about to explain is correlated to the elite's potential behavior behind closed doors. Don't get too worked up over whether you potentially believe this information or not. All of this info is alleged. So listen to and absorb this information as such. From the testimony of Donald Marshall. Donald Marshall is an individual that has claimed to be a victim of the elite/Illuminati cloning center abuse. Allegedly, these cloning centers are located all over the world within deep underground military bases. This is how the cloning dynamic works according to Donald Marshall. A chip is implanted inside a person's body, and at night, when the individual goes to sleep and enters the REM sleep cycle, which is the deepest state of sleep, a button is pressed from these alleged cloning centers underground inside a lab. From there, the individual's spirit/soul/consciousness, or whatever you want to call it, is transferred from the original body that is in a current sleep stasis at the time into the body of a clone of that person's self. After the consciousness transfer, these elite scumbags can do anything from beating the shit out of you, raping you, or even just generally messing with you for no good reason. According to Marshall, random people, not everyone obviously, unknowingly attend these cloning centers every or almost every night to get abused or messed with. The reason why these people don't recall what happened is because the elite memory repressed them via the chip in their head or drug their clone bodies with potent substances to make the person think that they are quote unquote astral projecting or quote unquote lucid dreaming. The types of people that attend these cloning centers knowingly are the rich elite, such as high up celebrities, world leaders, high up political figures, and general people that were born into and sold out to the occult/Illuminati/elite globalist organization. So, how do you end up in one of these cloning centers? So, essentially, depending on what families that you're a part of, you could be secretly a part of these occult organizations, right? So basically, your family can, when you're born, they can sell you out to these organizations in order to get rewards in real life. So they can sell you out to organizations to, be a victim of, pedophile abuse, or, just if the government wants to have more people down there to mess with, they can sell you into this organization, to these alleged cloning centers, and get money in real life. They can get benefits in real life, to your detriment. And usually these family members, they also attend. They don't just get to have you attend and that's it. No, they also attend. It's just that they are the ones that spectate you getting your ass beat or raped or whatever. But they in real life they get the benefits allegedly.
Can you pause that for a second, Logan?
Or another.
There you go. Can you hear me, Logan?
Yep.
So what if this? Okay, if I was writing a movie script, I'd include this whole cloning thing, right? And then what I would do, this is how I would cap it off. One of the elite cloning centers would be Epstein Island, and that's why all these people went out there. Would that be a fucking great movie?
Fuck yeah, genius, dude.
We got to get Tubacabra. We got to get him to. I'll write the script. He can help me make the movie. But yeah, so I just thought I'd throw that out there. He's still out there. You could still contact him. Yeah. No, I'm talking about Donald Marshall. As far as I know, he's still alive.
You think he's telling the truth?
Okay, now here's another. Do this, Logan, if you would. So go to YouTube, type in Dr. Peter Beater. It would be Beter. Organic robotoid. Type in Dr. Peter Beater, organic robotoid. There's about a 5-minute clip in there where he talks about in the 70s when Carter was president, that he went on a diplomatic trip to Russia. And during that trip, I know, I'm just telling you guys, these are just stories, okay? Just try to give you some entertainment this morning, that's all. But the bottom line is he says that based on his contacts in Russia, and I did a lot of research on this, it's not completely insane. It's just mostly insane. But the thing is that Carter went there and he got what they called robotoided. And so then if you follow what happened to Carter after he came back from Russia in real life, and then the comments that were made about his staff, how he didn't seem the same, and then he wasn't able to. I think he had to check out early, or he wasn't able to obtain the next round of presidency. But anyway, I'm just saying, just pull that up and play. That is some classic radio. This was from like the late '70s. Peter Better, organic robotoids. If you want to play that, that would be classic stuff.
We get into areas that somewhat relate to what he gets into. One of the projects that we have worked, our guest by a long distance. Mr. Skolnick, we've talked on several occasions with Dr. Peter Beater. Do you know him or know of him? Yes. I've been on the air, right, following him in various parts of the country. I respect his work. I think it's very interesting. We get into areas that somewhat relate to what he gets into. One of the projects that we have worked on over the last year involves a company in the hometown where Ford was born, in Riverton, Wyoming, called Pasco Incorporated. We uncovered the fact that Ford, in his original name, which is Leslie King Jr., and Richard Nixon, and John Mitchell, formerly the Attorney General, and Leon Jaworski, formerly the Special Watergate Prosecutor, all have a financial interest in Pasco, which we consider it was no coincidence that Nelson Rockefeller bought out the company over the last year for $225 million cash. Wow. Stock or collateral, $225 million cash. The nominee, the straw buyer for Mitchell and Nixon, is Nixon's law partner, Randolph H. Guthrie, who is a director of Pasco. Leon Jaworski has been a director of Pasco. Ford's original family has vast financial interests in Wyoming, which have not really been discussed much in the media. And these four people who have been very involved in recent history, all these commotions that we have lived through over the last couple of years, have what at least it seems to be, bought out by Nelson Rockefeller, who has certain ambitions to be president without an election.
Well, now, what kind of business is Pasco Inc. in?
Oil and gas in about 14 western states.
Hey, Logan.
Yeah.
That's not the one I wanted you to play. I'll tell you what, I'll find it and I'll send you the link. But that's interesting if you want to play all that, but that's not the juicy stuff. I'll find the link and send you. You need to hear the juicy stuff.
Yeah, I was surprised by that was the only result I got back. Like, but that's it, really? Weird.
Go to YouTube and type in Dr. Peter Beater, and then you'll see there's this picture of his face on there, black and white.
Oh, that's where
and you'll see. Well, then you got to go into his videos and all his archives and just type in organic robotoids. I know it's there.
There's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of videos about it but the one I want you to play is, I think it's anywhere between 5 to 9 minutes long. It's just the meat of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Hold on.
If it mentions Jimmy Carter, then that's the one you want to click on.
Oh, okay, I see that one. That one's 15 minutes.
Well, you could play that, and then if it gets too long, you can always stop it. But it might be contained within that.
Are you sure that's this? Hold on. Oh wait, no, it's 5:20. I see it.
Yeah, that's the one. Play that one.
Last spring, as I revealed in audio letters 45 and 46, the Russians began seizing control of the United States government. Key officials from President Jimmy Carter on down have been replaced by doubles. And these doubles are not human beings, in spite of their appearance and behavior. They are artificial, robot-like living beings called organic robotoids. When I first revealed these things, I braced myself. I knew that many of my listeners would be unable to absorb them. But my reason for doing it was the one I stated then. Without knowing about the robotoids, events would become impossible to understand. Since that time, robotoids in key positions of power have been causing many surprises in the news these days. The strangest surprises of all have been caused by the Jimmy Carter robotoids. In audio letter 48 2 months ago, I detailed the major instability problems the Russians are having with their Carter robotoids. The holographic computer brains of the robotoids include instabilities, which were present in the real Carter brain in a way that exaggerates those instabilities. As a result, ever so often a Carter robotoid does something so unpredictable that it is dangerous to the Russians. An example was the famous so-called killer rabbit incident of a few weeks ago. A Carter robotoid told the press, in all seriousness, that he and his family had been attacked by a swamp rabbit while fishing. Can you imagine? The Russians want to rid themselves of the nerve-wracking problem of the unstable Carter robotoids. Earlier this month, on September 15, an attempt was made to do just that. The alleged President Carter was entered in a foot race, of all things, in the Catoctin Mountains near Camp David. It was a strenuous 6-mile course, which included much uphill running. Carter robotoid number 14 was programmed to run at maximum speed and not to let up for any reason. The Russian strategy was simple. Runners who overexert themselves and who do not stop and rest when danger signs appear can do themselves serious harm. Sudden overheating, dehydration, and heart failure can take place abruptly in extreme cases. Robotoids, as I have explained in past tapes, embody a crude facsimile of human metabolism. Their hearts are relatively weak, and they live for only a few weeks or months.
Let me just say, Jimmy Carter is still alive.
Depending on the stress problems. They have no self-preservation instinct. So Carter robotoid 14 was programmed to run like the wind. It was expected that suddenly, without warning, he would suffer complete heart failure, collapse, and die on the spot. If the robotoid died before aid could reach him, everyone would just accept it as a tragic accident, and the Russians would be rid of the problem of unstable Carter robotoids. But the day of the race dawned cooler than had been expected by the planners. Carter Robotoid 14 did collapse, but did not expire instantly. His face turned a deathly greenish gray, and he was moaning and incoherent. And yet, when the Secret Service men picked him up, his legs kept running as programmed. Finally, an ambulance arrived, but Carter Robotoid 14 did not use it. Instead, the Robotoid was bundled off in a car to Camp David. And there, Robotoid 14 finally died. Too late and out of public view. The purpose of the race had been to eliminate the Carter Robotoid problem in a way that would leave no questions. That is, sudden death on the spot. But there would have been a storm of questions if Carter's alleged death had been announced after help arrived and took him away. So after the race, Carter Robotoid number 15 showed up to reassure everyone. He looked nothing at all like the deathly figure who had collapsed just a short while earlier in the race. He looked like a new man, and in a sense, he was. The contrast between the dying Robotoid 14 and the fresh Robotoid 15 is something you can see for yourself. Just get a copy of Sports Illustrated magazine for September 24, 1979. On pages 16 and 17, you will see the pictures of Robotoid 14, stricken, stumbling, mouth agape. Then look at the fresh, smiling picture of Robotoid 15, handing out trophies on page 19, only a short while later, and then ask yourself, is this the same man? My friends, the Robotoids are one example of what you need to know to understand the secret war now going on. But there are other things you need to know too, because the war between Russia and her Bolshevik and Zionist enemies has many facets, and it is very ancient.
There you go. What do you? Let me share one more thing with you. So, in my opinion, based on my research, he worked in government. Also, Dr. Peter Bader. He was a lobbyist, or somehow he was positioned in government. I think he was a propagandist working for the other party. So they created this information as propaganda to get Carter out. So that's just my theory. The other theory is that, let's just go the other way. Let's say that there's some truth to this insanity. I would say that somebody, if they really wanted to be creative, could show some sort of evidence, whether it would not be admissible in court, that Joe Biden has been robotoided. Because if you look at Joe Biden, then now and so on and so forth, and how some, it just he doesn't add up to me. Yeah.
That's funny you say that, because I just posted a picture of him earlier, and I'll have to send it to you, because it's weird, huh? Like, I've never really put much thought into that theory, but with Joe Biden, he really does look like two different people.
Yeah.
I want to get that Sports Illustrated version that he was talking about.
Yes, that's a deep dive. So when you take information like the robotoids, and you take information like Donald Marshall, and I mean, there's other stories, out there that are similar but different. That is it all total fantasy, or is there any truth to some of this, or is it just like most misinformation? That if for example Richard Doty or somebody was, let's just say hypothetically, that Doty was still working as an agent for misinformation. So what you would do as an agent of misinformation is you would have to first gain the trust of whoever it is that you're trying to misinform, and then by giving them real information. And then what you would do is you would occasionally slip in misinformation. So I'm not saying that I think this is what Doty's doing. I'm just saying this is how it works. All these things, there's truth. I think
100% disseminating. That's the hardest part, eh? Like, you're 100% right. There's always, the best lie will always be cloaked in the truth. And so disseminating which strand of that is the lie, and so you don't want to take away the truth and deny yourself the truth and be left with a lie. So it's a risk. It's a 50-50, and odds are you're going to get it wrong. So You know, it's the craftiest way to do it. That was cool listening to that, though. I love listening to that.
Yeah, and the other thing would be that if somebody's like a dedicated research investigator, whatever, that if you wanted to try to prove or disprove any of these things, then you would have to find corroborating evidence. So you would have other sources that could provide evidence, and then over time you got so there are 3, 4, 5, however many sources providing you information. You can then compare the information, and then at some point you can use discernment and decide, okay, the probability of this is likely to be accurate based on 5 or 6 other people giving me the same information.
Yep.
Well, has that guy got any more stuff? Well, that was pretty cool. He sounded like he was in the know, and what I like about it was sounded old, it sounded vintage from like the 50s, or you know. And I'm always a believer that they're closer to the truth than what we'll ever be, because you know that's sort of the things got a bit weird around the 20s or 30s or 40s and 50s. I think that's when stuff really sort of went sort of weird. So their take on shit from back then, I think, is always cool. So looking at that.
Yeah, I think it was less censored and less. I don't know if Operation or Project Mockingbird. I forget what the Mockingbird program was about. The CIA infiltrating media and news all around the world and putting out fake news to control the minds of the masses. And so yeah, but there was probably less of that in the 70s. And then also when he did this, though, it's interesting because they didn't have like radio where we could talk and people can email. There didn't exist during his era. So what he did, which was amazing when you think, he would record his talk on a cassette tape. And then he would make copies of the cassette tape. And then he had fans who would then buy these tapes and he would send them to him in the mail. And that's how the information got out. I just think that's fucking a great part of the story.
Astronaut Buzz Aldrin, I found out, because I was always interested, you know, because they talk about when they're Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong were on the moon, they're like, "Oh, we got visitors." That the guy's like, best not to talk about them because they know they're on, you know, they're being listened to and whatever. So they don't really talk about the UFOs that much. Besides, they just refer to them as visitors or whatever code words they use. But in another instance, Buzz Aldrin does recount an Apollo 11 encounter. I was happy to find this video. I was really hoping to add it to my NASA astronauts collection of admitting to UFOs. Pretty much every one of them has.
About 3 days and 200,000 miles into the flight, Mission Control did miss the significance of a cryptic message from the astronauts.
Do you have any idea where the N4P is with respect to us? Stand by.
The crew required information on the current position of the S4B, the final stage of the rocket, which had been jettisoned away 2 days earlier. This short message hid an extraordinary turn of events. Apollo 11 wasn't alone in space.
There was something out there that was close enough to be observed, and what could it be?
That's Buzz.
Traveling alongside Apollo 11 was a mysterious object, like this one filmed on a later mission. If the object wasn't part of Apollo's rocket, it could be only one thing: a UFO.
Mike decided he thought he could see it in the telescope, and he was able to do that. And when it was in one position, that had a series of ellipses. But when you made it real sharp, it was sort of L-shaped. That didn't tell us very much.
NASA knew very little about the object reported by the Apollo 11 crew. It was obviously an unidentified flying object, but such objects were not uncommon. And the history of even Earth orbit space flights going back over the previous years indicated that several crews saw objects.
Despite having a clear view of the UFO, The crew were wary of reporting it to Mission Control.
Now, obviously, the three of us were not going to blurt out, "Hey, Houston, we got something moving alongside of us, and we don't know what it is. You know, can you tell us what it is?" We weren't about to do that because we know that those transmissions would be heard by all sorts of people, and who knows what somebody would have demanded that we turn back because of aliens or whatever the reason is. So we didn't do that, but we did decide we just cautiously asked Houston how far away was the S4B?
Unaware of the drama unfolding in space, Mission Control radioed the position back to Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, the S4B is about 6,000 nautical miles from you now, over.
And a few moments later, they came back and said something like it was 6,000 miles away because of the maneuver. So we really didn't think we were looking at something that far away. So we decided that after a while of watching it, it was time to go to sleep and not to talk about it anymore until we came back in debriefing.
To this day, whatever it was the crew saw has never been positively identified or officially acknowledged.
The possibility that you might encounter aliens in space has to be considered in a very sensible and positive and realistic way. There were a lot of people within the program who went off later and became convinced that UFOs existed. And that led to some concern on NASA's part, where they got the agreement of the crew never to publicly talk about these things for fear of ridicule.
Those fuckers.
They know they're real, man. There's like it's like they'll have meetings with those same fucking aliens before they go to the moon. You know that they know that for sure.
I put that video in the thread there. If you guys wanted to check that Buzz Aldrin one out, I probably should have labeled that. Do that again.
There's that one video, Logan, where he was talking to a little girl, and she asked him a question, and he says, "Well, you know, we didn't go to the moon," or something like that. It was just some profound thing that he told her. I can't remember what it was, but you know what video I'm talking about? Yeah, that's interesting.
Videos where he's admitting to like not going.
About 3 days.
But because I was really curious, why does this fucker keep admitting this? But when you see the full context of each of those videos, I think just him being old, it's a mix of him like joking and just being like old, I think. I don't think he's really saying like we didn't go to the moon. He's saying like,
well, no, what he said was, I think what he was implying to her is it's not like what we saw on TV. Like if I had to bet, okay, if I was going to make a bet, which I wouldn't do, but I would say that we went to the moon, but when they showed it live on TV, which I was able to view as a child, it was 1969, right? I saw it. I watched it on the black and white TV. My whole family, we watched those.
You did?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. And anyway, yeah, it was pretty wild. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't be surprised if what they played on live TV was manufactured. But that doesn't necessarily mean they weren't there. It just means that version of what we saw was manufactured. That's possible. I think that's more likely than what we saw was actually.
I reckon you're on the money, bro. I reckon you're on the money for sure there with that. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence. I've watched several documentaries. Matter of fact, there's a UK documentary. I can't think of the name of it that I watched last year that was so convincing that in that moment when I watched it, there left little doubt that what they were saying made complete sense to me. So, yeah, I mean, and then again, it's the NASA and the Nazis and the
they've done their
Freemasons.
duty of care, but like in a way, like you say, it's the truth with a twist of lie. So in a way, they're saying, okay, we've gone to the moon. So they've told you the truth, and they have gone to the moon, may have gone beforehand and been there already. And then they go, here it is, and that's the lie, the video evidence of it, of the actual truth. So there's if that makes sense. It's I think you're way on the money.
Yeah, it's just like anything, though. If you research enough, you get to a point where you just form an opinion, and it doesn't mean I want to be on the money. I don't. I don't want to profess that I believe that everything I tell you is fact. That's why I try to always say this is the story. This is the, and I laugh about some of these stories because they seem very preposterous. But I know enough to know that there's enough
You've met a lot of
insanity.
people, man. Like, you know, that's you've met a lot of people
Oh hell
who've
yeah, that
told you
I
their
will not
stories,
deny.
and you've got a good memory for it, and that's, you know, it's fascinating.
Yeah, that Bruce May interview, I've got it. So once down the road, Logan, I'll get that and we'll do. I'll play it so everybody can see it, and then we can have a conversation about that because that's another guy that told an amazing story. That the Bruce May story was another kind of one of these wild stories.
Is he a doctor too?
I think so, actually. Yeah, he told us part of his story had to do with when he was born. I forget how the details of that story, but there's military involvement. His father, I believe, was high up in the military. It's that typical story where there's some high strangeness. The mother, you know, is pregnant. The dad wasn't there to get her pregnant, but yet he's still the dad, and that whole thing. It's like either all these people are just copying other people's stories and just altering them then for their own whatever, or there's some truth in these stories. But I've heard so many of these stories, it's just hard for me to believe that they're all lies.
Have you heard the story about a guy called Michel Desmarquet from Cairns in Queensland? He was a French national. He wrote a book called The Ninth Planet.
No, I'm interested though.
It's really fascinating, his story. He goes missing for 10 days and actually did go missing. Um, his account, sort of briefly, his account is he remembers waking up one night, walking to the back kitchen, and he thought he might have been sleepwalking because he picked up a pen and started writing a letter to his wife. Honey, I'll be home in 10 days. And he thought, why am I doing this? I must be sleepwalking or whatnot. And then he said he looked up to his backyard and it appeared to be daytime, even though he looked at the clock and it was like 1 a.m. or something like that. And next thing he knew, he felt like he was in a transfixed state, and he walked outside to his backyard, and then he thought, I've got to be dreaming. I must be asleep. And he said the moment he thought that, the ground underneath him changed colours, swirls and whatnot, and then he was sort of drawn up by a light, or like a being, sort of was standing next to him, a tall being, like 9 foot tall, 10 foot tall, and yeah, he called her, or him, or it didn't have a sex. He said they didn't have a sex on their planet. He describes the way they recreate the whole lot. He goes into a lot of detail about a lot of things, and I don't do it any justice. So, but his name is Michel Desmarquet. He's dead now, but he's even got a YouTube video where he answers questions from the crowd. As far as he's pretty open, and he looks kooky, but what he says is pretty profound. Very interesting story, worth looking up.
Yeah, there's another interesting story that goes way back in time, the George Van Tassel and the giant rock. And so I wanted to do a deep dive into that whole story. So I was able to pull up some videos on YouTube. I can't remember how I found them, but there's literally a video of George Van Tassel back in, I would say this would have been the 70s, you know, in a suit and tie and having an interview. And I had never seen him or heard him actually speak when I first saw this. I'd heard the stories, but I didn't actually get to see him speak. But when you see George Van Tassel dressed as he does, speaking the way he does, how eloquent and how almost perfect he was at answering the questions, it made me think, well, you know, this is interesting because, you know, this guy is really delivering some powerful testimony. So if you get curious about George Van Tassel, you can find some old videos of him speaking. It makes you stop and wonder, you know, maybe he was telling the truth.
One thing for sure is before I had my experience, I wouldn't have and you still take with a grain of salt people's experiences, but for sure, one thing it taught me is to listen to other people's experiences, and I find them super fascinating. And there was one good one in here tonight, Dude, that guy that was Dude that was in here, his experience was pretty cool to listen to.
Yeah, these conferences they used to have. I don't know if they still have them in Maine. They were the title of the conferences were "Experiencers Speak," and so all the speakers that were on the panel of these conferences were all experiencers. There was none of these researcher kind of people like you would get Richard Doty or some other guy or Richard Dolan or whoever. I mean, not those people, just only people like Travis Walton. There's a guy named R. Keith Andrews that's kind of become famous on Spaced Out Radio because he's got quite an amazing story that he tells over and over again. Which like R. Keith Andrews, R.K. Andrews.
Keith, can you link him up like the other guy's name you said as well? I don't have a pen. I'll look these guys up.
I'll have to do it later. I just, but anyway, so and Travis Wall and Eric Mitchell, who else was there? There was some other guys there. I can't remember right now, but some ladies as well, famous people that were also experiencers. But these are at these two of these conferences. Apparently, these are the conferences where these blue beings showed up, which we talked about in another space recently. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, shit's going down. So I don't know what exactly it is, but just the run around to the store, get up, go to the morning, have a cup of coffee, go to work, come home, have dinner, hang out with the wife and the kids, weekend barbecue, maybe go to a ball game. That's all okay. That's one thing, but there's certainly a whole nother reality that's going on that most people do not even pay any attention to.
How much they're going to let us know? That's the $1 million question. How much will this new report, I guess, deliver as far as that knowledge? I expect nothing, and that way you can't be disappointed. But I guess a part of everybody inside will be thinking, well, where is it? What is it going to say?
Yeah,
what I can gather, but it seems like it's very data driven. I think it's going to be very data driven from what I can gather.
Yeah, so apparently, several people were saying that appear to believe they're in the know. Maybe they are. I don't know. That the report came in and was rejected immediately. I don't even know if they officially accepted it, but apparently because they didn't, somebody looked at it and says, no, take this, you got to do better. Now that's one story. So now today, if you go to, I believe John Greenwald, who's anyway, he has this thing on his site saying that he got a letter from somebody high up in some agency saying that we have not received the report. That was just dated yesterday, I believe. So whoever this spokesperson is officially saying that they have not received the report. So that could mean that the report never came yet at all, and all that other stuff was just speculation and BS. Or it could mean that the report came, but it got rejected. So technically, they have not received the report. So who knows? But see, John Greenwald, he's into that whole, show me the documentation. But from my perspective, it's just because you've got documentation, that doesn't necessarily make it fact, because we all know documents can be altered. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
I heard something similar. I read something similar to that as well, because they did have a deadline on that document. And so the document was submitted, but it got given an F, I think was what I saw. And that was from pretty official, White House Congress sources even were sort of looped in on that tweet that were related to basically saying, and they didn't deny it. So they almost, and the tweet was, the report got an F, basically, fuck off, go back, do something better and come back to the table with something better. And so they've asked for more time to say, well, we need more data from what I can gather.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. I'm still thinking that something's got to come out of. I mean, shit, I would think this year. I mean, I would just think, and if it doesn't, let's just say hypothetically that January rolls around and it's still not out yet. I think there's another bunch of people that have a lot of information that are just going to start kind of just popping off with this information. Who knows? But I just predict that in January and February, there's going to be a lot to talk about.
I'll find the tweet. I'll post it. I'll repost it here. I'll find the tweet. There was a senator, I think, someone, or he's the guy in charge in America for energy, perhaps. But he was on the tweet, and there was another guy, and they were basically talking about the report. I think that's what they were alluding to. I'll find the tweet and I'll put it on there, and you can tell me what you think. Hang on.
I won't be able to view tweets because I'm technically I'm banned from viewing tweets currently. I can only talk in this space, just so you know. I'll have to see it later and then talk and then comment with you off the air, so to speak.
Well, I'll find out who they were and who the players are, and you can tell me if you know their names. Just the two guys. Hang on.
I think that report, like James Fox was saying that just like in an interview the other day that apparently it's been like postponed to like I don't know, like mid December or something, but supposedly there's supposed to be like something like big coming, but I mean that never happens. So like I'm just gonna keep my expectations low, but who knows? Who knows what the government will confess? Probably nothing, but of course it's entirely possible the government has no real idea exactly, you know, like what crashed in Roswell. But I mean, what the crash implies for national security is pretty gnarly. Like, a bunch of people have committed suicide. You know, they've lost their minds and reputations over all this bullshit, and just regular military dudes, scientists. But I don't know. They still can't seem to fess up to it, even though there's sightings all over the world. Just I don't know. I don't know. Like, oh, when am I going to come to this like breaking point where they're just going to accept it and talk about it? But I mean, there's only like two sides to the debate. You're either believe or you don't. They don't really want you to. You're not allowed to sit on the fence and say like I don't know, because you're just immediately attacked by both sides oftentimes. And in the absence of openness from our government, you know, regarding what it knows about all this, both believers and actual like witnesses are forced into this kind of fantasy land, because the believers can make up any story they like, because it'll just all be denied no matter what. Like it didn't happen, and witnesses are forced to either admit they are mistaken or just insane, and just like leaving themselves to like just doubt a solid evidence of their senses, right? So it's just a crime on par with murder that takes place. It's the murder of truth. I don't think they're gonna get away with it forever, because the truth always wants to come out. So
Bino, I'm on a different account on my iPad, so I'm looking at your Twitter account right now. If you could just
copy,
retweet
Bob
it.
Bender. Bob Bender, I think his name
Bender.
is.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Bender. Yeah. Okay.
And there was another politician, but it looks like he's removed his tweet because he goes, "Is this to me?" And he responds to him. He asks him the question. Bender doesn't talk to anyone really, pretty much on that tweet. Even it goes as far as to say, "I've had enough of this. It's tiresome. The speculation. I'm out." Something along those lines. But there's a politician. I'm trying to find who that politician is.
Yeah, Bender. Let me take a look. I've looked at senior national correspondent, Politico, covering security and space and exploring the Wild West. His base is out of Phoenix, Arizona, and Washington, D.C. Let me see. He's got 16,000 followers.
I think, is he involved with the UAP report?
Yeah. I haven't really done a deep dive into him, so I really couldn't say whether. Okay, I'm always initially I pause on any well-known person like this, because I just think that the Mockingbird media is controlled by intelligence, and information that's given to us through senior national correspondents is always oversighted. These guys, whether we perceive it or not, they don't just get to tweet whatever the hell they want. They know what they can say, what they can't say, and they're even probably instructed to ask certain questions or post certain information on their social media accounts as to kind of keep the narrative where they want to keep it. But I'm not saying Brian's doing that. I'm just saying that happens.
Brian who?
Brian Bender. It's spelled Bryan. And
Oh
if
yeah,
you want to go on at Brian D. Bender, all one word.
I know that news guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a talk at Roswell.
Yeah.
Do you believe in that whole like Planet Nine stuff, like Nibiru kind of stuff, or that we only have one star in our solar system?
No. I don't believe the one star story. Nibiru's I couldn't really give you a good answer on that. I don't have enough information to where I would sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, someone was talking about it earlier. It does sound kind of interesting about all that kind of stuff. Tiamat. There's this newly discovered but not yet imaged brown dwarf star that's out there somewhere. I think it's in the Sagittarius galaxy or something like that.
Sorry to get off topic, Logan. I've found the politician who responded to it was Travis Tritton, Deputy Managing Editor and Pentagon Bureau Chief at military.com. And he asks him, he goes, is that to me? So they're having a conversation on that tweet. So,
well, can you just recite what he said and then what he commented back at, just that little part, if you wouldn't mind?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So he says, Brian Bender says, statement from Brigadier General Pat Ryder, Pentagon spokesperson, in response to a question about Chinese drones reportedly monitoring US military operations and the DoD, and he tags them, tracking the issue. Number one, we've seen the reporting, but I have nothing for you on that regarding the all-domain anomaly resolution officers and its work on unidentified anomalous phenomena. What I can tell you is there is not one single explanation to address the majority of UAP reports. Number two, we're collecting as much data as we can, following the data where it leads, and we'll share our findings whenever possible. We will not rush to conclusions in our analysis. Three, in many cases, observed phenomena are classified as unidentified simply because sensors were not able to collect enough information to make a positive attribution. We are working to mitigate these shortfalls for the future and ensure we have sufficient data for analysis. And then he says, down here, this Travis Tritton replies to him, was this a response to me? Yes.
Yeah, I found the thread. I was reading along with you as you were doing that. Yeah. Here's what I think. From what I understand, some of the classification processes are changing, and some of this information as a result of this process that's changing is going to get classified. So what's likely to happen is, if there's information contained in a report that the senior intelligence division of the world military industrial complex, whoever you want to call them, if they say this is going to be classified, then guess what? It's going to be classified. So the Congress will have no control over that, because that's just my opinion. Ultimately, we'll get some of the information, but like Doty says, we'll never get all the information.
Oh, sorry about that, Lacey. But yeah, it's not like a law that they have to turn it in the report. It's just a guideline, you know. They could not turn in the report like for a couple of years, and you know what are they going to do about it? Nothing.
It exposes an underbelly, though, of where the money lies or where the power lies. If anything, it doesn't really lie in what we call democracy and the president being the all-powerful, the most powerful man on the planet, so to speak. It exposes that as a myth, if anything, really.
Oh yeah, it's totally a myth. I mean, yeah, these are puppets. Our politicians are puppets, in my opinion.
Hey, you know, there's a website called UFOvideo.com. It's like just pure UFO videos. It's pretty sweet. I just discovered it. Or I discovered it's a strong word, but yeah, I just came across it. It's old school.
What'd I miss?
Some like vintage radio.
You missed the cloning centers in Hollywood and organic robotoids taking over our government.
And also, NASA announced that Jupiter's moon Io has started to send the Juno probe messages.
To us?
What?
Cool.
It's they're the Jupiterians, the Jupiterians.
I told y'all last night, right, that when I went outside and was looking at Jupiter, a satellite flew above it. And I was looking with my eyes, and the satellite was bright, and it dropped something that was lit up onto Jupiter. And I was also seeing it because I had the stellarium out opened up. Because when I was looking at Jupiter, it looked funny, and I thought, well, surely that's not Jupiter, but I opened up the app and it said it was.
Hi, Nora.
What's
What's
Nora
going
doing
on,
here?
honey?
What's up?
Good morning, people.
It's 7-Eleven.
It is.
Morning.
Happy Friday.
1 a.m. here.
Does anyone know what year Starlink launched? Because like I remember like it was like 2008. I saw like a bunch of like satellites fly by across the sky, but I'm not sure if like Starlink was launched back then.
Sounds like a question for Google.
I thought Logan would know. Logan, can you Google that for me?
Okay. But I don't think they launched until like 2019.
Oh, really?
2018. Yeah, wasn't it?
I thought it was like 2016 or something.
I just Googled it, and if it's right, it's saying it launched in 2022. That doesn't seem right.
Launched what?
Starlink.
So-
Starlink didn't start launching until like 2018, 2019, something like that.
So, like, how common would it be to see, like, a bunch of satellites floating by, like, next to each other pre-Starlink?
Just depends.
Yeah, what am I? I'm like kind of like satellite expert. I don't look at the sky.
Come on, Logan, figure it out.
I like when I go out at night, like I put like a hood over my head and like I look down. I swear.
Okay, so where were you? What time of the day of it? What time of the year was it? Which way was the wind blowing? And what'd you have for dinner?
You expect me to remember all that?
What was your blood pressure at the time?
Very high.
Your blood out.
Super, super high.
No, not your state of mind, blood pressure.
Oh.
Man, in 2008. Oof.
So, what are you guys talking about? I see like humanoids and stuff in the little room name. Did I miss like a dictionary of aliens you guys went through or something?
Oh, you
Oh.
know that Andrew cuss out Eric.
I don't even know what that one word is.
Winston wrote that. It's because we were talking about those NASA guys that were boning the Vril.
Physiognomy?
You were right, by the way, Logan. SpaceX started launching Starlink in 2019.
There you go.
Yeah, because they did the car for a test before that, right?
I don't know.
Mm.
Yeah, there used to be a live feed you could just pull up on YouTube of the Tesla with the dummy in the car just floating in space.
Really?
I remember that.
I'm surprised. I wonder if they caught some UFOs on that thing, or if it got abducted.
I don't know, but it was funny because I forget who made the joke, but they were like, yeah, you think that's a dummy, but that's really just Elon's arch nemesis.
This huge thread came out about Elon today, just debunking like a lot of his claims about him like going to school and all kinds of stuff. It's gnarly. It's a 67 tweet thread. It's intense, man.
Whoa, I bet he doesn't like that.
But you guys hear about that Juno was sending NASA messages? Did you hear about that?
What kind of messages?
Is that the one that
Uh,
was launched like a long time ago, or is that a newer one?
I don't know.
Because it was like, wasn't like, it was like a Voyager probe 2 was like doing something funny recently. It was like one that was that had like drifted off. I don't know, let me Google it real quick, hold on.
Yeah, it started like acting all weird for some reason. I don't remember why.
Now,
Which one?
Jupiter's moon, is that what you're talking about?
No, we were talking about the Voyager 2.
I'm so confused.
I thought that left the solar system and they were taking the other one offline.
Where's something I can read?
I don't know what happened with those things.
Help a homegirl out. I need to read.
Yeah, Jupiter's moon is weird. It's I see this thing says like Jupiter as a planet stands out for many reasons. Blah blah blah. For example, the planet is the largest, so huge that it's twice as massive as all the other planets combined. Blah 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 blah. Oh, that's about Jupiter, not about the moon. Please. Yeah, everyone knows Jupiter is like a crazy massive giant, right? Isn't it like bigger than the sun?
It's big. But I don't think it's bigger than the sun. It
Yeah,
might
I
be
want to.
once you get up close to it.
Oh, I came across like this random video of like these satellite like UFOs like you were talking about, Nora. I just sent them to you. I thought, I don't know. Maybe that's what you saw. Probably not though.
Oh, it was aliens.
Of course it was.
It's always aliens.
Actually, the reason I was telling you guys that story is like after I saw the satellites, like I didn't think that there was anything like weird about the satellites, but I was like staring at the sky afterwards, and like this was like back in 2008, and I was like heavily like drunk and intoxicated on this night, and the stars did this like weird thing where they like wiggled and like almost looked like it like dropped down out of the sky, and then like the whole sky was like like it, I don't know, it felt like it filled up with I don't know, this sounds really weird to describe, but it looked like it like connected somehow. Like it turned into like not like a ship, but like that was like the feeling I got. I don't know. This sounds this is like really weird trying to describe it, but when it happened, like my mind just thought like, oh, that's the mothership, and then like my face went cold, and then I kind of like snapped out of it and just like went back inside.
You want to say that one more time?
I know. I haven't had my coffee yet. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
I think I just dropped some acid. I wasn't sure like what was happening just now.
You know that would be the perfect description, Logan,
Yeah.
of what I was doing that night.
Like were you like under some kind of like trance and like robotically we're like I guess I'll go inside now.
Yeah. I'll have to explain this story another day. I'm not awake enough for this. It's 7 in the morning.
But yeah, I guess that's what happens when you have like kids. You have to wake up early, huh?
Yeah, at the crack of dawn.
Jeez. I gotta get into that Freemason club, man. It seems like they have like a really good single life there for like older people.
They have like lodges everywhere. You can literally just Google your local lodge and show up.
Oh yeah, I bet. You hear about that guy? You know that guy, Buddy? He was in here yesterday, and Eric, do you think he was actually sharing more information than he should? Because
Like what?
he was saying a lot, like more than I've ever heard anyone say before.
No, he hasn't told you anything, bro.
I thought it was really funny when that lady Sue came in and said that like her husband was a Freemason and that their like handshake is to like tickle each other's like palms when they like shake hands. So like people are just like going around like, like fingering each other's palms. And it's like, oh, welcome to the club. I'm like, cool.
That's weird.
That's what we used to do in high school. You take that middle
Yeah, I
finger.
know. It's just like
Yeah.
that's why it made me laugh because I'm like, oh, you guys are just like going around like this is hand assault right now. Like
Yeah.
people used to do that, and it'd be like weird and creepy.
I totally remember that. That's what I pictured too.
Logan, Buddy does a great job of knowing what he can and can't talk about, but he's not giving away any secrets.
How is like that Eisenhower? He like saw photos of Eisenhower and Truman with aliens, like not a secret. Like if that's not a secret, then like what is?
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah. So
That's what I wanted.
he said like basically like when you get to like the third whatever, it's like pretty much disclosure happens, and they tell you like the parts of like history that aren't available for the mainstream public, right? So he said he was shown pictures like he was shown like 56 slides, and on like 5 slides it was or whatever. And Lacey, you got a hot mic. And so Eisenhower was one of the slides. There's like Eisenhower was some like a Nordic looking alien with like high cheekbones. Apparently, he like describes Zelda pretty much, and and he said Truman too. Was also had a slide with aliens. It's like wow. So that means like that whole Eisenhower like military meeting that they rumored to take place might have taken place actually.
Hold on, Buddy said this?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that part. Say what he said?
Oh man. All
I
right.
mean,
No, I
Eisenhower
heard the
and
part about
Truman
the.
are white, but I don't know if they're like Nordic white.
Oh no.
I
The
missed it again.
All right,
Sorry.
hold on. Try it one more time. So Buddy said he saw a slide, and on the slide he saw Eisenhower with an alien being, and I was like, oh yeah. He said it was like a formal thing, like formal, like with the aliens, like dressed up in like a suit and tie, or like what do you mean? And he said, no, like he's like there's no military present. It was like they were on a patio, and it was just Truman, and like there was an alien, and he described the alien. He looks at it like a Nordic alien, like just a really good looking, like white German looking dude.
Uh-huh.
Why are the Nordics always described as like being hot? Like, what's up with that? Why are they all hot?
That's what Hitler wanted.
Yeah, that's eugenics for you.
When did they show him this stuff?
When he got to the third right or whatever they call it, the third, third
You're
level.
sure he said the third?
Yeah, because remember I said
Dude,
it. I
I
was
don't
like,
believe him.
No. He got to the 18th level, Logan. He didn't get to the 32nd or third. 18.
no, I know, but he
Okay.
he said that he disclosed it when they disclosed it to him at the third. But remember, because Screen,
Yeah,
you'll remember
that's
this.
how the original Freemasons operate when they say the third. That's like their 30th kind of. It's weird how all that stuff works, but yeah, I thought he was giving out, from what I heard, good and decent information that wasn't crossing the line. But if he's willingly saying that and it was just on the third, I don't think so.
Huh.
I mean, Screen, have you been inducted into the Freemasons?
Nope.
Then what makes you say these things?
It could be a test,
I've got
Logan.
family. My grandpa was 33rd of the Scottish Rite. I went to a bunch of meetings where I was allowed in the temple and stuff like that for certain things. I went to D Malay. Other family members are Masons. I've never been inducted though.
But yeah,
So
that's what I mean.
let me ask Screen a question, if you don't mind, Logan. So is it possible that Buddy was shown these pictures not because it was part of some sort of a Freemason, look at here, you're in the club now pictures, but maybe as a test to see if he would talk about that, or do you think that they would do something like that?
No, they don't work like the CIA does. Like it's all about the trust. Like they wouldn't even you wouldn't even tempt somebody to do that. You know what I mean? You just expect it.
Well, I'm going to talk to him about it. I'm going to bring that up. That's a matter of fact, when I call him, I'll ask him. So I'll get him to clarify because that's interesting, actually.
Yeah,
because
I don't.
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know why I'm the you. You guys were all here when he said it. Fuck, it's recorded. Like, we can just play the recording back if you want.
Yeah, if you want. I mean, I heard a lot of it, but I didn't hear all of it. I probably came in a little late. Matter of fact, I think I did come in a little late, but caught most of it.
Yeah, I'm always working and stuff too, so I don't get to hear all of everything. But I was gonna say, as far as like the old stuff, like if you said stuff you weren't supposed to, or did stuff like that, like they had the right to kill you.
I don't think it works like that
Can I
anymore.
vouch?
Like he said,
He sounded pretty legit. He said that he grew up since he was a kid. He's third, fourth generation Freemason. He said since he was been shitting in nappies were his words. He's been around Freemasonry, and he said he also his Freemason lodge is the same as Harry Truman's lodge. He said, if I recall correctly. So he's been exposed to some pretty fucking insightful shit.
yeah, his lodge was like the main fucking. It was a lodge 422. It's like the original, like biggest one in like the center of the country.
Oh, fuck. He also said he was fatigued when he looked at the slides, but because he was being initiated, he'd been awake for days at a time or something. It was part of the initiation process, he said. And so the slides were shown quickly. He didn't get to study them and talk about them. It wasn't like that. So, but he was relaying what he said, and he sounded pretty truthful in what he was saying.
He was 18, I think he said, and he's 40 now. So
Sounds like
he said he didn't. Dude, that fucking thing is a cult. I asked him like, why didn't he advance past like level 18? He's like, I don't want to answer that.
Yeah,
like,
because
yeah,
you
they're gonna
asked him, you
blackmail
put it to him, you said, is there something that oh no, mate, Eric may have asked him the question, or someone asked him, but did they want you to do something that you didn't want to do? And he goes, that's where he drew the line. He said, no, I'm not going to answer that.
Yeah, there is from my friend, and maybe Screen would knows, as you go through the different numbers, whatever you get, there are
they call them, I guess, I don't know if they call them rituals or what they actually call them, but some of us might think of them as rituals. And, I guess there's always that free choice, right? Is that correct, Screen? You always have the free will to decide if you want to go further or not. It's not like you're forced to do anything.
Yep.
I mean, just
That's right.
like in the locker room.
He said he went Scottish Rite from memory. I think he went Scottish Rite.
Yeah, so this is what he said. He said Truman, and I said, you saw Eisenhower with aliens? He said Truman and Eisenhower. Truman was a main contributor to my specific lodge. And he said that's what stood out to me in the slides. But yes, it's a fact. It was formal. He said it was formal as if no security in a patio setting. The beings in the photos looked like fucking Zelda. They had long hair and a snazzy onesie. They weren't like E.T. They had high cheekbones. No military and a single pic. They were real pics too. No clue why it's part of the old pics, but other than proof. That's all he told me.
Snazzy.
Now, if he would have said,
Didn't like Eisenhower's like great granddaughter say like some shit about him too, doing like alien stuff on a bunch of documentaries?
Oh yeah. What do you think about her, Eric? Eric, you got some feelings about her? You got anything to say? Maybe next time.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to send you a tweet, but I got out of the screen. Well, I don't believe her.
Oh really? Why? What's her deal?
There's another guy who's a researcher. I think he's in the United States now, but I believe he was in either the UK or Canada. I can't remember. I think it was the UK. If you said, I can't think of his name right now. He's not real well known, but he has done some deep dives. And he did the deep dive into Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot, and divulged some information about her. And then he did a deep dive into Laura Eisenhower and said that she is not directly related to the ex-president. That she just kind of, it's not even her real last name. It's not even her real last name.
Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah. And Laura's, I mean, I'm not talking shit about her. I want to be clear about that. But I don't really know her real well, but I've been to several conferences where she's been there and parties and stuff. And she likes to drink. And so sometimes she drinks too much and starts saying some wild shit. And I remember one time and actually, Logan, make a note of this. Okay, Logan, make a note of this. Ask Gigi about 2018 Contact in the Desert in Joshua Tree, California, where we were at. We rented this house. Actually, there's 3 houses that we all kind of rented, and everybody showed up. We had this great party, and Gigi was there. He was doing a show at that time. It was Shift Happens with Cortana. We were doing it live, and I was kind of co-hosting with him. And Jimmy Church was there, Brad Olson, all these Janet and Sasha Lesson. I mean, I can go on and on and on. Mike Barra was there. Who else? And so at one point, Laura Eisenhower comes into the room, and she's smashed. And so she sits down on the couch, and she just starts going off. And so we had to stop her because it was live. We were recording live on the air, and she just was saying some wild shit. So they had to stop her. And then she was so out there that she was talking about suicide at that. And literally in that, she was saying it's something about suicide. And then I saw this happen. This is not hearsay. This was really trippy. So Sasha Lesson, who lives in Hawaii with his wife Janet Lesson. You can Google him. He's a doctor. He's written some amazing stuff about history from his perspective about Malduk and all this stuff. But anyway, so he's sitting there next to her when she's starting to kind of insinuate that she's going to commit suicide, and he actually kind of starts getting deep into her head. and he's basically using reverse psychology on her, which was weird because you would think that somebody would try to console. It's okay. We love you. Everything's going to be fine. Well, he just went in the opposite direction with it and just kind of shook her to where it was weird. It was just really weird. So then eventually she got up off the couch and somebody, took her, and I guess she went home and went to sleep. And then the rest of the weekend was fine, but you could just tell that she was just kind of walking around in a daze, kind of just in shock. She probably regrets the whole thing, but anyway, she's not a bad person though.
Was it
I
at
think she means
a
well.
conference?
This was at a UFO conference, 2018. It was it was a contact in the desert. It was the year before they moved it to Palm Springs.
Damn, these conferences are wild.
Oh, they're freaking great. They're probably never going to be like that again either. I don't anticipate them ever being like that. Oh man. I mean, picture this. I mean, imagine you're at a conference, you got all these amazing speakers that have been, Dr. Greer was there. He wasn't at the party, but Dr. Greer was there. Richard Dolan came. I mean, all the people that you can imagine that's ever been, kind of in the face of ufology over the last several years, they're all there partying, they're drinking, talking, having a good time. And the stories that come out that you hear, when you're in a group like that, you're not going to ever hear on any radio show. I mean, it's just so you get to see a side of people, and you get to hear stories. Like at one time, so the next year there was a contact in the desert, and we got moved to Palm Springs, and so I got an Airbnb, and I had a party, and Jimmy Church was there, and a bunch of Gigi was there, I think, and Clifford Mahooty and John Polk and Brad Olson, and then in strolls in Emery Smith comes in, right? And so I hadn't actually met Emery yet. He was still kind of hot in terms of his information. People were still like all in on Emery Smith. A lot of people were all in on Emery Smith in the beginning. So he was just kind of riding that wave of popularity in that moment. And so then he's talking to us, and we're in this little group. He pulls out his phone and says, "You guys want to see a picture of an alien?" And so we go, "Yeah." So he pulls out his phone and shows us this picture of what he says is an alien. I go, "Can I get a picture of that?" And he goes, "Sure." So I pulled out my phone and snapped a picture of it. I still got the picture. I don't know that it's an alien or not. I think he just wanted to try to impress us, like this was an alien that he worked on in an autopsy, and he had like a secret picture. I think it was bullshit personally, but that's the kind of shit that goes on at these parties.
Wow. Logan, write this down. I'm out of eggs and hope.
Noted.
Thank you so much. I love hearing all these stories. These stories are great. Eric, can you DM me that picture? I want to see it anyway, even if it's bullshit.
Yeah, I did it. Send me a DM to remind me, because I can't go into Twitter right now because I'm blocked for 12 hours, probably like 11 hours from Twitter, because I trolled this guy.
You got in trouble? You in Twitter jail?
Yeah, Logan and I got in a conversation. Some guy just kind of jumped in out of nowhere, and so I had to slap him around. And I called his red Corvette a faggoty something or another, and then I think he reported me. So because that word faggoty apparently is offensive, which I apologize, but that's what I said.
Yeah, that's super offensive. You shouldn't say that. That's why you're in timeout.
It's all good. No big deal.
Yeah, he said Bo can get in his faggoty red Corvette and go find himself a clue with his, was it jack-off breath?
No, cock breath.
All right, yeah.
Is it cock breath?
Yeah, I told him he had cock breath.
That was my nickname.
Oh, shit.
All right, you guys are funny and wild. I'm gonna go finish my coffee. Have a good morning.
Good morning.
Later, Laura.
Bye.
Hey, Logan. I was just thinking. He actually might have. There's a way he could have been telling the truth. Actually, my buddy. My bad. I'm still on that. Huh?
He definitely was.
Oh, okay.
Why do you say that though?
Oh, because you described humanoids that he called aliens, correct?
Yep.
Because these guys aren't into aliens, none of them really, but they are into like alchemy and wizards and shit like that. So that could make sense if they were just maybe possibly humans from times before ours.
I think that's what it is. It's about the Watchers and the Shining Ones. He talked about that, which are some form of advanced human looking. I call them. So we're modern humans. These would be a different type of human, or maybe what looks to be human. We're that kind of human. Whatever they are. They're not like when we say. A lot of us when we say aliens, maybe we're thinking about grays automatically. Maybe, but these were not grays.
Yeah, I even heard the way Logan described them and assumed in my head that we were talking about like non-human aliens, you know. That's a big problem in the field, I think, is like when we say alien and stuff like that. Like I don't even know if you said alien and I just thought that.
He did.
Yeah, I
He
don't
used
know.
the
I
word
mean,
alien. He
and
used the
here's the
word
other
alien.
thing is if there's a race of beings or several races of beings that are living here on the planet, then technically they're not aliens because they're here. I mean, aliens would be coming from some other place to Earth, but if they're already here, or maybe they were here before us, or whatever, or maybe we're sharing the planet with them, they're non-human entities, or they could be some hybrid version of human extraterrestrials that came here or whatever in the distance past and now live here with us. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know how many aliens are actually coming from like, some star system, way the fuck out there still. I mean, I don't know if that's still happening or not. I'm going to ask Dodie about that. I'm glad we talked about this. I'm going to bring that up to him again.
And yeah, and then even still at 3, that seems very early for Buddy to learn that. But yeah, ask him about that. I'm curious.
Screen.
And
I'm
the
surprised you
watches.
never.
He said he
Hold
saw
on.
a photo of the.
Zip it. Sorry. I'm just trying to say this for a minute now. Okay, so I remember when I asked, I was like, this happened to you at 3, huh? And then I was like, so because I was confused. Did he say 3 or 33? Because I was like, I was like, they disclosed this to him at 3. Maybe he must have meant 33. But nope. I'm pretty sure he said 3. And then I think someone said, "Oh wait, it's 333 right now. It's 333." You were asking about like the whole 3 thing at 333. It was just a weird coincidence. You remember that screen?
Yeah, that was me that said that.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm thinking? He must be an actual Freemason, not a Mason.
What's the difference?
They only do 3.
What?
They're like the ones related to the closely, like the closest still related to like Illuminati and stuff like that. The rest branched off. Like they have their own. Like you have like Scottish Rite, York Rite, and those would be Masons. But he's probably a actual Freemason, and a lot of people just mix up the terms.
I had no idea. I had never heard of that. I thought Mason was just like a slang for Freemason, like when they don't want to say it. But hold on. We have a new co-host. Her name is So Random. How you doing? I don't have no idea who you are, but yeah.
I don't know how I made co-host, but thanks. I feel special.
I like meeting new people, and I figure if I throw them a co-host, maybe they'll want to come up and talk.
I'm Sarah, and yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I get it now. Thanks.
You get it now? Awesome.
What's your deal with UFOs? Like, what do you think about them?
Oh, I mean, I'm really interested in them. I mean, I think anything is possible, and I like talking about it and listening and, hearing what different people say. Information is awesome, right?
I believe that. I mean, have you had an experience?
I've seen a few weird things. I haven't had like a major experience. I did have a manic psychotic episode. Well, I've had lots of episodes because I have bipolar disorder, but the last one I had was very intense, and I think I was channeling, and I don't really understand it, and so I'm just kind of going around listening to what different people say and stuff.
Yeah, you wanna I don't want to attack a new person, but you were channeling something what can you say, like what?
I really I don't know. It was just the most bizarre experience. I felt like, we're all energy and vibrations, right? But I felt like I was vibrating on such a high level. Like one time a glass just shattered in my hand, just holding it. And then I accidentally poured boiling water on my hand and it didn't burn at all. And I think it may have had something to do with vibrating at such a high rate.
Oh, yeah. There's a guy I know. He was, I don't know if he's possessed is the right word, but the god fuck, Quad. Hey, screen. Remember who Quad was possessed by? Was it Amun Ra? Is that who it was?
Yes.
There we go. I got a memory sometimes. So yeah, there's a guy, a friend of ours. His name's Quad. He's been possessed by Amun Ra. I don't know if he still is, but yeah, but he channeled him and stuff, and has like godlike powers, or something like that. I mean, was it kind of like that, where you like felt like you were somebody else, kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah. And one time, I think I even had like invisible wings. It was crazy. Like I knocked over a glass of water with something that, like an invisible force that was on my back. And then I knocked over a chair.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was nuts. And I'm glad I can talk about it here because I can't talk about this stuff. Because
I'm glad you
go to
said
the
that
psych
with
ward.
squirrels in the background.
Do what?
I said, I'm glad you said that with squirrels in the background. It fit perfect.
There's squirrels in the background. I didn't hear them.
It's birds. But it could be
Oh,
squirrels too. I don't know. I'm outside.
yeah. I mean, like this is pretty much the only place you can talk about stuff like this, which is like what I like to talk about, which is why I'm here, really.
Well, awesome. I'm glad I found a home.
Oh yeah, this place is like super chill. It's usually going like 24/7. If it's not me, it's somebody else in here, like Screen or Lacey or whoever, or somebody else entirely. So it's always a good place to chill. Just talk about shit that's going on, or hear someone else's wild ass stories. You get to really dig into like what's really going on with reality. This is where you're gonna get more information.
Yeah, I know. Like during that whole thing, it's just I realized like there's so much going on, something so much bigger that we don't understand, and I think about it all the time.
Yeah, how are more people like not interested in the topic, right? Because it speaks to like just this huge like fundamental issue with our reality.
Right.
Do you mind talking more about the wings? That's kind of unique. I've never heard anything like that before.
Okay, let's see. See, I don't ever really get to talk about it, so I got to figure out my words here.
That's the hardest part.
It is. It really is. I I was at my boyfriend's house, and like when you're psychotic for some reason, you like to get naked all the time. You're just naked, and I was standing, and I remember turning, and there was a glass of water on the coffee table, and it just flew over, and like I could feel this whole time I was feeling something in my back, like I had wings or something. I thought I had wings, and I yelled at him. I was like, "Why'd you do that?" He was like, "I didn't do that. You did that." And then I did another quick turn, and whatever was on my back just knocked over the chair. And it was crazy. It was nuts.
Do you remember any like small things about it that might not seem important? Like how you said you kind of like felt the cup, like like is there anything like that maybe that you might think was weird?
Yeah, like it was like these. Let me just say what it felt like. It felt like I had invisible wings, and I could feel when it hit the cup and when it hit the chair. But couldn't see them, obviously. Um, yeah, I remember that, and I remember like it's kind of hard to remember a lot of the stuff in detail or anything, but um, I just remember during that whole time it felt like something was happening in my back. Like I don't know if my wings were growing or what. Um, it was really strange.
Do you know about how long they lasted or anything? And sorry if I'm grilling you. Like I said,
Oh, it's
I've heard
okay.
a
It's
lot of
okay.
stuff, but never wings like that. So I'm really interested.
Well, I only ever knocked things over that one night, and I think it has a lot to do with like the energy I was feeling. Um, it was just a really intense. I was psychotic for months. Um, it started with a regular manic episode, and then I've had plenty of manic episodes over the years. I've been dealing with this illness for like 20 years, and it's never been that extreme. So it started out as a regular manic episode, and I ended up getting off of all my medication, which I've never done before during a manic episode. I've like not taken them correctly, but I've never gotten completely off. And I think that had a lot to do with it. And it was like I was in almost like another world in a way. I it's so bizarre. Um I think I may have like at one point I thought I was a Nigerian high priestess for some reason. I don't know if I was experiencing past life kind of regression type stuff or what. Um but it was like I was cycling through these different things, and also it was kind of like I think I was reliving past trauma as well. I almost drowned when I was a kid, and I relived that in the shower. I think I even relived my birth, which is crazy.
Man, that's very interesting. Um, what if when you said past lives, like you were seeing past lives or something, do you think it's possible that they were simultaneous?
I mean, yeah, that could be a possibility. Um, but yeah, I thought I was like this high priestess and that I had all these powers and stuff. It was
Do
weird.
you have wings? Do you know?
I don't, what's I have scoliosis, and so after that, like I had been healing myself. I think I healed myself too fast. I went and had work done on my back and had my spine like straightened out, and I felt better than ever. And it was like my mind, it was too fast for my mind, I guess. And now, after my episode, I had a 2 year long depressive episode. And so, where I just like didn't do anything. And so, my scoliosis came back with a vengeance. And now I'm working on getting it back. And where my main pain is where my quote unquote wings would be, if that makes sense. So it's almost like I'm getting them back. I don't know.
Now that is interesting.
It's so awesome I can talk about it.
Did the pain start before the wings?
Well, I've always had pain. I deal with chronic pain. And then when I started seeing this guy who he's called a structural integration therapist. If you can find one of them, oh my gosh, you need to do that. Our posture is so important. Like I realized after all of this, I think I don't know, it's easier to connect with spirit and things like that. And so I had gone and seen him, and I mean he was like a miracle worker, and I was pain free. I could move again. I used to teach dance and color guard, and I mean I was dancing like I had never danced before. Like I mean it was incredible. And so if you can find a structural integration therapist, I highly recommend it because it will change your life.
Sorry, Sarah, do you know how to like accept people to speak if they want to speak and whatnot? And Eric, what are you doing down there?
This is my first co-hosting job. Let me
Well,
see.
welcome.
Is there anyone? A request.
My mic
Yes.
wouldn't come up. It's working now.
There. Got it.
Cool.
I did it.
Try to pronounce that person's name.
Wakwar? Khan? I'll follow
Yeah.
you back.
That's what I would guess. I would say like Wakar Khan, maybe.
Wakar? Yeah, yeah.
I saw this thing you posted about Bill Gates and death panels. What? That's crazy.
Right? Dude, we live in it's nuts.
What?
But yeah.
What the hell is this about? Bill Gates death panels? Talk to me.
What was
So,
it?
Bill Gates tells G20 world leaders that death panels will soon be required. Unelected World Health Czar Bill Gates has used his appearance at the G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia to raise a discussion about death panels. According to Gates, death panels will be necessary in the near future in order to end the lives of sick and unwell people due to very, very high medical costs.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that is bizarre. That's horrible.
His father is a leading eugenicist. His father. So I mean, he's just adopting all of his father's, reduced population reduction philosophy.
Do you think like the time travelers lined up just the right people to be in these positions for these reasons? Because like, what are the chances his father would be a eugenicist, right?
Yeah.
By definition, they would have to, right? Whether they planned it or not.
You know what's weird to me is it's like people like this and Klaus Schwab, for example. I mean, there's got to be literally millions and millions of people that just completely detest these people, for a lot of reasons. That somebody somehow, with all the crazy people out there that would want to like try to assassinate somebody, you would think that some sort of assassination attempt would have been made on people like this that are just basically deciding with their money and their power that they're going to play God. That's really what it is. They're gonna run the show. They're gonna decide what we eat, what we put in our body, what we get to own. Just a total control matrix. I mean, who's at some point, man? I don't know how these guys are going to continue to live and propagate that bullshit.
damn it! I did it again. Been talking with the mute button on, or my mute, whatever. Wakar, I can't add you. So we both tried to add you, Wakar, and you're still not coming up for some reason. Maybe you should leave and never return.
Did you say Picard? Is that like the person from Star Trek, The Next Generation, or who are we talking about?
Oh yeah, Wakar Khan. He is requesting to speak, but for some reason I can't get him up. So if you try to like leave the room, bro, and come back in, that should maybe fix it. I don't know.
He's DMing me.
Oh, okay.
He's not saying anything about the issues.
He's from Pakistan, it looks like.
Yeah.
As long as he's cool with it, that's cool. Yeah.
Requested. Let's see.
I think he'll be able to speak now because it says he can now speak on my end. We'll see. Might take a minute to connect.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's in Pakistan. I would like to know if he does come in, if he's there now.
Oh.
Why?
Hello, hey there. Thanks for adding me.
Hey, Wakar.
Hey, Sharon, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here with all you beautiful people.
Yo, thank you so much for giving response. Thank you. How are you doing?
Really well. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks, Lagoon, for inviting me. Iraka, Lacey, Scream, Cheris, how are you doing too?
So place a finger on a mirror. Look closely. There's a space between the point where you and other you meet. Neither you can enter the place. Hold on.
Lagoon, someone.
So look closely. When you place your finger on a mirror, there's a space between the point where you and other you meet. Neither you can enter that place, but both can see it. That's where the phenomena exists, the none place between the feedback loop of your reflections. And now you know. So that's what Joel Griffin Dodd says. I put his tweet at the top if you want to read it. That's an interesting way to look at it. Science Bob comments
Actually,
about it.
place a finger on a mirror, look closely, there is space between point where you and. Okay, guys, take care. I'm gonna bed. I'm lying down. Thank you.
Bye.
Adios. I thought you were going to ask him something about Pakistan, Eric.
We suck.
So what were you guys talking about before I came in?
I have ADHD, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, what were we talking about? We were talking about like Santa Claus is like real and evil, and so are like mermaids, and how CERN is opening up like a portal to hell, so like the bottomless pit of demons can open up.
You know what? Now you mentioned CERN. I learned about CERN this year, and I realized that the last time they turned that particle accelerator on was when I had my psychotic episode. And I was like, I wonder if that has any correlation.
Oh, how long ago was that?
That was in 2019.
I'm pretty sure they turned it back on like maybe a month or so ago.
Yeah, they turned it back on in July, I think. And then like I watch YouTube. I watch commentary channels about other YouTubers. There's this one girl, Gabby Hanna. She went through a psychotic episode on TikTok, and I watched her do that, and it was like almost exactly what I went through. It was crazy.
You know what's even more crazier? I tell people this all the time. They just had breakthroughs. Well, that they told the public about. They just had breakthroughs in fission modules or fission containment systems like tokamaks and stuff. So that places like CERN are only going to be more powerful, and they said up to 200%.
That makes me
That's not,
nervous.
if they're talking to like demons and shit like that, like I mean, you think they're talking to angels and stuff too?
No.
Not as much. There are ways, but they're not as common.
Okay, just curious. I guess somebody has to facilitate the end of days, so why not let it be CERN?
Say that again?
I guess somebody has to bring on the end of days, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's gotta be somebody. I mean, I figured like Donald Trump being like, the Antichrist. I like that seems to be like the going conspiracy theory these days. But you know, if he's gonna win and become the Antichrist, then that means CERN's gotta pop open that bottomless pit around the same time. So everything should be going right on according to plan, I guess. Former U.S. Marine Corps intelligence officer Scott Ritter says the Ukrainians deliberately launched missiles at Poland to trigger NATO intervention.
Of course they did.
I just want to warn you on something there. That could be the truth. But just like we listened to earlier about this guy Peter Beater talking about the Russians and the robotoids, that when you're talking about intelligence operations, the Russians are really good at that, and they're really good at reverse psychology. So it's also just as plausible that they can make it appear as though we did it, so that in the American eyes, see, the whole idea, their propaganda is to make Americans think that our government hates us. So just keep that in mind.
Do they not hate us? Because I thought they did.
They definitely do. We're a nuisance to their plans for getting rich and get powerful.
What was one term that I've heard? Useless eaters, I believe.
Yeah, that's in his Great Reset book. We're a bunch of useless eaters. Somehow he's walking around G20 influencing global politics somehow.
What is this one? Aliens could digitize their consciousness, transfer them to laser beams, and use avatars to colonize any planet they desire. Forget rocket ships.
Grays, TR3Bs.
Oh wow. So the Galileo project is now redirecting its funds to underwater exploration instead of looking at the skies. What a twist.
That's interesting. I think we got 2 new people in. David?
We don't like them.
We need a
You don't
new
like
world order. A new world order.
Yes.
We need a new world order.
What'd you say, Bill Clinton?
We need a new world order.
Okay. Did you want to add to that or?
No, I just want to say that for like 3 days, it's like whenever I get close to the truth, for some reason I get like psychically attacked, and I just woke up and I've been sleeping for like, I don't even know, a couple days. Very out of it.
I haven't seen you in 2 years.
No, it's really odd though. I like whenever I feel like I'm getting close to like something, and then I all of a sudden I just I end up sleeping for like a couple days, and like I can't wake up. It's like I can't get out of it. It's like I'm literally like in a trance, and I have to it's really difficult to get up, to wake up. I'm talking like sleeping like 20 hours, 30 hours.
God damn it. I'm talking on mute again. It never gets old.
I couldn't hear anything for a bit now. This
I was saying like, oh, why were you sleeping for 30 hours, man? What you been doing?
No, it's like every time I get close to like the next level, like figuring something out, I get it's like I'm getting psychically attacked, where all of a sudden it's like I get so sleepy and so tired, and I can't get out of it. And yeah, it's like it's really intense. It's like it's really difficult to it's like I get put into a coma or something.
That's interesting. I understand what you mean about like leveling up.
Yeah, right. Leveling up. Like every time I feel like I'm getting to like the next level in this simulation, um, and everything's great, and all of a sudden it's like there's this force that's like pushing me down into this such a like deep realm of sleepiness that like I'll sleep for like a day or 2 days, and I don't even. It's like I can't get out of it.
You're talking about a force that reminded me during my psychotic episode. At one point, a lot of stuff happened at my boyfriend's house. I don't know if there's like a certain kind of energy there or what, but it's like I was literally being pulled down by some sort of force, and I couldn't get up. And So my body's on the floor, and then I hear this thing in the other room just going off, and it's plugged into the wall. And I don't know if, like, I was talking about how I was vibrating at such a high level, but I turned that on with my energy somehow. It was crazy. The dial was still at 0 and everything, like off, but it was just a going.
Yeah, it doesn't really make it's hard to, it's like ever since, for example, the other night when I was talking about these electrical electricity coming out of like my fingertips and stuff when I like go into this deep focus. Ever since then, boom, it's like 30 minutes after that I've been like sleeping. Um and I mean, it doesn't, it makes sense where these Twitter Spaces guys. I mean, these, if there was an entity or a group that wanted to get in and psychologically manipulate with like advanced systems, like people that are spreading truth, this would be the place to do it, because you're talking about an app that the API is it's not encrypted. I mean, it's totally this isn't the safest. This isn't the safest app to communicate this kind of stuff, but
Yeah, I'm not going to be scared. I'm not going to be fearful. That's just pointless.
no, you don't have to be fearful and scared. I'm just saying,
Yeah, yeah.
if there was an outlet to do it, this app would be perfect to do it through. Is
Right.
what I'm saying.
Right. Okay, so you were talking about electricity coming through your fingers. Like, one thing that happened to me was like, it's like I was messing up like the Wi-Fi or the camera, like in my dad's truck. I was screwing up the camera in his truck. Like, it wouldn't work when I was sitting in there. And I'd get out and it would work fine.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's so awesome to find someone who gets it.
Yeah, I mean, we're living in we're living in a very the technology that exists right now that we know as like consumers in this world, or beings participating in this simulation. The technology that we have is, they have technology available that is 40, 50 years ahead of what we're using, right? So like a lot of people don't know that people were using the internet in 1986. And, far before anybody even knew what the internet was. And you can verify that because some of the first domain names that were registered, if you look up the registrar of when they were actually registered in the domain name system, you'll pull up the record that says 1987, 1988, etc. So there's even things like laser microphones. A laser microphone is they can basically point a laser anywhere, half a mile away, and they can actually hear um, through the laser microphone. They don't have to, the days of like planting bugs in people's houses is very, very old. It doesn't even have to happen anymore. So everything's kind of could happen theoretically from, a control center where, if they want to disrupt any parts of society that are getting close to the truth, all they would have to do is just press a couple buttons. It's not like, the car sitting, the van in front of the house anymore. I mean, this is a very different type of world. So I don't know, but it's like every time I get close to the truth, I'm pushed down. It's like this force is pushing me down, and I get so sleepy and so tired. And it's really difficult to get out of it. And it's really odd.
Yeah, I have felt that way before. That's for sure.
Oh shit, my mic is on. Hey, has anyone ever been a part of the experiencer group?
I checked that one out last night. It was pretty cool. Are you
I've never
talking
been on
about
it.
space or sorry.
The what?
Maybe I don't know what you're talking about. There was a space last night that I was in. I think Eric was in there with me too.
Really?
What's that?
What was that space we were in last night? Was it
Brian Johnson.
okay?
Yeah, Brian Johnson kind of when did he come on the scene? I think they first saw him like I don't know, like a month ago maybe. He's new, right?
I don't think he's in here right now.
No, he's not. But I just mean he's new to Twitter, isn't he?
Somewhat, yeah. I've the few times I've caught his groups, he knows a lot of shit. He kind of thinks a little bit like I do. He kind of goes out into that other realm where there's not necessarily like concrete evidence, but if you line up the dominoes and you push them over, this is where they're likely to land, and that's kind of where he goes with it. So I kind of like that. It's fun to think outside the box.
Oh, wait, hold on. Say that again. Where does he go with it?
He just kind of. What do you mean? Where does he go with it?
you said that's where he goes with it. That's what I'm saying.
He's willing to go outside the box as far as he was pushing for disclosure last night more or less, and he put out a lot of good points. Yeah, I mean he's got good points. I haven't heard him say anything that I disagree with. I mean I don't know that
he's awesome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he probably like the biggest one pushing for disclosure right now. I swear. I think he does like most work than I see anyone else doing. As far as just kind of ranting about the fucking government and disclosure, right? He's putting in work.
The thing though is for me it's like we can get in these spaces and rant and so on and so forth and tweet, and ultimately I don't think we have really an effect on whatever if the final decision is going to be made. The people in charge of making those decisions are not going to go, well, I heard this conversation in Twitter space and this guy Logan, he was so fantastic that I think we're going to have to change our agenda on behalf of this young man.
Yeah, for real.
It's true.
I
Right?
completely agree. I do think it's important that we get that energy out there, though. Get things. It
I
kind of
think
helps get the
everyone
ball
should
rolling.
just get out of the spaces, and we should meet at one of the experiencers' places and have some, try to connect there. Where the UFOs are actually going. I think it's. Give me a break, right? You think that all of this push for disclosure that the government's going to go, well, you know what? We've spent hundreds and hundreds of years, even before modern civilization, trying to hide the truth from people. And you know what? We're just going to let it all out and tell people the truth. Give me a friggin' break. There'd be no control center. There'd be no authority would not be believed by anybody anymore. I mean, it's like I think the people that are pushing for disclosure don't really understand what disclosure would actually mean.
Yeah, you're right. I think that, let's just say hypothetically, that there were intelligent races that were somehow either manipulating or working with humans, just say, then if disclosure came as a result of those relations, I don't see how that would turn out positive for us. Okay. The other thing is, what we get disclosure, then what are we going to do about it? That's why I said to Brian, I said, so then what? What do we do? I mean, really, I mean, we don't really have any control over whatever it is they tell us. And here's the other thing is, so Stephen Greer, one great thing in 2000, they had that that congressional hearing thing that they did when they had all the people speak. Clifford Stone stepped up, said 57 alien races. Richard Dolan was there, and a whole bunch of other slew of other whistleblower type people. And then I would say from about 2002 or three, more or less, there was that push, and then it kind of died down. And then for about 12 to 15 years, it went into this lull where there was still people talking about it, and it was still conversation, but there was no such thing really being pushed as disclosure. It was just kind of in this pause mode. And then all of a sudden, now they're saying this in 2017 until today, this whole thing towards disclosure. So personally, I think there's a hidden agenda behind this. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's for the betterment of humanity.
I agree, and I have a theory, but
let it out.
Well, I mean, if if the whole idea about like the fake alien invasion, right? Like, okay, so say hypothetically, right, that I mean, they know all about what's been going on since the beginning of time, and that let's say that that a couple we're dealing with multiple entities. Well, let's say that some of them are peaceful and really want to have peace, right? Well, disclosing that would basically create such a world, if they really let out the truth, it would create a world where nobody would believe their governments anymore. Nobody would believe their leaders. So what would happen then is they just wouldn't follow rules. It'd say, pay taxes. Hell no, I'm not paying any taxes anymore, or, this and this and this. I mean, it'd be like the authority that the world knows would be basically reduced to nothing if we knew that something bigger was above it. So there's this idea that they wanted to plan the fake alien invasion or say that they were bad. Well, I mean, I thought it would be like what perfect timing with the Artemis moon landing, right? Some kind of space event where they go, oh shit, it was blown up, and oh no, it was another race, and that would be like the perfect reason right there. I'm just waking up out of it like a 2-day blunder, but it's I think it's just it's silly. That's why sometimes I just think it's so ridiculous. What is disclosure, right? It can mean a lot of different things. It's a whole bunch of levels right there. I mean, it can be we know that there's life other than us. That could be disclosure. Or it could be, they live among us and they're here. That could be disclosure. But full blown, I mean, this goes back, all the way throughout. It's like historical context. It's like we keep a civilization will rise, we'll destroy ourselves, and then it starts all over again. If you go back to like the Vimana and you go back to all these old texts and some of the drawings and everything, I mean, this has been going on since the beginning. So to let out full disclosure, which I believe is along with that comes along with full disclosure would come the realization that it's so deep that they've just been lying to us. And then once everybody realizes that and it's confirmed, it's like there's no trust anymore. It's just, I feel like they're pausing, they're holding out on something. Where's this friggin' report, man?
They've got 10,000 reasons not to disclose any of the above, whatever the level of it is, and only people wanting to know the truth as the reason to disclose it. If that's really, if there is a cover up of it, they've got so many justifications for not really disclosing. And if they have to give it to Congress, they'll take that area and they'll take 5 of them and they'll say, we'll talk to you 5. And they'll swear secrecy and they'll tell them it won't even be the Security Council. It won't be. That's how they always have a reason.
Yeah, because I mean, it's the difference between a world, that has rules and law and order, and a world that instantaneously could be flipped upside down, where all of that doesn't matter anymore to anybody.
Okay, so here would be like a horrible horror movie scenario. So let's say there was reported an alien, we'll just use the word invasion, an alien encounter, a mass encounter somewhere near, either in the United States or outside the United States, Mexico, wherever. As a result of that alien encounter, a virus has been attained through that contact, and the humans that obtain that virus are dying, even if it's true or not. Let's just say that that's the story that they put out there. And now that the aliens have invaded, maybe not like we would imagine in the Independence film, but in a different kind of way. So now they can continue to push their vaccine protocols, and also it would be the perfect time to do a great reset. So it's possible that they could just try to totally flip humanity with those two bullets at the same time, within the same time frame. And humanity would be in such shock and not know what to do that they would just lay down for this great reset. Think about that possibility.
100%, man. And I feel like the lockdowns and all the measures that were taken when COVID started were like, it was almost like a drill for that.
Do you guys remember a couple of years ago a top cardinal who was a kind of nationalist, conservative kind of cardinal in the Catholic Church? He put out a thing about the Great Reset, and no one had been talking about it or heard about it until this guy. And all over the place, I heard people go, "Oh, that guy's he's psycho, man." Now look, it's a couple of years later. It's brought up daily,
Is anybody speaking right now? Because I don't hear Logan.
Nope. I was just reading just some stuff about Mars. It's fascinating, the face on Mars. I was 100% sure was debunked as just pareidolia or whatever after the 2001 photo came out. But after all this thinking I've been doing about NASA, I don't know why I would believe that they didn't airbrush the fuck out of that picture to say it was not a face. Of course they would do that. They would have to do that, wouldn't they?
Yes.
So here's a footnote for some of you that didn't watch the X-Files movie. I forget what year it came out, but the movie was based on the gray alien virus. That was what that whole quarantine scene was, if you guys remember.
That's really interesting.
Eric, what years did you start attending these conferences and conventions, or how? Because you gave
2016.
Wow, because I was wondering how much things changed among the veterans of this after all the New York Times article and Elizondo. Did you see the change in the veterans of ufology?
Yeah, well, Richard Dolan, I remember he kind of analyzed it pretty thoroughly. I think at one point at first he was very cautious, which he should be as a researcher. And then later, I think he was able to get information that caused him to think that what Lou was doing wasn't a bad thing in terms of getting the information. One of the messages that Lou Elizondo had was just trying to get the information out so we can have a discussion. So if we just look at that only and not all the other stuff, the fact that he pretty much came out and said it's okay to have this conversation. I'm going to go and do 50,000 interviews and promote conversation about this. Now, I don't know if all of his information was true or not. I don't know, but the fact that that was a plus, I thought. So yeah, the old timers. Okay, I got to meet Stanton Friedman in 2016 at the Alien Snowfest in Big Bear, California. That's where I actually first met Gigi, who's going to be hosting Logan tonight on the Shift Happens podcast. And that was interesting to hang out with him. He had a booth, a table where he was selling his books. And he it was interesting. He never moved. He would stay there all day long. Yeah, I mean, most guys that are in the field that have booths and whatnot, they'll have their books out there, and then they'll leave and they'll go do something. They'll come back. I mean, it's a difficult thing to stay there literally all day long, but he would sit there all day long. And after a while, there weren't that many people there, so he was sitting there a lot of times just literally for an hour or two or three when nobody would even come up to his table, just because there weren't that many people there. And so at one point, it was like the second day of the conference, and I'd recognized that nobody was talking to him. They had already talked to him, maybe, and they were, But anyway, so I went and I sat next to him, and I started just I wasn't really sure how I was going to go about having a conversation with him about Bob Lazar, but that was part of my goal was to have a conversation with him about Bob Lazar. So in order for me to kind of warm him up a little bit, we got close to dinner time. I said, I'm getting kind of hungry. I said, are you hungry? He said, yeah. I said, well, let me buy you some dinner. And he goes, oh, okay. And so he's looking at his menu, and I'm looking at the menu, and I said, I think I'm going to get this. And he goes, oh, I think I'll have this. I go, okay, I'll go order it for us. He says, well, since I'm a speaker here, my meal's free, but if you want to pick it up and bring it over to me, that'd be great. Super nice guy. I mean, real kind of dry humor, but you could tell he was super intelligent. Anyway, at one point, so we're eating, we're just hanging out. I'm still kind of being very careful. I don't want to get this guy pissed at me by asking him too many questions. And this guy comes up with his buddy, and he's looking down at the table, and he's seeing all of Stanton's books, and he's picking up these books, and he's looking at them. He's going, "Oh, Stan Friedman, this is interesting." He doesn't even know that it's Stanton Friedman sitting and across from him, sitting in the chair. He doesn't even know that. He just thinks that. I don't think the guy was even part of ufology. I think he just kind of wandered in there and just was curious what was going on. So he starts asking questions that Stanton's right there. He could have just asked him, but he didn't even know that was Stanton Friedman. So at one point I says, well, do you know that you don't even have to ask me the questions? You can ask Stanton because that's him sitting right there. Oh, and he got all embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Friedman. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I just wandered in here, da, 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 da. But anyway, that was kind of a fun little event. And then later that night, it was Sunday night, like a day or two later, and it was a Super Bowl, and we all met at a pizza parlor. And so I was sitting there at the table, and there was a chair open next to me. And so Linda Moulton Howe walks in, and so she was the chair that was open. So she sat down next to me, and she had a couple glasses of wine, and we're having pizza and beer. And so I got to hang out and talk to Linda Moulton Howe for like 3 hours during the Super Bowl. No, I didn't pepper her all the whole time because there was other. But I'm just saying that's the kind of fun things that I've been able to have experience. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I relate to it with my comic book sci-fi stuff. I'm kind of a super fan I got to do books. I became an illustrator, but I started that stuff at 13. I'd go to some shows and I'd hang out, like Chris Claremont I kind of became friends with. And there's something about sharing a meal with someone, hanging out and not talking, the camaraderie of not talking the topic constantly, just talking about how it made a nice day, how's your family, that kind of stuff. It really does bring things around. Eric, I was one of the guys who brought up worried that Doty was a guy taking advantage of you because I relate to you that way. I'm like, when I was a big football fan. I was friends with the head coach, and like I said, my favorite writers and illustrators. There is a fame thing that I'm always aware of. It. I don't want to be that groupie. You know what I mean? And I'm sure you have that same awareness because,
Oh yeah.
you know, but I worry about his history. You know, I don't even know. I never studied this case of Doty. I just know what a guy said about a guy who said a thing about a guy.
Yeah,
But
it's
that was my concern, and I hope you don't think that's me trashing
no, it's
you.
all good. It's no big, it's what's ironic about Doty, this is my perception, is that so for he doesn't deny this. I mean, it's not like he tries to trick people into believing that it didn't happen, but he worked uh, in counterintelligence and disinformation, that kind of stuff, misinformation operations where people were either seeing things or not seeing things, and it was his job. And there was also, I believe, somewhere, I can't remember the exact number, but there was, I think he told me 120 other people that were in the same position that did the same job he did. He was not like this special James Bond secret disinformant guy that he was the only guy. There was 120 other ones that were also doing this. And at one point, um, it's a long story, but the bottom line was that he kind of got his payback in the sense that some of the information, in my opinion, in Mirage Man and some of the information that's been written about the Paul Bennewitz story is not completely accurate based on my independent researchers. It's only part of the truth. So he actually got victimized by his own tactics. In other words, the public at large that found out that he had been disinformed with Paul Bennewitz decided to do a misinformation campaign on him to the point where there's 3 people so far that have set up websites just to totally just take down Richard Doty and also to pretend to be Richard Doty. So yeah, I mean, he's had to deal with the abuse of getting caught, so to speak. He got outed, so that's. But today, moving forward, this was 30 years ago, whatever the hell it was. I don't believe in today's time, that he is a part of any campaign or project or black operations disclosure movement that involves him putting information out there to me or anybody else to try to purport or to try to prop up a narrative because the CIA or somebody wants them to do that. I just don't see that happening. So anyway, that's my take.
I like you were saying, you're numbering 100 and some people. That is, in my mind, I'm an older guy. I remember pre 9/11. There were people saying this shit was going to happen, but we didn't have a lot of human agents in place. We had a lot of second testimonies. I heard he said we didn't have people in place, and that justification there became homeland security, everything. That was like, look, we could have stopped this, but we're all separated, blah blah blah. I think the bureaucracy is so separated that there are a lot of people that are commissioned to gather or put info out, and there's more than one, and they don't know who the other ones are, and they chase their own tails a lot.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that the end game is, okay, it isn't to force anyone to believe one thing. It's really like it's leave it up and out there so you can doubt any info you get.
Exactly.
It's almost a counter intelligence in the end, because it's like if a big secret pops out, it's easier for them to say, oh, that guy, that's all bullshit.
Yeah, and you mentioned Bill Cooper, by the way. I watched 2 documentaries about him a couple of days ago, and he had actually spoken publicly that this 9/11 event was going to happen. He like a few months prior, and then after 9/11, he died
November or something. I forget the exact date, but literally less than 2 months after 9/11, his home was raided for reasons that were not justified for them to draw on him like they did, and he decided he felt threatened, and so he got a handgun and fired back. Now there's controversy who fired first. Some say he fired first. Others say the police fired first. Who knows? But the point is they killed him. And so and it was right after he had been talking about 9/11, and he was ready to probably spill more information about what he knew. And they thought, you know what, we're not going to have this guy fuck up our scam that we just ran on the American people with his 9/11 event.
Yeah, I think they said it was like he owed taxes or something, and that was the reason for the raid. But yeah, it's too bad, man. Bill Cooper. So, in my opinion, one of the greats.
He said, listen to everybody, read everything, but trust no research that you can't verify yourself. That was his famous line. And that's kind of what I try to live by is, listen to everybody, read everything, trust nobody, but only go with what you can verify yourself. So there's a lot of information that Dodie shared with me that I can't verify. I don't really have the time or the contacts to verify everything he says. Some things I can verify, and the things that I've been able to verify, I believe are true. Now, that doesn't mean everything he's told me I've verified is true. So I just want to be clear about that.
Who's Bill Cooper?
Bill Cooper?
Did you just say who's Bill Cooper? Oh,
He wrote the White Horse thing, right?
Hey,
oh my God, yes. You got to read that book, Logan. Behold the Pale Horse, brother.
He's
Seriously.
still alive.
No, he's dead. He was killed. By the way, so we just said he was killed.
He did a radio show, Logan, every week, and he would dive into a lot of the topics that we discuss, and he was very passionate about it, very, very passionate about it, and had a huge listener base, and said a lot of things about 9/11 and things before 9/11 happened. And then he also, the whole thing about Cooper is that Cooper said that he, like others, Cooper said that he worked at Area 51 at S4. That was his background. He was in
naval intelligence. Yeah. Oh, and one other thing too is he told the story in this. I'll post this Logan, remind me, there was a documentary that I watched yesterday. I can't think of the name of it. But anyway, it's on Rumble. You can watch it for free. It's either Rumble or BitChute. But the point, he said that when he was a naval officer on a naval ship, I don't remember when this would have been, if it was the 70s or the 80s, I can't recall. But he says that what changed his paradigm, in other words, you just imagine you're just a naval officer on a ship at sea, and you're living your life as if it's always been a certain way. And he says that he saw a flying saucer come up out of the ocean and just shoot off into the sky in a moment's blink. And he says that was the moment that his paradigm shifted, and as a result of that, his career changed directions, and that's what I think propelled him to become the person that he became later, who spoke about these things.
I'll have to look into it and find it, but there's a video of him giving a presentation at a hotel in, I think, the late 70s, where he goes over the agreement that was made between supposed agreement between Eisenhower and the extraterrestrials, called, I believe, referred to it as the Tau 9 Treaty, and he goes over all these different presidential executive directives that basically he said had the information kind of embedded into the orders, and it's really pretty interesting stuff, man.
He said that in the movie that I watched, that his job when he worked for naval intelligence was the documents would come in, classified secret documents would come in,
and it was his job to part of his job was to be able to see these first of all, and then whatever he did with it after that, I don't know, but that he saw. This is where a lot of his insight, he claims his information came from documents that he saw that had information there that supported a lot of what people call conspiracy theories today still. These documents apparently supported some of the stuff that he had put out later.
So he had to get poisoned first if there was anthrax on it.
Did you find Bill Cooper yet, Logan? I know you're searching on your computer right now. I can see you. I'm remote viewing you.
No, I'm doing something else actually. I'm trying to cut together these UFO videos right now that I'm gonna upload. They're pretty bomb. They're like super clear.
If you guys want to find a lot of these old videos, has any of you guys ever used PDVid?
No, what is it called?
So, I'm I have a lot of great resources, by the way. I'm just very cool. But PDVid, PETEYVID.com. It's PDVid.com. It's a video aggregator search engine, and this thing will pull up videos from like 30 years ago in the results, and it pulls them from all over the place. Like 1,000 different video sites and stuff, some real obscure ones. And so if there's anything you're ever trying to find, some kind of old video or something, most likely it's on there.
What's it called?
It's called PETEYVID, PETEYVID.com.
Worst name ever.
Well, it's after the guy's cat. He had a cat named Petey, and he made this website PETEYVID.
I don't know. Last resources you tried to give out cost money. I don't like resources that cost money.
No. It only costs money when you're like they always ask for donations because it's a free site on the third search result page. So like if you keep going through the pages, like the donation page will pop up, but you don't have to do that. You just basically alter your search keywords and you can pull stuff up on like the first two pages. The guy did it as he started off as like a project a couple years ago on his own. And it's really intelligent because, you can find all the old Bill Cooper videos. You can find a lot of stuff that you would never see on US-based video sharing websites. Another great one is, and I know we're talking about Russia again, but this is the thing that's confusing to me is that a lot of the Russian search engines pull up content for stuff that we're like talking about that you'll never see on these US search engines. It's like, so, the censorship is really not that non-existent on these Russian search engines. There's one called mail.ru, mail.ru. And, enter a keyword about anything, the moon, Apollo 11, moonlight. You'll pull up some stuff where you've never seen it before. It's crazy. Some real wild stuff.
What was that? Mail.ru?
Yeah, mail.ru.
Mail kangaroo.
.ru?
.ru, yeah.
Wait.
Okay, so Russian. Hey, I can't wait forever because my battery's dying. But I wanted to thank Logan and Eric for the space with Dodie. I thought you guys did a great job. Eric, I think maybe if you check your DMs a little more often, that might help. And I of course can help co-host as well. Jody did a space with me and Matt. I hope he will be willing to do another one with us because we could focus like specifically on like the science and technology aspect of the phenomena. But yeah, and David, you have extraordinary gifts and your impersonations are like out of this world. Are you a professional voice actor? Because if not, you could like look into that because you're amazing, and we all like understand and play along. But like if people start taking you serious, then like we're wasting time, and we don't want to be doing that, you know. So we love you and welcome you here, and yeah, I don't know, but
Thank you.
I love everybody.
Yeah,
I love everybody. I hope everybody has a great day.
I'm not a professional at all. I was a stock trader for many, many years, and then I had a UFO sighting, and so I'm trying to look for other streams of income now.
Well, yeah, definitely look into the voice acting because you could be a professional voice actor. You're
Thank
amazing.
you. Thank you,
Yeah,
my friend.
and I love everybody else here as well, and I hope everybody has a great day. Good to see everybody. Hope
Good.
everybody's
Thanks,
doing
Chris.
well.
Thanks, Chris. Have a great day.
I think I figured out why I've been like psychically attacked for 2 days, though. I
Much
realized
love.
it was, and that's why I think I'm shadow banned, because the other day, and I posted it, but it's like it doesn't go anywhere. You know, it's like the reachability. It's like I'm definitely shadow banned or something. I've got some screen captures that I did, and I was asked. I wrote this message, and it said, "Dear NASA," and then I was asking him what I have is I have this video. Okay, you know, you can watch the ISS feed live. So I'm recording the ISS, and it's got this countdown timer always on the top of the screen, and it counts down. It says like 20 minutes till sunrise or 20 minutes till sunset or whatever. And the countdown just keeps going down second by second, and then it. So I've got this video that I recorded, and you see, you know, the Earth moving across the Earth, and the countdown's counting down, and it glitches and it freezes like you're pausing a VHS video, right? But yet the whole time it's frozen, the countdown continues to go down. And then it unfreezes and continues on. And it occurred to me, I said, well, wait a minute. If this is a live friggin' feed, then why, when it unfreezes, is the video not catching up to the lost time when it was frozen? Because it almost it's like it unpauses. It doesn't catch up to the time that has been counting down while it was frozen. And a couple minutes later,
Deleted
I
something
think
in the middle. It's like, that's why.
they what?
I mean, if it glitches on a recording, something has been deleted or whatever.
No, not like the screen doesn't go away. What I'm saying is they caught it a couple minutes later. I'm saying, imagine you're watching a VHS
Yeah.
like tape
I'm
of
37.
the
I know
Earth,
what a
right?
VHS tape is.
Okay, you don't have to act like that. I'm just trying to
Oh,
explain something to people.
sorry. Yes.
Because I don't think you're understanding what I'm
No,
saying.
I do.
So, oh, you do? Well, then listen again.
Okay.
So, you're watching the Earth move, and it pauses. Now, it doesn't go onto a blackout. It doesn't have a blackout screen. It just pauses, and you still see the paused frame of the Earth. Well, the whole time, this countdown continues to go down. Then, about a minute later, it unpauses and it continues. Now,
That was
if
1 minute that was
no, if
unaccounted
it was
for.
live, when it started playing again, it would catch up to the lost time.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean? It's live.
Your
What?
eyes, if you blink, you can't see anything, right? And then but it's still real life. Like, if it's live, it's live. If it was a pre-recorded thing, well, who recorded it? He said he's seen it with his own 2 eyes.
Okay, maybe we should move on to another topic because we got a communication situation happening here.
I understand what you're saying.
Oh shit, I'm fucking still. I'm with my like friends around right now, and we're just like, oh shit, maybe I said something wrong. Oh, it's okay. I'll
You see what I mean? Every time I'm talking about something serious, and then it's like the jokers come in.
Yeah, I just muted her just so you know, Dave, so don't trip.
Please, man.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. Yeah, that's that shit happens sometimes, brother. Don't take it personal. You're a good man as far as I'm concerned.
I'm just saying I have it on video, so if you guys want to see it and see what I'm talking about, I can share it or something because it.
Yes, I want to see it.
Logan, so I sent you a link to the Bill Cooper, probably the best documentary
Striptease?
about Bill Cooper on Twitter, but it came from another account. I have to keep that on the download, but at least you got the link.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, check that out when you get a chance. You'll like that. There's a lot of good stuff in there.
I know probably a lot more about him than I kind of let on, but I got even confused with the other guy that was you remember who was Doty before Doty?
Oh, William Cooper. I mean, William Moore, Bill Moore.
Oh, yeah, I got them confused.
Yeah, I've done that too before, by the way. It's all good, buddy.
Why is that happening? What the fuck?
That's that Bill name. Something about Bill. They look similar too.
Yeah.
You know, the trippy thing about Bill Moore, the way Doty tells the story, is he was on stage and Doty was this. He was one of Bill Moore was one of Doty's misinformation assets, and so I guess Bill was doing a presentation, and he had not told Doty. Doty was in the audience that the information that he was asked to share through this misinformation that Doty was a part of. He didn't mention that he was going to basically tell the audience live that he had been misinforming them, that he lied basically about some things, whatever. He turned off his mic and exited the stage, went out the back door, and he was never to be seen in ufology again after that. Apparently still alive, but and I don't really know what that was all about. I don't understand. But this guy's never resurfaced later. I mean, that would be the great show to tell. You're like, where's fucking Bill Moore? What's the real story? I mean, that story's never been told. That's the story. If somebody can get that story, then God bless them.
So Bill Moore was on there with Doty and like what?
Doty was in the audience. Bill Moore was speaking on stage. Bill Moore had been given information by Doty and others to share with the audience as part of a misinformation that Doty was doing back in those days. I don't remember the exact year. It was a long time ago. And Bill Moore had decided that he'd been doing that for a while. Apparently, this is the way that the story's told, and that he didn't want to do it anymore. And then he just said, "I quit," and just basically left the stage during his presentation. There was a lot of commotion. If you could find the video, you can even hear the crowd as he's telling the crowd, you know, I misinformed you. He's doing his little speech. It was like less than a minute or something like that, doing his little speech. And then all of a sudden you can hear the crowd going, jeering him and kind of get rumbling. You can hear they're really kind of pissed to hear this because they thought that they were getting good information from this guy. And anyway, so I'm fully aware of that. So that's why sometimes you be careful because Doty, da 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 da. Well, I don't put myself in a position where I would be Bill Moore on stage providing information like that. I tell you guys in these spaces what some of the things that I hear, but I always tell you that I don't know for it to be fact. I can't verify it. This is just what I'm told. So it's not like I'm trying to sell you this information.
I'm cool. I mean, it's not me that thinks that. But yeah, I can understand how people would think that. There's a lot of them out there. They think information is dangerous.
A lot of older people go to these conferences, by the way, which is interesting that if you were to go and average out the age of the people that come to listen to the speakers, I would say,
dude, everything to do with ufology is all old people.
Yeah, but you would think that there'd be some 20s, 30s, 40s, early 50s. mostly 60s and up. It's
What?
and yeah, and what's also seems, it appears to me, most of the people that are there because they're kind of entertained by the information. They're not researchers. They're not there to try to figure out if the story they're listening to is true. They just like a good story. So they're there because they're curious about it. Maybe they had an experience, whatever. There's could be a lot of reasons, but it seems to be that the majority of the people that go there are there more for the entertainment, and so that's why you get these people on stage sometimes telling these fantastical stories, and it could, the people are entertained by this, but I don't believe that the people listening to these stories, some of them, uh are there to believe that these stories are lies. I think they're there to believe that these stories are true. So there's limited discernment by the audience that listens to these stories. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, I knew they were old, but I didn't realize they were that old. Fuck.
Yeah, Gigi's probably one of the youngest guys that goes, and he's in his 30s. Gigi, shift happens.
That's not so old, Logan. 56 is the new 26.
He said 60s and above.
I'm 4 years from there, man.
Shit, my grandma. I mean, I haven't had like really anybody in my family like live that long. Both my grandpas died at 55. My grandma, well, she died at 72.
I saw about 200 people that were in their 70s to 80s in a conference in Las Vegas talking about the secret space program, the MUFON conference, and that was packed. I mean, the building was packed, and the lady I sat down next to had to be in her 80s. It's just trippy. I mean, I'm not trying to dog people that are old. I'm just saying that's just what it is.
Yeah.
Love old people. They're the best.
Yeah. Me too.
I used to be a
I mean, a CNA, what's that?
a certified nursing assistant. So I worked in nursing homes.
I've got
You don't
this
like it?
friend of mine, Stanislav Ojak, who's 92 years old. He wrote a book. It's massive, and he hasn't even published it yet. And I went to visit him a few months ago in Wyoming, and he gave me his manuscript because he goes, I don't know. Well, I'm not going to tell you what he said, but bottom line is he wanted me to read his manuscript. And so he really wants me to read this and tell me what I think. And he's going to produce this manuscript. It's going to be pretty amazing because I already know the information in there is information that hasn't been really disclosed yet. So I think he's kind of waiting for this more disclosure to come out because his information is going to be kind of ahead of the game. But yeah, I'll be talking more about that in the future. We'll see how that goes. He worked with Hal Puthoff at Stanford, by the way.
Damn.
I mean,
I like,
Denise and Kathleen that did my hypnosis. I mean, they're up there, man. Denise is in a wheelchair now, and but their stories they go far back. You know, um, some of their abduction stories and stuff are insane. You know,
like what?
Some of their stories, like that they've told me about, possible abduction, missing time, which is like one of the biggest signals of it. Some of their stories are wild. So like Denise was she was like had a MUFON for a while, and then Martin, and I know Martin did some books with Stanton Friedman and stuff. But so Kathleen and Denise, and I did my hypnosis, and Denise, they would tell me stories about multiple events, just missing time, ending up 500 miles away from where they were. But they're all like the big, because there was a big boom in the 1970s. A lot of the books that came out of like Berkeley Publishing were really, really big. All the Adamski books and all the ancient alien theories started really popping out. So that there's that whole generation that's, you know, really up there in age, but the knowledge they have is crazy.
There's a video on YouTube. It's hard to find, but of Jacques Vallée 48 years ago when he was researching the phenomenon, and he was interviewing this lady who was the story she told while he was interviewing her was that she was in a car driving with three of her friends. I forget where it was, somewhere out in the desert, if I'm not mistaken, or in a forested area. And I'm just paraphrasing. And this big light came over the car, and she claimed that she remembered seeing herself dematerialize, and she said that whatever this thing was that took she said that she also saw her friends that were in the back seat go through the roof of the car as they dematerialized. And then they had this experience that she's telling Jacques Vallée about while they were on this craft with these aliens, and then they were returned back to the car. And if you could find that video and listen to it, I mean, she sounds very believable, but that's the kind of research Jacques Vallée was doing 48 years ago.
This guy ever die?
I think he's been robotoided.
I gotta find that video. That sounds good.
It was in a documentary film. I believe Rod Serling was the kind of the narrator of the film. I'll look for it. Well, I'm going to pause. I'll go look for it. If you find it, let me know, though.
No, I know what it is. It's
okay. If you say it, I'll remember. I just don't remember the name of the title.
I don't remember having like a special title, but it was did it have a special title? It wasn't just like UFOs, like something like nothing great. But I remember
Well, it had a
the
title.
Twilight Zone.
It definitely had a title. I just don't remember what a title was.
That was the film where, like, at the end, they were meant to show the Holloman Air Force footage.
Yes, I think you're right. Actually, I think that is the one.
Yeah,
UFOs Here and Now, or something like that. And
yeah.
It was either 74 or 76. I can't remember, but it was somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think you're right. And they released another version in '79.
And during that film, also, they were talking about the cattle mutilations in Colorado out there. And so at one point, they interviewed the local veterinarian who was examining the cattle, trying to determine what could have caused that. And based on his testimony, it was pretty obvious to me that these were not humans that were abducting these cattle. And at one point, the ranchers were so upset that these cattle were being taken that they decided to post up out in the wherever it was their cattle were in their ranch area with their rifles or shotguns and wait for these lights to come. And then apparently one night these lights came to, whatever they were going to do, take a cattle or not, but they literally fired on these saucers with their guns. And you could see that story in that film. It's pretty compelling. I don't think that they were making these stories up. That's my intuition.
Yeah, I don't think most people are.
The other day I had this download that came to me because I was getting a new insurance quote for a vehicle, and when it came time to put my name in and then select my sex, I was really surprised that I think it was Allstate Insurance. It said male, female, or non-binary. And I said, "Oh, okay, well, I'm a male, and I kept going." But then I thought to myself regarding disclosure, what if the disclosure has been happening all around us this whole time, very subtly and integrating into regular things, and when nobody's noticing it? What if non-binary? What if the real story behind the non-binary designation is to prepare for the disclosure that they are among us.
That's a really interesting thought.
Yeah, I thought about that because I was like, because they've integrated it into different. And then I tried another like progressive, and it was like male, female, or non-binary. I was like, oh, I'm a male, But if you think about it that way, it from another angle, it's interesting because it's like they're integrating some of these things within the process of our society, and then once, let's say a disclosure comes where they're like, yep, they're among us and they look like us, but they're not from here and they don't identify as male or female, we would already have that process in place for them to be able to integrate into society.
Very interesting.
I've had that thought before. About 12 years ago. I don't know. I'm not coming out as gay or anything, but it's probably not. It doesn't matter. So anyway, I was meditating like for hours every day, just doing those Monroe tapes, right? And I was just all about those tapes, just listening to all the different ones.
You're doing the Hemley?
Yeah. And they have a lot of really good ones. They're really like relaxing, and like I was really like kind of getting to like know myself and kind of like do like a lot of like self therapy. Just kind of like trying to solve my own problems, kind of just figure out just ask myself like some really hard questions. And I really felt like I'd never felt like more healthy in my life. And actually I don't know what it was, but I felt like I had been like elevated to like this like space where I don't know if I evolved more is the right way, but for some reason it made sense to me at the time that it would make sense for our species to be, like you just said, and it's hard to remember what I was thinking back then, but I thought like, doesn't it make sense just to be that way? Like, it seemed kind of primitive at the time that we are the way we are now, but looking back on it, it doesn't really even make sense to me now. I don't know. What do you think about it? Do you think that's going to be our natural evolution?
Do you have those tapes, or where are they stored, or?
No, they had them on CDs.
I've got them.
You got them? Okay, cool. Yeah. So Logan, Ocean's got her hand up, but real quick, I got a friend I want you to talk to that was part of that program. He can actually, too much to say right now, but I can provide you with some additional information that you might find really interesting. But hi, Ocean.
Hello, good morning. I'm just kind of new to this conversation, but I just wanted to say that I did learn the other day that octopus can actually edit their like DNA, their mRNA like at will. So they also have like double the amount of DNA that humans do. So I definitely would say they're more advanced than us to be able to be like, I want to change this about me or that about me and go in and edit that. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty normal for species as they develop to be able to use like different kind of like skills or traits, and maybe like gene mutation is a part of that.
Makes sense. That's when I had my kind of like my major experience was during those times, and maybe it was because I was kind of like evolving, and they were coming down to like, and kind of like, oh, what's this, human doing? It's interesting. You know what I mean?
You're talking about evolving that reminded me, one time during that episode, again, I was at my boyfriend's house, and it felt like a beam was just coming out of my head. It was just the craziest feeling, and he didn't know what was going on with me. And the thing that came out of my mouth was, I think we're evolving. So I thought I'd throw that out there.
Wow. What'd your boyfriend say?
I don't remember. He was so freaked out about the whole thing. Poor guy.
Yeah, where is he now? Is he like in some like mental asylum or?
No, I went to the mental asylum. And then we broke up, and then we kind of got back together and had a rough time for a while, and then I ended things because I knew I just needed to go heal myself, and he needed to do the same for himself. And now we're back together, and we're doing great.
How's it going, alien girl? Good to see.
Yeah, you guys too. Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah.
Did you guys just see this tweet that this guy put out? Did you guys see it with Scott the pilot guy? Who said, heads up, my brother's an airline pilot, 787. In the last 24 hours, pilots are seeing an overwhelming number of things in the sky. Pilots are sharing texts like nothing he's seen. He's reading them off to me as they come in from his coworkers. It's crazy. And then he's got screenshots of some of these text messages of pilots throughout the country who are discussing that they've seen something across all over. Like lately, all sorts of pilots are seeing things. This is crazy. You guys heard about this yet?
Yeah, I posted at the top if you guys want to see it.
Yes. Oh, did you already post it up?
Just now.
Dude, what is this? I'm getting excited, and I don't like to get excited because that's how it always works. But what do you guys think? What is this? Did anybody hear a debunk on this or anything?
Oh, I did read about this last night. Yeah, that apparently pilots from all over the place are having more sightings. The person that sent it to me said, could be a drill, but I don't know.
Could be a joke or a drill.
Could be a drill, but I don't know.
It's because we're getting very close to the arrival.
Do you think it's because of, it's probably because all of these laws about immunity that have been passed about allowing pilots to come forward and speak, right? That's interesting. I've never seen that.
I think there's more in the sky right now because the arrival is coming up. So,
is it?
Yeah, December 1st.
We're also having war, which would be another time to show up if things are getting quite intense, I think.
So I think on Wednesday, November 30th, I believe that most of the world will be able to see all the signs looking up about, that it's about to happen. And then on December 1st, I believe that's when the landings are going to happen. I have a list of the different landing locations.
Very cool. Where did you get the source of this information?
Serious. I want that.
Dave, you're not kidding right now, right, Dave?
I'm not kidding. No.
I know. I just wanted to confirm that.
What's the source of this information? That's very incredible.
If I could tell you, I would. These things kind of come into my brain, and I don't really, I call them downloads or whatever. But
so it was a thought that was put in your brain that you didn't think of organically.
It's like the best way to describe it is information that suddenly appears in my brain, and I don't really know how I acquired it, but it's there.
Can you? Did you write down this list, by the way, of these areas that you said, or is that written down?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it right now to.
Can you text it to me or tweet it to me if you wouldn't mind, please?
Is there any in Canada, please?
I'm gonna guess Arizona is probably one place.
So, can I just ask another quick question real quick about that?
Please talk as much as you like, because I love hearing you talk.
I love you too, Logan. I'm so happy you started the spaces, man. I'm glad you're on it and doing it. My big question for David here It's, have you confirmed with any other intuitive empaths who are in active communication with extraterrestrials that they're landing on December 1st? Because that would give your statement a little bit more authority, I guess. So have you talked to other empaths? Because obviously you are an intuitive empath. You know, like I'm friends with Angela. I talk with her, and so I understand. I'm not judging. And I've had my own personal telepathic experiences. So sometimes when you can confirm that with others, thank you.
So
Sometimes when you can confirm that with others, I think it's a great thing. And I actually think it's that networking up with people that's going to help us get closer to understanding the science of the 5D. So that's my real quick question to you is, have you confirmed this with other intuitive empaths who are in active communication with extraterrestrials?
so after I got this information a few days ago about the dates, I started digging down into some deep research, and I found that Maximilian Lafayette had actually predicted these same dates many years ago in one of his books.
I'm unfamiliar with him. Who is this man? Who is this author? This researcher?
Does anybody care to share? I'm just getting over this headache here.
Did you say Maximilian Lafayette? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Maximilian Lafayette. Okay. When you guys are done talking about that, I got a little recording to play, but go ahead and finish your conversations.
So Maximilian Lafayette, I started like looking into it, and he wrote these books all the way back in like 2009, 2008, 2010, and they're like some of them are like massive, 600-700 pages, and so the dates of Wednesday, November 30th, and then December 1st, I was able to find them listed in one of the books that he wrote about the return of the Anunnaki, and he had listed these dates in one of his books called the Essential Maximilian Lafayette, which was it was a book with all of his writings starting in 1961 up until 2010. So that's where I found those same dates, and then I've been digging down into it further, and but I haven't I don't really keep. I'm not like in the circles of intuitive empaths or anything out there. I don't really, have like a circle group that I communicate with this stuff. But
Okay, because I just got confused when you said it popped into your head. I thought it was a psychic communication, but you got it from a book. That makes sense.
No, it's not. I said after it came into my head, I started researching, and I found these same dates written down in a book by Maximilian de Lafayette, a book that I hadn't read.
I got you, brother. I understand what you said.
Yeah. So
I have a question for Alien Girl. Sorry, Dave. Can I just ask her real quick? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Real quick. I didn't mean to be rude. I watch your channel, Alien Girl. I'm curious. I'm glad that you're speaking with Anjali. I think she got a bad rap. That's my personal opinion. But some of the people that have come into this community, is your intuition sense that not everybody is either the empath or the channeler that they claim to be? Have you ever got that feeling at all, that not everybody's telling the truth about that?
Well, there aren't people telling truth about that. My father grew up with a girl who was in the Heaven's Gate cult, and she killed herself over it. I don't think that Marshall Applegate was on top of it, and he was telling people he was actively in communication with extraterrestrials and told everybody to kill themselves. So No, there are people out there who are not doing this in a legitimate way. Cult awareness should be a huge thing. So no, I'm not like, I'm not like super judgmental. Like if people, as long as people aren't ruining their lives over it, I don't care what people say. I've had my own personal experiences with deep meditation, interacting with the 5D, astral projection, and I've talked with Angela about it. And it's an interesting thing when you get to, and I know she has a bad rap, and I know why, but she's not starting a cult. She's trying to be peaceful. She's super nice. No one can confirm what her experience was, and no one can confirm what any of our experience were. I saw something in 2013 that changed the course of my life forever. I've had meditations that have changed the course of my life forever. I've had dreams that have changed the course of my life forever, and I can't explain it to people, and our experience is our experience, and I'm not here to negate people's experiences, but sometimes people's internal experiences, like what that Marshall Applegate guy had with the Heaven's Gate, it led to the death of many people who he convinced into his own experience. So I've always said that like maybe this field needs a cult awareness month or something like that. I don't know. But no, I'm not here to negate anybody's experience, because I would say I'm a borderline intuitive empath, and I still question a lot of things. I've had really weird things happen to me, especially since I've gotten deep into this field. I've had incredibly interesting dreams, so I would consider myself part of the intuitive empath group. But I try to be skeptical of even myself. But I know from my physical experience of seeing a UFO that you constantly question what you saw, you constantly think that you're crazy, and the hardest thing about having those experiences is turning to everyone in your life, trying to explain to them that you saw something profound that changed you, only to have them reply to you that that's crazy, or you've got brain issues. I'm sure that you saw something in the sky. So just from a physical conscious, like being totally awake, seeing what I believed to be a craft, and having just totally being within my wherewithal, knowing what's going on. And I'm not even talking about all these other experiences that I have, but even a physical UFO sighting can be totally negated. And so I'm not here to cross out anybody's experience at all, especially when I've sat down and talked with people like Gary Voorhees and Alex Dietrich, who saw the Tic Tac in person, conscious, in front of them. And so no, I intuitive empaths, but it's a crazy thing, man. It's hard. There's Sue Walker, who lives here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, also been on my show. She's in active communication with extraterrestrials in the Sandia Mountains, in a mountain base by the name of the Ponte. And she's been encouraged by the Ponte and asked by the Ponte alien species to go into a social media account. So that's why she has the social media account, Sandia the ET. It's got like 20,000 followers. Interesting thing about Sue Walker is that Sue Walker's also in communications with extraterrestrials in mountains, similar as Angela was. And so I think it's these correlations that really we can start looking in on. The correlations, right? The more reports that are similar. And I do have a belief that there is something going on beyond the dimensions that we're living in right now. Sorry if that was kind of a long answer, but
No,
so
that was a great answer. I'm glad I got to talk to you because I've never got to talk to you, and now that I've heard your position, I guess I'm kind of a fan to a degree now. I'll pay closer attention.
oh, thank you. And I'm so happy you watched the show. It means so much to me. You guys have no idea.
Well, I'm an analyst. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't remember when it was, but there was a show a while back that you did, and you had some people on. And I thought to myself, there's just some of these people, I'm just not feeling it. And I felt like, why does she have these people on? But now that you've explained that you're not there to judge, you're just there to provide the information, let other people discern. I get it. Because would you agree that there's some people out there that are just propagating information just for financial gain, that they're not really that concerned about the truth or not? You know what I'm trying to say?
100%. And I think there are people who build their whole channels around getting financial gain from trying to call out people like Angela, and people are actually trying to do that work. But to kind of like back up on that, yeah, there's definitely people with financial gain. I don't know how much I really don't know how much people are making in ufology. I don't really think it's that much. Most of the people I know who make money are actual filmmakers that get their stuff on like Amazon and Netflix and shit. But if we back up and we look at like John Mack, the Harvard person who went down to the aerial school and he wrote the book Abductions, one of the things, and Avi Loeb says this too, there's something about the quantity of experiences that we can measure as being scientific, because a survey is subjective, it's somebody's own personal opinion, right? So if you have more and more surveys come in saying, I saw a gray, I saw a gray, I saw a gray, I saw a gray, so even if half of them are wrong, there's still a shit ton of surveys coming in saying they saw gray, right? And there's still a bunch of people saying that they were in a hypnotic state when they were taken and they have these memories of extraterrestrials, and that needs to be measured too. If there's a bunch of people saying it, which there is, which is what drives me to get into this, drives me to keep talking to people, but the reality of the reality of seeing an extraterrestrial and being able to talk about it with people is insanely difficult. And I would say the most credible people I know who have seen extraterrestrials, and I'm talking about fully consciously awake. I wish I could incorporate all the other stuff, but like scientifically, it makes it, really difficult unless somebody's super consciously there, unless we go by the quantifiable thing of how many people have seen what. But like, gosh, it's really hard to find that person who said they saw an ET, was looking them in the eye. Those girls down in Brazil, man, I want to talk to them. I want to talk to them so bad. And I'm excited. That's why I'm going down to Roswell in March, because James Fox is going to be there. So I want to have a convo with him. Yeah.
I hope
Right on, man. Good for
we
you.
meet everybody. I hope we'll meet all at the expo in March. I
I'm
hope we
gonna
all
be
meet
there.
in March. Awesome. But yeah, I can't wait forever because what I
I'll be
mean,
there.
I can't wait with my hand up forever. Real quick, Alien Girl. Last night there was I'm in Connecticut. There was a C-130 that was flying over Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Long Island for 2 or 3 hours, like 6 to 8 or 9. I actually um was in the space last night and played the sound of the aircraft because it went right over. So I don't know if that was when the sightings occurred. Do you know anything? Do you know when and where the sightings occurred?
Yeah, so I think Logan posted a lot of them in that tweet right above. It should be posted at the top. And all I saw was this tweet by this guy named Alistair Lowe. And he did a screenshot, and there were some in Indianapolis. They had been seen a little bit, and they were visible in Denver's airspace till about Chicago, and then they saw them in Indianapolis, which would make sense because Denver to Indianapolis, right? There's always planes in that area, and if we think about going to Chicago, that's incredibly near. So Indianapolis, Chicago, Denver, and that looks like all the ones that are listed.
Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, interesting. So nothing on the East Coast?
I don't know. See, that's the interesting thing. That's kind of why I jumped onto this spaces to kind of get what you guys are picking up and trying to get like
Yeah, it
the
was a
latest info
C-130
on it.
Hercules that was flying. So who knows? Maybe the military was doing exercises. It's been a really increase. I also noticed an increase of air traffic. So I don't know. All right. Thank you so much for that.
Well,
And David, thank you so much for those dates. But the questions I had about that is are you expecting like disclosure to happen on those dates or like something to happen maybe or something?
yeah, I mean, I've been. My mind tells me that there's going to be a big event, like basically a reveal. But that's my, you know, my mind, my opinion. I mean, that's what I've been. How do I say it? That's what I've been told. When I say that's what I've been told, it's basically like however the information's getting downloaded into my brain. It's
I get that.
yeah. Um, it it definitely feels like, I mean, I believe myself because I've noticed this before I ever had my first experience, guys, a couple years ago, like it wasn't, I, I didn't have any experiences before that. I mean, I had some weird stuff when I was a kid and stuff, but other than that, it's been like full tilt for 2 years, and I've basically like devoted my time and resources towards looking into what's been going on. And over the past 2 years, it's all the communication and sightings and orbs and it's been increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing, almost like it's getting to a point where it's like full tilt and it's about to the event's about to happen. I've often thought too that the reason the appearance of these balls of light has been increasing to a point where every night they're there, is that perhaps they're gearing up for a big reveal. And if you think about all the experiencers around the world that are seeing these things, it might have something to do with like the event that's going to happen. That certain locations and appearances of these balls of light have something to do with the event. And I really don't know. I mean, my wife, on the other hand, she's like full fledged into. I mean, when she goes to sleep, she's literally every single night like fighting in some kind of interplanetary war. I mean, it's like the craziest thing. I don't even hardly remember my dreams, but when she wakes up, she's so disoriented every day because of these dreams. They're so intense and so real, that she tells me, it's like she's being trained for a battle. Um, and it's hard because sometimes it takes 4 hours after she wakes up to even like be somewhat normal again.
Hey, I want to ask you a quick question, Dave. Briefly, can you tell me why you're using the word event? Is that a word that came to you through your communications, or was this just the word that you picked to use? And the reason why I say that is because that's exactly the word that Richard Doty used when he and I were talking about an event. And I thought, I'm just trying to figure out if it's the same thing, maybe.
It just it's just it's just like what's in my brain to describe it. An event, like like
Crazy is gonna
the
happen. Like
event,
I've gotten that too.
like when I think of the event, I think of everyone's waiting for disclosure by and we haven't had it. And what is disclosure? It could mean multi different things at different levels. But when I think of the real disclosure, I think of, my brain tells me the event is going to come, and what the event is basically the disclosure will be done by these entities themselves. So basically it'll be, the whole world will be going about their business, and basically all at one single frame of time, everyone around the world will witness an event in the sky, something.
Let me ask you your opinion, or if you know. Would you imagine that this event, and I want Alien Girl to follow up on this, would you imagine this event would be a coordinated event between non-humans and humans, that it's a planned event?
I don't get the I don't really know, because from everything I've seen over the past couple years, I've noticed one thing that's really interesting, is that there's always within the vicinity of when I'm seeing crafts in the sky, there's always in the vicinity some kind of military helicopter, right? But they never get too close. They never really interfere. So I don't really, I mean, what I feel internally is that the event will not be an orchestrated event between humans and them. That's what I feel, because it doesn't feel like it would be connected. I don't really know all the answers, but I feel like when it does happen, I feel like that's what they're trying to basically like stop this from happening. The humans are, and it's getting to the point where everything, if we've noticed, it's like everything's just happening faster and faster and faster in this world, where where it used to take 5 years for, us to witness like some crazy event in the world. Now it's like on a daily basis. And I feel like one of the big reasons for an event to happen and for their presence to be known is because we keep destroying ourselves as a world. And I feel like it's like they've been acclimating all these experiencers towards getting used to and comfortable with the appearance of their craft. And maybe because, who knows, maybe these experiences, maybe we will be some kind of maybe we will act as some kind of intermediary with society, when it happens. um
Is it
that's
okay if Dave is all right if the alien girl jumps in real fast, and then we could
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
want to
yeah.
talk to you some more.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is just so incredibly fascinating. And I mean, I have a couple questions definitely about it, and I hear what you're saying. And just to kind of let you know that I relate, I really, really thought probably around March, April 2020, not 20, you guys know what I mean, when the New York Times article came out, when COVID hit, right? Like, I really thought Donald Trump was going to play the UFO card. I thought he was going to probably disclose. I just had this overarching feeling that the control of the government, at least in America, seemed to be an indication that there was more information that was about to come out. So my question for you, are you going to be disappointed if nothing happens on November 30th or December 1st?
No, I won't be disappointed. I won't be disappointed at all. It's it's interesting because when this stuff first started happening, there's like these phases that we would go through, where when it first started happening, it was like really, really intense, overwhelming. And it's kind of like occurs like, man, everywhere I go, everywhere I drive out in the country, there's, these light balls, one on far right, far left, front and back. And they to a regular person in society, they might think, oh, it's a star, right? But stars don't travel and move with a vehicle, right? In a with the vehicle in the center. And then they don't fly down below tree lines, and they don't, it's just not how it works. But so at first it was really overwhelming, almost to the point where a lot of experiencers like feel like they're losing their friggin' mind, because you try to tell somebody about it, and it's um there's that stigma. I think people are crazy, right? But then after a while you start getting accustomed to it, just like anything else. And so now it's not really, I wouldn't be disappointed, because I know what's happening. I know they're there. I know it's going to happen pretty soon rather than later. um, and it doesn't really affect me anymore. When I walk outside and I see some of these things happening, you just become more accustomed to it and used to it, where there was a period of time when I was losing my shit, just losing my mind, because I was like, holy shit. But
Let me cut off there. What do you got, Ocean? You got your hand up.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to share just a quick thought. It just reminds me of like if world was like, I got fish tanks. I got lots. So I have some that I just have like shrimp in. I have some with fish, and I have a turtle. So I mean, I would say it's kind of like fish aren't supposed to remember like very long, right? But some of my fish, I swear, before I'm even downstairs, they're like freaking out. They're so excited I'm gonna feed them. And it just makes me wonder if maybe um we're like fish in a fish tank, and there's just some people that have some type of intuition, whether they can sense like the thumping upstairs or me coming downstairs, that type of thing. And David is just one of these fish that has this intuition, and when he gets these downloads or these uploads or these information, it's just senses that all the other fish don't know how to sense. So that was all. I'm stoned. That was my thought.
I just wanted to say, David, that I too have gotten or have been told that something is going to happen in December of this year. I've known that since 2019.
The Anunnaki are supposed to come back.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, that's what Maximilian Lafayette's book talks about. When I got these dates, and I like started looking up these dates, and then I found this book that he had written in like 2010, where he describes the Anunnaki, landing on the all over the Earth on December 1st, 2022. And so it's yeah, I mean it's I don't even know where I was going with that, but so I believe there's two things happening right here where I believe that now I haven't had too much interaction with like dark entities, because the first time I ever saw a gray, when I was taking a piss in the woods, I like banished them from my property, and I never wanted to see it again. And ever since then, it's been mostly these glowing balls of light. And I've got some FLIR videos I took with some handheld infrareds and thermals, and showing these things like coming down below the trees. But my property is like this hub for them out in Tennessee. I mean, they're everywhere. And anybody I bring over, friends, neighbors, I mean, they see them too once they come over. But I believe there's two different forces at play here. I truly believe that the powers that be in the world were infiltrated at some point in time by the dark entities, or people say the grays or whatever. And I believe that there's dark forces at play within the establishment. And then I believe that there is the light, or the benevolent beings that are looking to stop this from happening.
Yeah, I had a question for you, David, actually. When they asked you, like, is it planned? I wondered if maybe it's, like, known about, but not necessarily planned, like, inevitable, maybe. And so there's, like, an awareness, but it's not necessarily a plan of human. And then also I had a question for you. Do you know what type of calendar they would have been looking at when they decided on the date December 1st? Because I do know that not all places use the same, there's like the Mayan calendar, the Norse had their own calendar. So that was another thought too, is like maybe they have already came back, or maybe like the date might be off because depending on what type of calendar it was like decided upon, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the dates just came into my head, and then I was like researching, and I found this connection to this Maximilian Lafayette, who wrote about it in 2010. I don't know. I mean, a calendar could have something to do with it. I mean, I was thinking the other day, it occurred to me that the whole end of the Mayan long count calendar, and how everyone was talking about you know 2012 and all this stuff, and then it occurred to me that they were basing this 2012 date off of 365 days in a year. But the thing is that we haven't always gone by 365 days in the year. I think what was it, the Gregorian calendar that created the 365? It used to be 360 days in a year for a very long time. So then I realized, okay, well, maybe that calendar was off. And then I did the calculations there, and I came out with 2040 as like the real date for the Mayan long count. But that doesn't really have anything to do with this. I think overall, from people that I've spoken to that are like experiencers that are having these intense things happen, the overall thing that I've seen is that most experiencers I've spoken to have this feeling and this intuition that an event is going to happen very, very soon. It's like this culmination of everything. Um,
I personally keep getting the 21st. So, I mean, I don't know if that means anything, but
And you could be right. I mean, I don't really know. That's kind of why I'm on these spaces, is trying to find answers, you know. But
Same.
but I mean, I've had
This is where we're gonna find them.
What'd you say?
Well, and like the world's kind of going crazy. Like maybe government knows that something's going to happen. I'm just saying, like
Well, I believe they
maybe it's
do.
inevitable. Maybe some people know, some people don't. But the world's kind of going to shit lately, and so I think that could be evidence.
I believe they know that something's going to happen. I would say I feel almost 100%, man, that they know that something is going to happen. I was blown away the other night when they launched the rocket to go to the moon, and you know there's no pilots in it because they're doing some test flight or something. But I was blown away that they weren't showing any type of video feed; that they were literally showing an animation in 2022 of this thing, and it said animation right on the screen. You
Well,
know,
do you remember when everyone saw movement on the moon not too long ago? Everyone was freaking out. Was like, "Go look outside! Shit's moving on the moon."
was that the space I was on?
I was in a space. Lacey went outside. I couldn't see
Yeah.
the moon. Someone had I think Chase had a binoculars or some type of telescope.
Well, I remember I jumped on the space and I said, guys, I took some photos of the moon, and it keeps changing.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Really? I don't remember that space.
I was there for that. Chase was there, and he pulled out his binoculars, and there was movement on the moon.
How long ago was that? That was like a month ago?
Green, was that in your space? It must have been in screen space if it wasn't yours, Logan.
I got like a 2 week memory.
You have like 2 weeks solid. That is 1 day memory. Get it all jumbled up.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, you know, I think what we're witnessing now is just the fracture, or just the complete breakdown of everything, families and societies and governments, just as a result of centuries of dehumanization that, come on, buddy, that have taken place. Like more natural disasters, like hurricanes and tornadoes and all that stuff is just uncovering the reality of the national disasters we have created by granting sanctuary to the dehumanization.
Yeah, it's crazy, man, because you know if you look back in history, I mean, we've had natural disasters and extreme events for as long as existence has been here. But if you start to look at the frequency of these events, and start to read between the lines, it's very clear that that things are speeding up. And I feel like there's some connection to quantum computing or something, because things are just happening more and more and more frequent. I mean, the other day I was like, apparently there was another shooting maybe at a university or something. I mean, now it's like these things happen, and half the time you don't even know about it, because of media blackouts, or it's become so normal, which is sad. But that's the one thing I notice, is there's a whole subsection of society, and I'm not putting down any type of I'm not putting down the vaccine or anything, but I have noticed that a lot of people with the vaccine, I've noticed that they it's like they don't see clearly a lot of these things that are happening. And it's like they don't see it. You know, my parents used to be very much into the whole UFO thing, and when I went through these things and I started talking to my parents about it, I'd be telling them, you know, this crazy story, and they'd be like, "Oh, well, anyways, how you doing?" I'm like, "Wait a minute, that's weird," you know. So yeah, it's like there's a subsection of the world that is like cloudy, like they can't see these things, and maybe that's part of the agenda. Maybe, like, it goes back to what you're saying, Ocean. Maybe they know that something's coming, and so that's why maybe they've done something where a lot of people now can't see that. So when an event does occur, they'll be able to say, run into the house, lock the doors, and quarantine, and everyone will just go do it, except for, a group of people.
Hey, Sue, did you have something to say?
Well, I'm back from the doctor. Yay! And get a lot of upcoming doctor appointments, but working on being healthy. First of all, what kind of movement on the moon? What, like, can you describe it? What do you mean by movement on the moon? Anybody?
I didn't see it, so I don't know.
Oh, I thought you did. So
I
nobody.
think that was David.
Oh, sorry, I can't see too well from being out in the sunlight. But
Hey, Ocean was talking about it too, though. I'm just trying to
yeah,
give my brain a break. It's every time I talk about this stuff in these groups, it's so weird, man. It's like I just woke up from sleeping for like 2 days almost, and then I start talking about this stuff again, and like within 20 minutes, I've got this like piercing headache.
I can't even tell who's talking.
Ocean, did you see it?
Did I see what? Sorry.
The movement on the moon that y'all were talking
I
about.
saw. Okay, so who was there? So Corporal was there. Chase was there. I feel like it must have been screen, and David came in. And he was like, I'm pretty sure there's shit going on the moon. And so I was like, okay, guys. And then Chase is like, I'm going to set up my telescope. And then Lacey's like, I'm going to go outside. And I asked Corporal, I'm like, hey, what are some other like tools we can use? Or I like proposed that to the group, and Corporal said he was already on it. He went to like some type of like NASA website or some type of website where they had it set up on the moon. And what they said, I think they chalked it up to being like solar flares, like a type of like kind of wind on the moon. I think that's what the report said on the website. But myself, it was cloudy, and I think I did open like one of the feeds that Corporal shared, and it kind of looked like there was something, like it wasn't a continuous picture. There was like parts that were kind of like blurry or unclear, or would seem like, there's like almost like ghosts moving through it, or like shit moving around. There's different like gray areas where it wasn't gray before and stuff. So I don't know. From what I saw, it was a picture that was not one continuous moon. There was shit going on, but people had better things than me. I'd ask Chase. I gotta ask Chase.
Well, isn't there no wind on the moon, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Chase had his actual telescope set up, I'm pretty sure. So he would be a good one to ask. I could even just give it a Google, because I'm sure it'll come up, because it was all over the place for like a good couple hours. It must have been within the past 2 weeks for sure. It hasn't been more than that.
Sounds interesting. Thank you.
What you got, alien girl?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I was just confirming an interesting thing that actually I was been thinking about, which is she was talking about wind on the moon, and a lot of people who think that the moon landings were false believe that the reason for it is because some of the pictures, it looks like, the American flag is waving in the wind when it's like freeze framed, right? And I mean, surely people know that there's a bar on the
Right.
horizontally that holds it, and I
Yeah.
understand what people say, like when it looks like on a still freeze frame, it looks like it's moving in the wind, right? And so like that's a lot of people's their argument and their debunk that we didn't go to the moon and that those were false photos, and I've got my own questions about that actually, but that's a whole other thing. But I think the reason for that is, like, you look at space astronauts, when things are crumpled, they just look, they crumple. But when you look at so anyway, there's no wind on the moon. Yeah. But, but, if you look at photos of people false, yeah, all the crazy conspiracy stuff. Anyway.
Thanks for bringing that up. But what did bring that up?
You guys were talking about something on the moon that was moving, and then she was asking if there was wind on the
Oh,
moon, and there's no wind on the moon. The wind doesn't have an atmosphere, but there's a lot of interesting things about the moon.
like what?
Well, specifically, and UFO Jane has discussed this, and I really love going based on all the stuff she does because she really dots her I's and crosses her T's. Was that when they landed on the moon, they said it sounded hollow, you know, and there's a lot of interesting things with the moon landings. In my own personal opinion, like if you really do look at the photos and you look at the landscapes of the back of the moon in some of the photos, they do look similar to the landscapes that you could see in some of the places outside where they were developing the Apollo missions. Like it looks like the mountains, the same exact mountains. Like people have taken the photo of those mountains and put them right over the NASA photo. And you can also look and see that there's some tweaking. There's some things that happen. You could see that there's been something going on with those photos when you really take a close up look. So I think something was getting something. They were doing something with the photos, but my own personal opinion is they saw something up there, and that's my own personal opinion. I think there's a cover up as to what they saw on the moon, whatever
Sounds
it is
like
that they saw.
it sounds like there's a very big cover up now.
Well, didn't they just shoot something at the moon? I think that was something too. Was they were planning something, and it might have been like, I don't know, maybe it was them on the moon being prepared for it. I'm looking on DuckDuckGo in the news right now. I searched November and then I searched October, but now I'm just looking. But yeah, no, there was a whole group of us. I know Corporal and Chase were there for sure.
Do you use a VPN, Ocean?
Do I use a what?
A VPN?
I don't know, probably, because I don't know what that is. I went to DuckDuckGo because I like their news better than Google News.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
It's good to see
Something
you
Hello.
out there
happened.
today.
Hello.
Yeah, so I think the moon is super weird. I mean, they definitely fucked with those photos and videos. Like, I don't know if they were like 100% legit. I think they did go to the moon, but there was definitely some classified aspects of their mission, which I mean, there always is, I'm sure, that they can't share. But yeah, specifically with the Apollo missions, there was a part of the craft that they never talk about that was classified. There was I've talked to John Greenwald about this, or more so, I sent him a text about it. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I actually hit him up again this morning, coincidentally, about it. It was I asked him if he had ever FOIA'd the Apollo 12 SEVA 360-degree stereo band with the 60 millimeter lens, 22 FR imagery that
Hasselblad.
they had for they took those photos on the moon. We should have access to those photos, but it still remains classified top secret. Like why are those photos classified top secret still after all this time? What the fuck? So I asked him if he'd ever FOIA'd it, but he's never gotten back to me.
Lacey's here as a listener. We gotta bring her up. Lacey, you were there when we went out and looked at the moon, remember?
I feel like I think I was there. I just I don't think I cared at the time.
You were probably half asleep as usual. Oh look, Corporal's here too. He saw
Yeah,
he was there.
I definitely was half asleep. That's for sure.
Hello now. What's going on?
Howdy ho. We were talking about conspiracies
Oh, do we have any
Lacey,
and
do
the
you
more?
moon.
remember that night we saw movement on the moon? Who was there? Chase was there. Corporal was there. Remember?
Yes, David, Logan, all of us.
Yeah, I kind of remember now.
Oh, where did Eric go? My bad.
He keeps doing that. He got banned from Twitter today, so he's not going to be able to tweet until like I don't know, like another 8 hours. But what you were saying earlier, Alien Girl, about all these experiences count as like evidence in themselves, right? Like I think that I said that before myself. Like, don't multiple accounts from high level retired military personnel over decades not begin to constitute a form of evidence in aggregate? Like that should count for something. Oh yeah, go ahead, Alien Girl.
Oh hey, God, sorry, I got a text that kind of threw me off. Oh, that was my question. So, what was this movement that you guys saw on the moon? I'm listening and I'm hearing you guys say, "Yeah, we saw the movement." What? What's going on? What did you guys see?
David
I
had
was
a better view of it than the most of us.
Oh, I remember why. Because wasn't he saying that like he's like the moons are not supposed to look like this for like
The
whatever
dark
reason.
spot
Yes,
was
yes.
moving.
Yeah, the dark spot was moving, and then the Coley, or I forget her name, she went outside and took some photos and said it was happening too. But I noticed her
Yes.
photos said 2019. I was kind of
Yes.
confused.
All I know is that you came in and there was at least like Chase and Lacey and Corporal was able to bring up a feed in which you could see the dark spots were moving. Or like
Yes.
it's like you couldn't actually see like a craft or like a pyramid or something, but you could tell that there was like obscurities like going on.
Yeah, it was like when you look at the moon and you see like the craters and they're dark, darker spots, and then but like what was happening is like those dark blotches were like shifting and moving
Quickly.
quickly.
They were
Yeah.
moving quickly. It wasn't over a long span of time.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. It was weird, Alien
And
Girl.
it's like, okay, so if there's no wind on the moon, what would cause dust then? In order to have any type of motion of matter, you need movement, which means you need some type of energy forcing against something else. So whether that's a storm, like a big thing of radiation hitting the moon, or that's like a little craft buzzing along, like stirring up dust, you know what I mean? It can be caused by like, I don't know, like a cosmic ray maybe could make like a new black spot or something. But you know what I'm saying? Like if there's no wind on the moon, then that stirring up needs to come from somewhere.
Exactly. Who's in here with a good brain?
I mean, maybe it's a friggin' hologram.
Maybe we're a hologram.
Exactly.
I gotta dip out, guys, but this has been an awesome convo. You guys all have a beautiful day. I'm sure I'll run into you again. I'm addicted to this Twitter Spaces. Thank you, Logan, for running it.
Oh, thank you.
Girl, I'm gonna go check out your channel.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun, and we have fun in the mornings, just chit-chatting. So it's cool to see everybody. Logan was there the other day, and it's just cool to see everyone. All right, guys,
I've been in here all day. So I missed your show this morning, but yeah, I'll catch you later.
Crack of dawn, and it's like at the weirdest time. So but I'll talk to you guys all later. Have a good day.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Stay
I
awesome.
just got buzzed by a chopper.
You'll do that. You gotta put some sunblock on.
I was telling my friend that I want her and me to come to your house, David, and meet you and your wife and
Yes.
see the UFOs one weekend.
Yes. Yes.
You're close, so why don't we, yes.
Why don't we do it? Yeah. Why don't we do it?
Yeah, I want to see that.
I just have to warn you, though, that most people that come onto our land, they end up getting, going through like a 48-hour type of like kind of a semi-psychotic, like multi-dimensional type of trip without actually doing any drugs.
Oh, I've done that.
Well, hell yeah.
That's just a fucking
I'm not
Saturday
gonna pay
afternoon for
you
me.
for it.
Let's go.
Morning.
This was also the year that like Jupiter was very close to us. That's not supposed to happen again for like some time.
Oh,
So
Jupiter's my planet too.
Oh.
I remember like the days, there was like 2 or 3 days where it was like the closest to the Earth that it's going to be for a while, and it was pretty fun.
Yes.
I loved it. And
And
the moon
I
looks
can
huge.
remember taking pictures of it while it was in Pisces.
I think that's why the moon lit up all weird during that time too, was Jupiter was probably like putting some light on the moon, because I remember Kent posted a picture that was like moonrise and like a melty smiley face. I'm like, yeah, and then so like I noticed, like I was outside, I'm like, it's fucking bright. But if Jupiter was closer, technically Jupiter would be closer to our moon than us, right? So it would kind of look more maybe illuminated or
Right.
something. But
Hold on,
Last night when
before I want to like say her name before she leaves. Like Akashi Chris is like listening. I think
Did she leave?
yeah, just as I said her fucking name. Damn it!
Who is she?
Damn it! I thought I was hoping not to miss her. Shit, but she's like this hilarious. She's a friend of Amy's, and she has her own channel on YouTube as well. It's called Mind Forked, and it's hilarious. And she does like same kind of stuff, UFO stuff, out in
you're
Utah.
choppy. You sound choppy.
Oh, I was shaking. My bad.
Okay.
Yes, your connection is very choppy now.
Actually, very choppy.
My name is Dan Rather, and welcome to CBS News.
I was gonna say, yeah, if your brain's hurting, you should take a break, maybe bring in
Yeah.
Dateline or something. That would be fun.
Drink some water. Lay down on the floor and stretch.
Go outside and breathe fresh city air.
I will do
Or
that. I'll do that.
wherever you live, air.
Logan, is there like someone always sleeping when you talk in that whisper voice, or?
No, I was just talking like this.
Because sometimes when you're talking like this, like it kind of like gives me the heebie-jeebies a little bit.
Oh, but I give you the heebie-jeebies? That's ironic.
Yeah. Like the other day, you were like, "Yeah, I've got my cock out." I was like, "Whoa."
Pause.
There's
Pause the video.
Corporal has that quiet voice that whispers.
Hello, Clarice.
Said no one ever.
Is that Evian skin cream you're wearing, Clarice? Sometimes I like a nice fava beans and a nice Chianti.
You gotta do that. What is it? It puts the lotion on her. No, it puts
There
the
you
lotion
go.
on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. What is that
It
from?
rubs the lotion. It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. Put the fucking lotion in the basket. Put it in the basket.
I will continue to one up the weird until it's too weird, even for me.
When is that?
I don't know. I haven't found it yet. But
I haven't either. Somebody needs to tell me when it's too weird and tell me this.
Clarice.
We got John in
Shut
here
it
too. I
down.
wonder what John thinks about the whole if aliens are coming back before the new year. I wonder what other people think of this, because I feel like everyone's kind of like, shit's going down. Oh, we got a thumbs down. You don't think so, Matthew?
I was busy a while ago.
Nope.
Y'all were talking about something happening in December.
How
I'm sorry.
can they come back if they never left?
You think they're here the whole time? What if it's a different flavor? What if like the flavor that's here is like, oh shit, the other flavor's coming back?
Well, I don't know, but whatever one's here got more flavor than an hour later. So I don't think there's much difference.
What type of aliens do you think are here? All of them?
Sorry, I'm eating apples.
Apples are delicious. Don't apologize for that.
I just don't want to be
Produce.
smacking in your ear.
We're back to
But
the
I don't know.
produce.
I don't know what kind of different type of aliens there are, but you got illegal aliens, you got different type of aliens. You know what's funny is that word alien, like alienation, like
I think there's reptiles and there's grays, and there might be an aquatic type that's almost like a mermaid or like an amphibious type. I think there might be like we're also bred. I think we're also probably bred like mixed in. So there's probably like not even like I'm not saying hybrids, but I'm saying our DNA as humans all contains elements that are from off planet.
Quid
yeah,
pro
that's true.
quo, Clarice. Quid pro quo.
What
What
is
did
that?
Mix, Clarice? What did Mix say to you when you were walking down the hall? He said, I can smell your cunt.
I don't know what that.
I can smell your what?
You really want to repeat?
It was a line from Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, that's not your voice? Oh,
Oh
you're
no, it's
playing
my
it.
voice. It's my voice, yeah. But
He has many
yeah, I was just
voices.
reenacting the scene. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
one
I'm
of
so
his
sorry.
voices.
And it's Buffalo
He,
Bill.
he has
Buffalo
many
Bill,
voices.
Clarice.
I get it now. I thought that was just your normal voice. I was in my mode. Someone got me thinking about aliens and the different types, and I was like, damn, what if they're different types?
Well,
There's a lot of
probably
different.
there's even different types of humans. If you look around, we're not all the same.
Well, aren't we alien? If you think about
To
it.
who?
Probably. I don't think that I think
Like,
octopus are alien too. I think octopus were aliens pets and then they got loose in the ocean.
we are terrestrial beings, and what's so extra about us is that we always want more. So we're extraterrestrial.
That's right, baby.
We're just extra, period.
Yeah.
And so many cultures have the feathered serpent. And if you look at like ravens and fucking I don't know. It's just weird. Cold-blooded animals are weird. I think they're stem from alien life too. Maybe not like super developed, but I don't know.
I wish I had a feathered serpent.
Ooh, I wish I had a
Pretty much a
dragon.
pterodactyl, I think.
I definitely would like a pterodactyl.
Oh no, you wouldn't. A pterodactyl would like you, buddy.
Probably. We'd be best friends.
Yeah,
Imagine
that's
just
true.
pulling up on a pterodactyl.
Yeah, I picture you guys walking down the street holding hands together.
What about a dragon? Do you think there's dragons in
That
the
is a
world?
dragon. I don't care what anybody says. That's a freaking dragon. You know how big those things are? Sorry, Lacey.
Sure, it's okay. No problem. I was thinking. Yeah, they're huge, right?
There's a dragon skeleton in China that they found in 1915. I posted a picture of it a while back.
See, I think there's stuff still like that in like the far reaches of the world where nobody goes.
Yeah, the jungles. They say there's like dinosaurs in there still. The Stripe says that.
I can believe that.
Sure.
You know what's weird? Is that we've seen more of the moon's surface than the Earth.
That's not true.
No, I'm saying like with like us individually, like with our own eye. We've
Oh, me
seen
personally?
the
No, that's
surface
not true.
of the moon. Like at one time.
I get what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
And it's just kind of weird to think about. And water is basically the flavor of water is dependent on its temperature, right?
Is
I
it?
heard
Sorry, Sarah. Start trying to talk. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying little things here and there. Sorry.
Oh,
Don't hurt your back, Lacey.
Oh, was my microphone on? Oops. All I did was move and it popped like 3 times.
Lacey loves a hot mic.
I love hot Mike and Ike's.
Yeah, I might as well just leave it on.
Hot tamales. I haven't had one of those in a while.
It's never hot on mute. I don't know. I feel like more. Are you talking, Logan, or are you just hot micing?
Oh, no,
Oh,
I just keep it hot mic'd.
where'd she go? Oh, she better come back. I feel like a year ago I would have been like a lot more cautious if like aliens came, but I feel like now, I don't know. Maybe I just don't care as much, and maybe I'm just saying it because I haven't had to live through it. But I feel like I'd be a little bit less afraid, maybe.
Of what? Getting probed?
Like, who
Yeah,
knows? If
I
they
think
showed up in my house, I might freak out. But I'm just saying right now, like, just from this community and talking to people and hearing experiences, if they came, I feel like I might trust them more than my government.
yeah, I
Holy
think that's the
shit.
thing that comes
I
with
know, right?
age. When we grow up, we tend to not be afraid of things that we were once afraid of. You know,
Yeah, I
like
don't think
imagine
that
if you're
applies
like
to aliens.
10
I would
years
just
old and
piss my
you
pants.
see an alien life form come down, like your imagination's just running wild, right?
I feel like a lot of people would be afraid and wouldn't want to approach, and I'd be like, "Get me the fuck out of here! I know Andromeda's better."
I'll give you a knuckle sandwich, Logan. You kicked me out.
Rude.
Yeah.
No hot mics.
How's that even
Really?
possible?
No, I'm just
I
kidding.
wasn't even like touching.
Is that a new rule?
There's only one rule.
There are
Speaking of,
no
where is Scream?
rules.
No rules. Yeah.
Scream fell asleep.
What?
Yeah, what happened to Scream? I fell asleep last night.
Maybe.
Did you watch those videos?
Yep.
Which ones?
What'd y'all think about the moon?
Oh.
What videos?
The 2 videos I keep posting
What,
daily
what,
for you 2 knuckleheads to watch.
what moon videos?
There's one right here
I'm
at
the
the
worst. I'm
top.
sorry.
It's about UFOs, aliens, about how we didn't land on the moon,
Oh,
and it's new.
really?
It's something you
This is
haven't
what happens.
seen.
You post it while we're in a space, and then I don't click on it because it messes up the audio, and
I
then
know.
I move on and forget
It
all about it
is
every
it
time.
is hard to find time to watch them because we're here.
Yeah.
That's why my
Wait,
mind
you're
was
here
on.
too?
Do what?
You said you're here,
Yeah.
but I'm
Where's
here.
here?
And if you're here and I'm here,
Then who's driving the bus?
I was gonna say pterodactyl.
Oh.
Definitely not me.
Well, I can't drive. They don't let me drive yet.
It's the alien.
Yeah, I haven't driven in 15 years.
I drive more than I sleep.
Well, that's not much, is it?
Nope. I don't know how you sleep so little.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. Sleep is the cousin of death. I don't need sleep. I just sleep really deep for a short amount of time.
Me too. And snore.
Yep.
Yep.
I have to sleep or else I go crazy.
Did you say slower?
Mm-hmm.
I have bipolar disorder.
Oh, me too.
I
Oh, awesome.
have.
We're bipolar buddies.
I eat really good, and then I like do psychedelics throughout the year periodically that help reset all my emotions. I'd say I'm probably not on at least 3 medications because of them.
Yeah, I smoke for my pain mostly, but helps with a lot of other stuff too.
Yeah.
Did you have like physical pain or something?
Yeah, I have a scoliosis and degenerative disease. Yeah, so I'm in pain all the damn time.
Do you have a fusion?
No, I don't have.
Okay,
No.
not yet.
How tall are you?
Well, when my spine is straight, I'm 5'3". But I have like a tiny skeleton, and when I went to the psych ward, they put me on Depakote, and that put like I was at 113, and I got up to 180 on that stuff, and that just
Damn.
made my scoliosis even worse and just twist my spine even more.
Uh-huh.
But I've lost the weight. Finally got off the Depakote, and now I'm at 123.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Yay!
Damn, they
1, 2,
put you
3.
through a trip too, didn't they? Because with scoliosis, it's not like you can go out and run or anything.
Yeah.
I got a friend. She does swimming. Swimming's really it's easier on her.
Oh, I would love to be able to do that. I don't have anywhere to do it though. I mean, I
Why?
guess I could go to the river, but
What are those things that they do with like the water weights in the pool?
Not every place has like indoor pools or YMCA or whatever.
oh yeah, no, girl, the town I live in.
Yeah, I'm in the same town, I'm gonna guess.
Oh my gosh, we don't have anything here.
We don't either.
Wow.
We
They
have
got like a pool everywhere you look right here.
We don't even have a Dunkin' Donuts, okay?
Yeah, we don't either. Nothing.
I love it. That's country though.
I know, love it too.
Really? I gotta get out to the
Definitely
country.
country. And that's where the aliens come.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here then. Actually, where I live is the most active place in the country.
You know, I saw that a while back.
I live in like the most, I don't want to say richest, but like where they work the most in the country. It's like oil sands. It's just like it's where all of the like it's like Newfie capital in Alberta.
But I thought it would be cool to go to David's, me and my friend, and then see the UFOs, like go for the weekend or something, or the middle of the week. I don't know. Hell,
I'm still talking about us all going camping next year at the hot springs. We could go look for geodes and like
I'm down.
crystals, and we could look for Bigfoot. And it's like a camping place. There's hot springs, so there's a spa.
yes.
In BC, I'd
Did y'all
love to
see
do a
that
little
post
like.
that I put in that other space? There was this guy my son knows went there to the Crater of Diamonds or someplace in Arkansas, and he got a 1.9 carat diamond.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I bet he's
sent it
married
to me
now.
through Facebook. He's like, send this to Jarrett. And I said, well, you're going to make him mad. Because my son was the one that showed this guy where it was at.
Isn't it crazy to think that like diamonds are pure carbon and it's literally like molten rock, and then as it like dries, or as it cools rather, it tries to like spread out, and it just like that's the atomic structure of the diamond. So when you look at a diamond, that's literally what the like atoms look like over and over and over again. It's like a snowflake's one of those too. It starts
Really?
with one and it's just a fractal of a fractal of a fractal, because the atomic structure can only make one pattern. So crystals are literally one pattern over and over, and that's why they're that shape. And if you were to put more on, it would perfectly fit together to make that shape again.
I don't
I'm
understand
not
why.
saying it's aliens.
Definitely.
Where did David go? I had a question.
Mr. Rogers stepped in and we didn't say anything.
Well, we was in the middle of something.
He left already?
He'll come
Yeah.
back. Maybe he's switching out.
He gets real sensitive when you talk over him a little bit.
We were talking when he came in.
Yeah, he never started.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think but I don't know.
She'll be back. Don't worry.
Awesome.
You know, Lacey, that's why I want as many kids as possible, so I could just take them down to Arkansas and have them mine diamonds for me.
My son took his. He thought that was a good idea. Not really. He learned.
What was a good idea?
To take all the kids to Arkansas to mine for these diamonds. Part of it is just like walking out in the yard and start digging. It's hard ground. Part of it is tilled up, sort of, but part of it's just like in your yard.
It could be in my own backyard.
Why do I have like one of every kind of sock here? This is fucking
Have you ever been to Arkansas to those mines? Nickel worth?
No, I can't say I have,
Oh, okay.
but we're gonna find them. Give me about 10 years.
I gave my son
Have like
some of
20
my back.
kids.
I gave him some lidocaine patches to take with him, for him and his wife, and they thought I was crazy until they come back and they're like, "I'm so glad you gave us those patches." They were so sore from digging.
Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta lay the law down when it comes to mining, because you might just be there. You might just be there. You might just be it. Like, you ever seen that picture of like the little cartoon picture of like a guy digging his own hole, and then he's almost to the diamonds, and then he's like stopping and looking at the other guy who found a little bit of diamonds, but he has like a way bigger one just below, and he's all interested in the guy who had a little bit of diamond. Says always keep going on your own. I don't know.
Oh,
That gave me the motivation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So I've been planning this for like maybe 3 years now.
Cool. They had been going like every month, and it's like an 8-hour drive from here.
Wow. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe 4 months on, 1 month off, 4 months
They
on.
fell in love with it.
Just have them constantly working.
You can camp out there, so
We're gonna figure that one out.
at least
Dang.
kids could live there.
Alberta Premier Daniel Smith has fired the entire Alberta
What's
Health Service.
considered a stress
She's a
diamond?
badass. She's a badass bitch. She's like, we're not wearing no masks. We're gonna have our own we're gonna have our own fucking police force. We're not doing mandatory vaccines. And everyone in health, goodbye.
That's dope. I love how she fired all of them. Fuck yeah.
She said she will have nothing to do with the World Economic Forum because she doesn't like people that brag about having control over government, and that's not what she's doing in Alberta. She's building back Alberta. So
Fuck yeah.
I love the World Economic Forum.
The fuck out of here.
What's the guy's name? Klaus? Santa Claus?
Santa Claus. You can't say you love him if you don't even know the name of the guy that fucking everybody's sucking the toes of. I hate that guy. He's German, I think. He's German.
Not that it matters. It's just I always was curious what his fucking accent was, and I think he is from Germany.
I think he's German.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? I took German
Bitte.
in high school.
Danke.
It was so stupid.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's all I know.
Someone stole the teacher's book, and like on the homework we would just copy from the teacher's book, and then he would mark them wrong.
That's funny.
And we had a German foreign exchange student, and she said he didn't know anything at all.
That sounds like public education to me.
Has anyone checked on Tibet recently or heard like Tibet news? Because I heard things are pretty locked up over there.
Oh yeah, they're losing their kidneys or their livers. I mean, that wasn't a joke.
I got some more of that, like 34%, and it's just like fucking me right up.
What's that mean?
The 30. Remember, I was talking the other day. It's like 34% flour.
No.
Is marijuana.
Is that like 34% like in the brownie?
I
or
thought you were
something?
talking about food grade. I thought you were talking about food grade hydrogen peroxide.
Even
No,
I
I don't
remember,
think.
and that's what somebody thought the other time.
No, it's just pot. That's all it is. It's just good pot.
34 is good. Damn. Like what about if it was like 80? Would that just like kill you?
That's a concentrate. No, you can get like that. It's just then people do dabs and it's like oil and it's messy. But it's, I don't know, you could do a vape. I've done oil in a vape before. And that's fucked. And the thing is, you don't know how, like, it's different because it doesn't burn at the same temperature. So you're like, oh, that wasn't a very big puff. So you like haul on it, which is like equal to. And then next thing you know, you're like horizontal.
Oh shit. Kathy Griffin, Jordan Peterson, and Babylon Bee have been unsuspended by Elon Musk.
Right.
I can't wait to see what Jordan Peterson says. That fucker is so crazy. I saw the rant making. Fuck, it's hilarious.
What's Kathy Griffin gonna say first thing?
Oh, good lord.
Yeah.
She's awful.
I haven't even seen her Twitter.
Well, she got banned for impersonating Elon Musk.
Really?
And I guess letting her back now?
Yeah, everyone gets to stay here.
Woohoo. But she did break the TOS, so.
Did you see the thing where Elon Musk fired the person that handles like badge access, and then he had to call them back because they locked themselves out of headquarters? Like they didn't have badge access because they fired that guy. He even commented, he was like, thanks for the help.
Oh my gosh. No, I didn't see that. That's awful.
I would have been like 20 grand right now. I want a new car. I'll get you back into Twitter.
Oh shit. There's a new Twitter policy. The new Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized. So no ads or other revenue to Twitter. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out, which is no different from the rest of the internet. Damn.
What's that mean?
The sideways.
That's good, is it not?
That's, well, I mean, who decides what's negative or a hate tweet?
Maybe that's the point of being verified too, is maybe we can decide if it's considered negative.
That's Ugh.
Seems like that would be the purest form of like democracy. Would be like everyone that's verified would get to say this was negative, and then after so many, it would be like
I don't know. There's so many people who are just way too easily offended,
Yes,
and they're getting way too much
agreed.
power. Like they're just words. Calm down.
I think it should apply for like the same thing as if you were on the phone with someone, right? Like you can be like, I don't like you on the phone, but you can't be like, I'm gonna come to your house type of thing, right? It's like a threat is still a threat, but like you're allowed to have an opinion type of thing.
Well, sure, you're allowed to have an opinion. If you don't like it, just go on by. Right?
Yeah, but see, some people view opinions as hate speech, and now are these the people who are going to decide?
No, that's them. Yeah, wusses.
Exactly.
So you're allowed to have an opinion as long as you don't have a negative opinion. Like you're not allowed to have anything
You
negative,
can
which
have
sucks
your
because
negative opinion. That don't mean that we all have to agree.
Exactly.
yeah.
You don't like it, just move on.
Yeah. Right?
Oh, silly people. Silly
Tricks are for
people.
kids.
I don't understand why anyone would get mad about somebody else's opinion anyway. It's not like you can change it, right? Like it's like, oh, that sucks for you type of thing. But why be like, I don't know. It's hard.
It's really because these people hate themselves, and it's all projection. It's bullshit.
Yes.
Lacey.
Definitely.
What else have you found, Logan?
Well, Dr. Brandenburg says he presented his why Mars died findings to Defense in the DoD, and they said they would publish. Wait, what? Anyway, he said there was lots of pictures taken of Cydonia, which is the face on Mars, right? But they were never released to the public. And the Mars pyramid looks exactly like a pyramid, he says. And but anyways, he was briefing like DoD not long ago, and he has like a lot of peer-reviewed research. It was his research was peer-reviewed in the Journal of Cosmology in 2014. So I mean, nobody can dispute the anomalous Xenon 129 that he's giving talks to NASA about, with all the radiation going on there and whatnot, like the proof of bombs going on.
Wow, who was he?
Dr. Brandenburg. But I was reading this thing from Joe Mergia about he said, does anyone remember why we didn't get 2C full sets of the Mars MGS pics? NASA farmed it to private contractor Malin Space Science Systems. So it's proprietary. So we don't get to have access to it.
Wouldn't you know it?
Isn't that such bullshit? We have all these pictures of Mars that we don't get to see.
Right.
Even though we fucking paid for it.
Again and again we have paid for it.
Have you heard of Curlian photography?
Yes.
What is that?
It's pronounced different, I think, though.
I have no idea.
Or
How was it
maybe I
pronounced?
pronounce it my way.
Say it.
Explain about it. Read the definition.
It's invented in 1939. It's the fuck is that?
Cerulean.
Well, anyways, what Curlian photography is, it's just like isn't it like you can see like the auras of people or like stuff, right?
Uh-huh. And like we let off a signature of like a heat signature and the auras and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? If we have an aura, there should be a way to see it with technology.
There's a special camera, I think, to make those pictures.
Yeah, I think I've seen something. Oh, I'm trying to think. Like these guys went to, I think they went and did Tai Chi or something, and they had a like a camera that did that took a picture of your aura, and then they knew like what to do to help you to like fix it or whatever. Oh, I can't. I think it may have been the Try Guys actually. That's pretty cool though.
Even like the it's like photography was like invented way back when. It wasn't like revealed, I think, until like 40 years later. I think it was until like the 70s they started doing it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Who's doing it these days? I don't never ever hear about it.
Usually some hippies. Some people like us.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah,
I wonder
we
what
would be
like.
classified as New Age hippies.
You think so?
Sorta. Spell me that word.
Kirlian.
Kirlian. Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. There's an app. Well,
So if you want to get the Kirlian thing yourself, so this is what you need. You need a plasma photo plate, high voltage insulators such as plastic cups, a syringe for the electrode plate, an electric conductive solution, which is just salt and water solution, high voltage spark coil, power pulse modulator.
some metal pipe lights.
Oh right, yeah, and a piece of wire, some tape, blah blah blah. That's it.
You can get an app.
An app?
Yes.
Not for that.
Let's make it simple.
Yeah.
I don't know if like an app would be able to do it the same thing.
Huh. I don't know either. I'm trying to decide. It's pulled two up.
Because there's
Say
supposed to be like a special like electric kind of charge that takes place that I don't think a phone can
right.
do.
Back in the day, they used to, no joke, like you've seen those metal pipe plates, pipe pans. People would, there would be some like water and salt, but people would put their hands down in it on these, and I don't know what else they done, but that kind of got it started. Aura photos and readings, aura detectors, aura camera photo editor. Wow. You can take pictures of your chakras.
Of your what?
Chakras?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what it says. I'm sure it's right.
I'm sure.
Let's see if it works.
It says for years, the result was considered more proof of the existence of a life force. In reality, it was merely a result of some moisture residue left on the glass. The residue is completely removed before photographing the leaf again. The phantom glow does not appear. One final scientific observation to point out is that the Kirlian effect doesn't happen in a vacuum, since there is no water vapor, which prevents ionization. So I guess it's not like a really an aura, damn it. There's a website called Aura Photo that sells a product line related to aura imaging, such as digital
Oh,
cameras and aura imaging
I
machines.
just downloaded that.
Oh,
You mean you gotta buy something?
Oh, imagine that.
I just wanted to use it for free.
oh, I see the app you're talking about, the Kirlian Device Mobile. It's a horrible name for it.
Agreed. I don't want to sign in with Apple.
Oh yeah, I forgot you have Apple.
Jesus.
Hey, Connor.
Hey, what's up?
I think Lacey's gonna take a picture of her aura.
Depends on how much it costs.
True.
Oh, so there was a rebuttal to the Mars guy.
Jim Mars.
And no, the thing I was saying earlier about
Oh.
the stuff on Mars. Apparently, the isotope can be accounted for naturally.
Well, it says you can have a free session. I don't know how long that is.
Lacey, you live in Tennessee?
I do?
Me too.
Really?
Yeah, Murfreesboro.
Oh, wow, that's not far. I live in Lafayette.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Who are you? I can't see you. I'm on another page. Sorry.
Sorry, I hit the mute button by accident. Sorry about that, Connor.
Oh no, you're good, man.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just chilling here. What are you doing, man?
Oh god, I got Mick West giving me fucking solar balloons. To response to my tweet. Fucker, I knew he would do that, or somebody would. Mick West is always fucking attacking my UFO videos, man. I don't post them that often. Why is there? So what's the deal with solar balloons? Why the fuck are they up there?
cast their adorable. Oh my god.
Oh god, Mick West, his post already got 4 likes. Motherfucker.
Why is Nick West in it?
Oh, I'll show the video I'm talking about.
No, I'm looking at it right now. The
It's at
one,
the top.
the crystal clear UFO cigar.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I watched whenever you said someone was talking about the those fucking balloons or whatever you said. I was looking at the thing. Mick West said that. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would Mick West say that though?
Well, I don't know. Like the balloons do something. I mean, you know what the balloons do, buddy?
No.
No, I was talking. I mean, there's a guy named Buddy here.
Oh.
I know that gets confusing.
Hey, buddy.
Hey guys. Hey, I was gonna tell y'all. I was touching up on some things. We were talking about the SORP. I think it's called Sorpio mission. If you know anything about that, I was
Project Serpa.
Serpa. That's it, Serpa. And I was do you ever watch Y-Files? That dude and his fish.
Yeah.
His fish talk shit. Well, I was watching that last night, and it just so happened to be on that Sorpa or Serpa, however you say it. And at the end of everything,
Serpo.
it was like they had a compelling case going, and then they figured out all the emails were written by Richard Doty. How weird is that?
Oh yeah, they
What?
traced it to his IP address.
Yeah, that's what they said.
That's insane.
He never admitted it.
Of course not.
Yeah, that flies in the face of his whole not doing disinformation after he's not a disinformation agent anymore thing.
Yeah, he kind of reneged on a bunch of things in there. I believe it discredited him further, actually.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I don't know. The whole IP thing is kind of like how does that work? Do we really know it was like, him?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, pulling IPs is pretty easy, but how would you know that's his IP? Like, I mean, the guy would know if he pulled it, but how could he prove that it was his?
Mm-hmm.
He is a boomer. You know that, right? No offense to any boomers out here.
Who is Doty?
Yeah. I don't think he's very versed in modern technology. He could barely operate Twitter.
Yeah. Totally true.
You cut out, Logan. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, it was.
No, I think it's true.
They had him linked to Serpo?
Yeah, he wrote it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was wondering. Who had him linked to it?
Yeah, it's whoever investigated it. It was probably some private investigators or something. I was watching. I was referring to Y-Files. You could probably go to Y-Files and watch it, and it'll tell you more than I can.
I can't stand to watch it that long.
The guy seems like a cool guy. I mean, I haven't really watched his show that much because I already know all the stuff he's going to talk about, but it seems like a fun show.
Yeah, I like his perspective on things. Sometimes it just sheds a little different light. And there's a couple different little branches he goes down.
Oh, you know what? I did catch like I don't remember if it was like the beginning or the end of one recently, and I couldn't believe how many supporters he had. Like he was like, and I want to thank like my Patreons, and usually it'll be like a 1-page list, But this guy, like, he would have like a page going down for like scrolling down for like 2 seconds for every single letter of the alphabet, there was somebody, like I couldn't. He had hundreds of supporters donating. He must be making loads of money. It's impressive.
We ought to get him on one of the podcasts. Yeah, space.
Well, I don't know. He's a. Yeah, who is that guy anyway? Wasn't he like some like he looks like he was like a part of like the Wiggles at one time, or like some boy band maybe.
The Wiggles.
I don't know.
Who is the guy?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think he was famous at one time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just been watching him for a while. I watch him for his fish because he puts a tinfoil hat on his fish bowl. So I thought that was hilarious.
Does he do the voice for it?
Time write it down.
I bet he does the voice for the fish. Oh, my lovely Ray is here.
What's up?
Now I gotta make a phone call and then I'll be back, guys.
All right.
Hi, Lacey.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
Good. Come back soon.
I will, real quick.
He's caught my suicide tweet.
What's that?
I think you're the only person that saw it. My suicide tweet.
I'm sure other people saw it too, Logan. They just didn't want to support you.
Yeah, support me, I'm sure. Oh man, but yeah, I would have thought. I saw that and like I immediately had to like support it just because. How do you not?
I agree.
Yeah, as a person that suffered with that personally, I was like, of course.
Yep. Same here. Also, that being said, this time of the year, I find in working with my clients, with myself even, this is like, I call this grief season. The holidays are upon us. The days are getting shorter. We have a lot less light, natural light. And, people tend to struggle a lot when the holidays come up, missing others, also with our own mental health. The holidays can really suck if we're not feeling like we're a part of things or even feeling like participating with things. So if anybody,
Oh,
is
100%, dude.
yeah, I mean, so if anybody, is finding themselves feeling that way, you're not alone. Anybody can DM me if you need any support. Not gonna be your therapist, but I can, just kind of hear you out, talk to you, and I'm sure I could relate to a lot of things too. Love to you all.
Hey, I appreciate that. We all appreciate that because, man, I think we all go through that, and we just don't talk to people.
Yeah, please blow up Ray's inbox.
I love that. Same here. Y'all can DM me too. Yeah, like I know I say I'm a therapist. I'm your resident therapist here, but I've been through some shit myself. I think that's why I was drawn to the helping field, right? Because I can really relate to a lot of these things. And I'm just thinking, therapists that have helped me, just all the family support I had. I was very lucky that none of my suicide attempts worked. So, I know that people are alone out there, not feeling a part of things, but you're not alone. Come here, Logan will always be hosting a space.
Come to join me.
And it really helps to have someone to talk to who's kind of been through that kind of stuff, one that can empathize with you.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Which I've been through it, so, and I would love to help anybody,
It's amazing. Ray's a therapist.
Everybody's a therapist. I go to therapy once a week, so. Same. I love going. I've been in therapy since I was 14, and I'm always learning stuff about myself, and it helps me be a better therapist as well. Yeah. It's really cool.
Preach.
when I was younger, I just didn't want to go. But I'm 25 now. I started going probably about like 4 years ago.
Everybody should do it. I mean,
Fuck yeah.
it's so helpful.
Yeah, and I think there's just a lot of stigma, for obvious reasons. People aren't able to be open about their mental health. And so I think the more we talk about it and normalize all of these struggles and really validate one another that we're not alone, I think that's really part of it, is that when we're younger, we're taught to kind of keep our feelings inside, have shame about certain things.
Yeah.
Be put down if we say the wrong thing. Just all of these events lead us to turn inward more than we maybe would like to.
Yeah. Totally.
Hey Ray, how long did you sleep?
I went to bed around 2, and I woke up at 12, and I slept amazingly for the truly first time in probably a year and a half. I didn't wake up in pain. I didn't wake up needing to process the fact that I did wake up and have to now live through another day. So I slept, I think, like 10 hours. Could have kept going, but I had to, I actually had my own therapy. So I woke up for that.
Hey, did you not set your clock back yet?
What do you mean?
You said at 12, and it's not even 12 yet.
Wait, no, oh, dude, I'm over here on the East Coast. It's 2:10 here.
Oh, I forgot.
I've been up for 2
man.
hours.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Don't die. Go to sleep, Logan. When's the last time you got like your few hours of sleep? And
I slept for like a couple hours like yesterday.
do you feel rested at least a little after you get some sleep?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, I'm just happy you're getting some sleep in, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I get it in when I can get it in. For sure. I need to get up.
That's what she said.
Logan, what do you think about the Skinny Bob video?
I don't think it's real, but Dodie says it's real. But what are you gonna do?
On that video that y'all won't watch, they said it was real.
Yeah, never mind. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced, and I'd like to be.
Yeah, Sam, I'm not convinced either, but I forgot who was talking about it last night. I think it was Brian. Brian, the one that has the picture of the UFO, like picking up the cow.
Mm-hmm.
He believed it. He believed it. So I don't know. I would love to believe it too. I just don't know.
Can you post it here?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I don't know how to post it on this shit. Like, how do I do it? But yeah, I'll do that.
I'm not trying to throw shade, but I don't think Brian's really interested in the truth.
I was only in this thing from yesterday for like probably like an hour or so, and he was just talking.
Yeah,
Do you know Brian?
Do
I know Brian?
Yeah, like well.
Nah, not really. I mean, we didn't start off well. He blocked me to bat, but he eventually unblocked me.
Why?
Because I was sick of seeing posts from him. There's like generating like fake hype for bullshit, which is like just shit ufology really does not need right now. And so I told him that, and he was like, "Well, I'm not generating fake hype. Like this is really happening." I was like, "Okay, go ahead, prove it. Go ahead, post it." And of course, he couldn't do it, and yeah, he blocked me for that.
Well, that's pretty fucking dumb.
But I mean, I don't know. I appreciate that he's holding spaces and like getting the word out, putting disclosure out there. I mean, whatever he chooses to believe, it's on him. I mean, I don't care what anyone believes.
Wait, who are we talking about? I missed that beginning part there.
Brian.
Oh, yeah. I think I unfollowed him. I can't remember why.
Probably posts a lot of like dumb shit.
I think it was who he collaborates with. That more of that. I
What do you
don't know.
mean?
Nah, I'd rather not.
A plant person? Wait, no, a plant killer. I mean,
Probably. Probably is. Speaking of, I'm chopping up some fresh onion right now and some mushrooms to make some mushroom onion cheese eggs, because that's what I do at 2 p.m.
That
oh
sounds
damn.
amazing.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Fear
Yeah,
not,
dude,
guys.
I
I'll
just
cook
smoked a
produce
doobie.
for
That sounds
y'all one
amazing.
day.
Awesome.
So, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
You're good.
Hey, buddy. I was telling these guys yesterday about or I guess this was actually like a couple hours ago. But yeah, they the thing you told me about what was it? The Eisenhower thing? Was that what I was saying? I think I need to drink a coffee or something. Hold on. Oh yeah, so like you said you were like a 33rd, right? Or you learned like what you learned at like the third. But they were saying that like you wouldn't learn like what you learned at the third. Like and they were like trying to cast doubt on like what you said because of it. And I was like, well, I don't know. He said he like learned it when he was like 18. But then I guess there's a difference between like Freemasons and like Masons. Is that right? Are you like a Freemason or like a Mason?
Yeah, we're all the same. If I was a regular Mason, that means I was, I'm 500 years old.
Yeah.
So
But
that's
you're
what
not
that would
500
mean.
years old?
No, I feel it some mornings, but no, I'm not. And as far as the third, when you get raised in the third, you have the exact same knowledge without seeking it. You get given the same knowledge across the board. And it depends upon lodge to lodge what you're given, because different lodges have different archives and different networking. You got to think this was back in 2001, 2002, somewhere in there. And we've came a long ways in 20 years, as far as spreading information and technology and shit like that.
Damn, it was
But
also just like yesterday though to me. Fuck.
yeah, but for them to cast doubt on it, they obviously don't have a firm understanding of, brotherhood in the Freemasonry. So that's
It
my
was
thought.
Screen.
Yeah, I don't think Screen's a Freemason as far as I know.
He's not. That's what I said.
Lots of
But
speculation about our little group.
yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, but you're not a Mason, so how can you cast doubt on something that he might have learned at who knows what stage when you were never even in it?
Yeah, and
So
like I say, I share it with you. No one has to believe a word I say. I'm just sharing what I got. Take it with a grain of salt. Buried in the yard. I don't give a shit.
I mean, I told him like I believe you. Like I think he's telling the truth, but I don't know. Like, but his father was like a 33rd Scottish Rite or whatever, and like apparently like his whole family is apparently like royalty or something like that. But so I guess that's kind of like how he knows stuff about stuff.
I'd love to talk with his father if he's still with us.
No, I mean, oh, I don't know. It was his grandfather that was the thing. I think I don't know where his dad is. He doesn't really talk about him.
Yeah, I was fortunate. I was raised in Lodge 422, which is the lodge that Harry Truman was raised in. And before he was a president, he was a Freemason, and he put that first and foremost. That's kind of his motto on how he ran shit. He did some shady stuff, just like every politician, but his archives at our lodge that I was raised in was phenomenal. I mean, we hands down have one of the greatest archives of personal lodges. That is, the Grand Lodge obviously has a good archive, but as far as like philanthropists in the lodge that really made an impact, I was fortunate, very fortunate. Didn't even know I was fortunate at the time. So there's that.
You as a Mason, can you just go to like any lodge in the country and just hang out and then read their archive?
Absolutely.
So do you
Are
think they
you?
have those slides like at your lodge? Do they have those slides, you think?
That's pretty much. It was a presentation, kind of like an introduction. Whenever I described it to you, I described it as a disclosure. So it was a lot to take in all at once. It was a shit ton to take in because you get done with the third rite rituals and immediately you go to an adjacent room and you start. Basically, there is no downtime, and that's why whenever I told you about it, there were, it was before. I mean, it was given on a projector, for God's sakes. It wasn't like digital copies. These were slides. These were little bitty cards in a machine that rotated around and were slides basically. So
weird.
Yeah, the guy that put it together, you can tell he could have his eyes closed and tell you where he's at in the slide. So I'm not the only one that's seen this, and that's what's hilarious about it. People that doubt it, well, I'm not claiming to be anything special, know anything special. I'm just saying I'm not the only one that knows this exists. So it's pretty common knowledge in a certain group, a protected group. And the funny thing is, I didn't talk much about it with anyone, because
Why
there
not?
were other. I'm just giving you one piece of an aspect of, probably 10% of the slides that were on there, and just because it strikes our topics is the only reason I brought that up. But yeah, I've got no reason to deceive you people. You're beautiful people. I wouldn't lie to you. You're my favorite turds.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't tell like this guy's an honest guy, then you need to get your radar checked. Yeah.
Wait, what were y'all talking about? I'm really
Dude, when I
interested.
saw like all that Freemason shit, but I grew up with my uncle being a Freemason and my grandfather, and they were both like good people, like you know what I mean. So like when I saw all of that Freemason shit, like with it being connected and being satanic and all that shit, I never believed it just because I grew up with them, like literally.
You get bad apples in every bunch. Oh, so what are we talking about? The end of the world.
Riding the goat.
Mm-hmm.
So what in particular?
Are you talking about what in particular that I was referring to Logan, or that
Yeah.
Logan was referring to?
Mm-hmm.
So if you weren't in our cast or space the other day, we were talking about Freemasonry, and I'm a Freemason myself. I'm 18th degree right now. I quit the steps. Life got in the way, whatever. So what we were talking about was a slide when after I got raised in the third degree, went through the first, second, and the initiations, and then the third, you become a master mason, right? So then you start your journey. But I got, and I'm just saying, me personally, in my lodge in that setting, got what I referred to as a disclosure. It was a soft disclosure. It was mixed in with about 45, 50 slides, something like that, a full spool, however much that takes. And in that were pictures of Truman with, I guess you'd call humanoid looking aliens. It was in there they didn't look like us. They looked similar to us. And in another picture, and this was all in a patio setting, and there was a separate slide that had Eisenhower with the same group that was in the picture from Truman. There were two people in there, and no military. There was no military involved, and that's what I mentioned this to other people, and they said, "God, there must have been guards." No military. So obviously there was a trust. They can't. they can't be terrible people. Or
How can you tell there's no military though from one photo?
It wasn't. It was about 5 photos of this. It wasn't. It was different angles, so you can
Oh,
see unless they got behind the camera guy every time. That's the only way that would happen. But
oh, cool.
yeah, it was different angles. Like 3 of the photos were from the patio, and 2 of the photos, one was on a tarmac, and that was the Eisenhower photo. One was on one angle from a tarmac where you could see the plane sitting behind him, and there were 2 people with him. It was the same 2 people from the Truman slides.
What the fuck?
Yeah, same ones.
No, did they show the UFO behind him?
No, not a UFO. It was like a Cessna looking plane or something like that, like a small prop plane.
Wait, wait, no, you're saying the aliens were flying that? No way.
No, on the tarmac, the Eisenhower pictures, there were 2 Eisenhower pictures, 3 Truman pictures. And on the Eisenhower pictures, that was on a tarmac.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. And it was a small I didn't see a UFO aircraft, any of that. I just saw a little prop plane sitting in there. I'm just describing the picture.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I gotcha.
So there wasn't a military presence. There wasn't like security or guards or anything I would think of. You know, in my mind, I'm thinking you got to be surrounded by guns and shit like that.
Yeah.
But whenever I tell you it was a formal setting, like there was a trust there. You could tell like they didn't need a military presence. So obviously, you know, they're not out to hurt us, you know, and they had to have had contact, else you just meet up with some people in the same place at the same time, you know. So obviously there was pre-contact to the pictures I'm describing to you guys. But that's all. I mean, that's literally all I can tell you about the subject. I know nothing more. I got no
You think they
explanation
talked
on
to
the
the Germans?
pictures. Huh? Say that again, Logan. Yeah, I lost you.
Logan.
He's on his drug dealer phone. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, sorry, I cut up like the past like 15 seconds. What happened? What did I miss?
I gave the secrets. No,
I
I'm
knew.
kidding.
All the secrets, Logan. You missed them all.
All of them. But no, that, like I was telling you, that's all I saw on them. It was a handful of slides in with another mix of slides that had nothing pertaining to it. So it stood out to me, and I really didn't think about it for a long time after that. Obviously, I didn't have a group like you guys to talk to, and you know, your ego gets in the way, and you really don't want to, like, you know, or humility. There's no humility at the time, so you're having to, like, you know, be on your toes. You're in an environment you're not used to. It was a lot all at once, but I have very good memory. I have photographic memory. I'm an engineer. I could build something top to bottom in my sleep. You know, I can remember it. If I see it, I remember it, and I can just convey what I've seen. You know, and like I said, it was a handful of slides that were out of place. I didn't see it coming. No one warned me about what was going to be there, but you know, everybody was kind of in the same state as me. All right, let me back up. There were 4 other people in the room with me that were raised. We all went through the steps the same day, right? So imagine it being like a group. You have a group that goes through, and it takes months to assemble 4 people. You know, it was a big to do at the lodge that day. So it took all day. Each one of us had to go through the steps individually. So the fatigue and everything setting in, I think I've explained this. It's hard to explain, but I'll do the best I can. So went through with a group, and we were all sitting together, you know, and I remember looking over. No one ever looked over at me. Everybody was looking straight forward. I was the only one looking around like, you fucking see this shit, you know? And I'm the one looking around, and Gary, the guy that was doing it, the old man, just rah, rah, rah. Imagine Ben Stein, the dry eye guy. That's the monotone, you
Beautiful.
know, presentation going on, and it wasn't shit to him, you know, because he's done it a million times. But like I say, I'm not the only one that knows this. Absolutely not. I'm the only one that spoke to this point with this group about it, obviously. but I'm not the. It's common knowledge within our group. There you
go. Within your group.
That's awesome.
So, since it's within your group, if I ask my uncle, like, what could he have the same thing, like experience?
very well could have. Like I said, I don't know
Oh,
from one
shit.
lodge to the other because once you get raised in your lodge, I mean, that's your own experience. But our archives can be shared across the board. So if your uncle decided to go look for these slides, he can go to Lodge 422, talk to a monotone gentleman named Gary, and I guarantee you they can get him in touch with that.
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
Make sure you ask
Because
for
my
the
uncle, I think,
monotone
is
gentleman.
62 now. He's been in a lodge for so many years.
Wow.
I'm still like fucking flabbergasted.
I love it.
Same.
Like there's just like a world within a world here. Like, wow. And so what was on those other slides then, right? Any like secret parts of history that like most of us don't know, like an alternative view?
The other slides, a lot of them were pertaining to certain technologies, ancient technologies. Because if you've ever looked at our symbolism, we have odd symbols, the squares, compasses, and everything looks a little different and on like a pendulum, and it kind of gave a historical lead up to what we were about to be getting into, and it showed iconic figures. And some people, I had no clue who they were till later, but the slides were basically just like an introduction to what's possible. Keep your mind open because there's going to be some weird shit. That's basically what the slides were from what I took of it. But yeah, no more. I didn't have any other weird stuff that was out of our realm other than those pictures. Why they were there, no clue. All I could figure was that the Truman connection, being that he was from our lodge, and these were personal photos. These were actually, I mean, they were very personal photos.
So what were they doing? Were they just having tea or what?
Funny, no, they were just sitting at a table. It was just, like I say, I wished I had more emphasis on what it was. It was just these two people sitting at a table with Truman in the deal, and that was it. They weren't eating. They weren't not that I saw, but
Wow.
it was like just a formal discussion is the way I took it. It looked like a formal discussion.
Interesting.
Telepathically.
Oh yeah, probably.
That'd be cool.
Or maybe, yeah. That makes sense.
Hey, you said that they look humanoid like. So like you're saying they couldn't blend in on the street?
Oh, not a chance. Not with what they're wearing. Well, maybe in like Seattle they could blend in or something, but or Portland, but not in my hood. Yeah, when I first saw the pictures, that I associated the same people because I got to see them in all the pictures. They were the same two in all five. So what I described it as is the game Zelda. When I was a kid, they kind of reminded me of like a Zelda figure. They dress in that, that cool ass onesie looking shit, and they had on some, I wouldn't say scarves. It might have been like something over them, but it looked like a scarf kind of that came, or like a sash, like a graduation sash. I don't know how to explain that, but
wow.
Yeah, they weren't in color.
Right.
So that kills a lot of your senses too. If it was in color, if it was a motion picture or a digital, I could have, I'm sure I would have keyed in on a lot more, but you're looking at like a yellowish amber color on a projector, and so I'm just why it was relevant at that time to give us that information. I have no clue. None of us asked for it, if that's what you wanted.
No, but I mean, why not show it to you? I mean, why not? Right?
Right?
If it's real,
Yeah.
then
Well, and that probably desensitizes you to future things they're going to show you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they never, it's been talked about in the lodge. Like they say, the Watchers. We went over this. They acknowledged the Watchers basically, and I think it was it Jamie? No, it wasn't Jamie. One of the other ladies.
Taylor?
Taylor kind of took me off track when I was talking about that.
She'll do that.
But whenever they acknowledge something later on in the lodge, like throughout my other degrees, or just or other people's thirds, because I got to be a part of a lot of people getting brought up in that lodge, right? They call it being raised in the third degree. And so I got to see like the effects of different people and the faces of different people because I knew what I was, then like you said, I was desensitized to it.
Right.
So it didn't have the same effect later on. I was in my early 20s when I was really active. I was in on the philanthropy side really heavy, doing like the St. Jude's Foundation and our Shriners Hospital for the children and stuff like that. But the thing that always struck me was the symbolism. Once we went over to the Scottish Rite side of things, not York Rite, I went Scottish Rite. But once you go up to the Scottish Rite side of things, you go into the shrine, which the Scottish Rite goes to the shrine, and it maybe Connor's grandpa or uncle or whatever could go more into this. I wasn't much into the Shriners side of things, but there's a lot of symbolism that's the exact same as Egypt, and like they talk about different entities and stuff like that among the people in there in that group, but it's kind of like this. We're in our space because we're all like-minded and we're all seeking the same thing, the same truth in an essence. So if you're not in that group of people, hell, the Yorkite cats could have known all the good shit. I don't know. It's like red pill, blue pill. I took the red pill. So I'll never know what's on that side. Or I could know, but I'd have to go all the way through. And oh my God, I'd be dead by the time I could convey it.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, it's kind of like group sensitive, I guess, because it's a think tank, basically. And you hear a lot of history from the old heads and get to talk about some cool shit. I wished I had better retention, but here we are. I'll tell y'all what I know. That's all I got.
Fuck yeah. All right. Spill the beans. Who murdered JFK?
I told you what the old heads talked about JFK. They said he was going to do a disclosure back in 63 or 64, one of those years, and he got whacked over it. And that, that's old heads talking. So take that for what it's worth.
I believe it.
What about the cards? Did he have the cards? What do you know about the cards?
Negative. I know nothing about cards. Nothing.
What cards?
So JFK was holding the speech he was going to be making about the disclosure on some cards he had in his pocket. And when he was shot, he got those cards covered in blood. Those cards were later taken, and this guy I know got a hold of him. This like conspiracy writer, like in the early 2000s, and he was holding it in a safe location, but he died. And now those cards are God knows where.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fucking asshole. Take that. Like I don't know. I was like, what the fuck? Why you should have made it like 1 million photocopies right away. It's sent it out everywhere. Holding secrets will get you killed.
Did he get killed or did he die?
Yeah, he definitely should have done that. Like, what the fuck?
Did he say what kind of cards?
Just like the kind you would write notes on, like flashcards kind of size. I forget what they're called.
Like prompt cards.
Yeah.
Nope.
Just, like note cards that you would use to like write down something you're trying to like study or something.
Yeah.
Like, just like that.
Wow.
Kind of covered in blood. I think the driver might have shot him.
That's yeah. I think they may even. That's what I saw. I don't know.
Yeah. I saw another video this morning. I don't know if you know Tom Matt or whoever. He like has upsight vision. He's kind of a he does RV2, remote viewing. Anyways, he said because next week is the like 50-year anniversary or like 50 something year anniversary of his death, right? So he said he's gonna remote view it and whatever memory of it. But so when he tweeted it, he said he saw that there was a guy holding a gun on the floor of the car. So like there's a guy laying down on the floor of JFK's car that was pointing a gun, shooting straight up at JFK at the time. And also the driver turned around and shot him once too. I was like, oh, that's funny. Minus the guy on the floor with the gun. So I didn't think about that one.
Or the whole time, the whole parade.
That guy. Wait, what?
The guy you said he was on the floor of the car, right?
Yeah. Here, I'll share the tweet so you know what I'm talking about. He drew it out so you can see what it looks like. Hold on. Hey, Tom. So what kind of ancient technologies did you mean? Like
Basically like an intro to geometry and like ancient geometry, vibrations. It's basically like we were getting given assignments, I guess you could say, or like homework. There you go, homework. So it just talked about different technologies that, we don't have to use the fulcrum system or lever system. There's other systems that we could use if we tapped in, basically shit like that. And that's what led me to start looking into Tesla's work, because being an engineer, I love, seeing how shit comes apart. I was the kid tearing apart the toaster, So once I got information on this and kind of directives on where to look, I started looking. Like right now, my house is heated and the fan works off of just vibration. I have free energy in my house right now. But they basically just tell you what's possible, and what's not possible. And just think of it as like a guidance group. And it isn't that they understood everything they were saying. It was just basically passing this down, and maybe it'll latch on to somebody to do something with it. That's what I felt. It was more like spitballing. Like spitballing here's the knowledge that we were given, can you do anything with it, basically.
Did you?
I can't tell you that, Logan. But yes. I build trinkets and shit. I love that kind of stuff. Free energy, man. It's the way of the future. But if you can't put a meter on it, they don't want it.
For real. They love that money. They love that power.
Oh yeah, did they say what happened to Tesla? Was he murdered for it or anything like that?
I've heard stories like that.
Yeah, no, they didn't go into details on the OSS stuff, if that's what you're wondering. I looked into that later, but no, I got a bunch of cool. I'm looking around my living room right now, and I did from the lodge get a bunch of cool lithographs of his original patents from like 19. Let me look at this one. I think it's 1914. They were kind of in a group of shit, and I was like, yeah, I want that. So I've got all those framed up now. Yeah, 1914 to 1918 patents is what I got. He invented the speedometer, and I didn't know that.
Like the biggest technologies that we like utilize today in modern society, he invented like most of them, the top ones anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. AC current. His brainchild was the Hoover Dam. That was like where he really proved his theories, Not just theory. It
Wow.
wasn't theories. It was knowledge. He knew how to build it. He just needed the means to build it. That's what intrigued me on him. I would have capitalized personally.
Wait, they did build the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, I'm saying hydroelectric. Tesla's the one that came up with the idea for hydroelectric power. So the Hoover Dam was built to facilitate his invention.
Of what?
Hydroelectric AC power.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it was gonna like fuel worldwide free energy or something. Do they? Do you know anything? What do you know about Tesla towers?
Yeah, I know J.P. Morgan was in on it. What's his name? Old Westinghouse, that codger with the weird nose. Yeah, they were in on it, but he tricked them to build this thing. I think it's called like the Wardorf Tower or something like that. It was in
Wardenclyffe?
Wardenclyffe. That was it. It was up in Colorado. But I know like he wanted to build it for free energy, but they were building it as an investment. So that's why you had to trick them into thinking it was for like radar or, radio waves, sending radio waves. But he cloaked his invention, but it was actually for the free energy, the ionospheric energy. And if you look at the installation of HARP that DARPA built up in Alaska, on my patents, there's a lot of similarities to how that ionospheric manipulation works. I need to post. How do I put pictures up in the nest? How do I do that? Can I take pictures of these patents and put them up in the nest real
You
quick?
sure can.
You can send them to me, and I'll go ahead and do it for you if you want.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that'll work better. I'm a boomer too, like Doty. So bear with me here.
That's cool.
But yeah, that's what I understood on it, was that Wardenclyffe was his free energy machine. So that was going to transfer energy through a ground. And what's hilarious to me is all his ground indications in his drawings are physically dirt. It's like a ground dirt. So it was funny how he thought of things. I think of ground as a negative, but he thought of it as dirt.
That's weird. Hey, hello, Info Cipher and Alexandra. How's it going? Yeah, I don't think I did what I think I did. Hey, Ocean, you want to help me co-host?
I could, yeah.
Because I don't think I can hit the button anymore. Maybe to like accept people.
I got you. I accepted it.
Oh yeah, I think it worked. Cool, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you just ask me a question without me speaking?
No.
Oh, my bad. I think I heard info.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I said, what's up, Info?
Hello and good day to everyone. My bad. I'm just at work, dude. But have you slept, man?
No, I don't do that. Hey, so what do you know about Tesla towers, bro?
You say Tesla towers?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Tesla towers.
But like Nikolai Tesla towers?
Yeah, that fool.
Yo, I know his documentary is phenomenal because that guy was like building machines in his head as a child, which I find really wild. I think he made a machine with some bugs as a kid, like with bugs.
Oh, it's gnarly. I don't think I know about that.
Yeah, I'll send you the documentary. But yeah, it's actually just like a PBS, like nothing dramatic. It's just like they objectively, citate everything he experienced as a child. And so he would sit and like from schematics up, like the blueprints up, like just like meditate on a concept. And I forgot what he built with bugs, but I'll find it for you. I'll put it here.
I don't think he was like entirely human or something. He must have been like some kind of weird savant because he would like whenever he would build something, he would only build it like the one time because
I can't hear you now, Logan.
am I covering the mic? Am I okay?
I can hear you.
Oh, it's just Ocean? That's weird.
I don't know.
Anyway, so yeah, he would build like an entire thing like all in his head. I think he would like even test it like in his head, like the different parts of how they would work. Like he wouldn't actually have to like build it physically to like test it. I don't know how that works, but he did it all in his head, and then he'd build it, and it worked perfectly like every time, the first time.
Yeah, like
That's a miracle.
the people from that app, the Gateway Experience Monroe Institute, they have an
Hmm.
app on iTunes Store called Expand, and like there's this meditation where it makes you like meditate on your meditative space, and like mine's a weird brownstone in Manhattan. I walk in there and you go through this meditation, you sit there and you just meditate in your library, whatever, you make it up in your head while you go. But this why I bring that up is because this guy would do that daily, like on his own in his head, like while he was just sitting looking at grass. I need a guide.
What's it called? I want to try that.
That's
And
the Expand app. Yeah, Expand. It now they just added some cool things. So like the Gateway Experience, Focus 10, Focus 15, Focus 21 is on there.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those.
that's awesome. I'm gonna check that out.
It's good if you get like the good binaural beats that are like good to listen to, like when you're studying. Apparently, like it enhances like your ability to like retain information or something. I used to try that out, but yeah.
Hey, I sent you some of those pictures over, Logan.
I'm gonna check that out right now. Post it.
Yeah, Expand was cool. Some of the meditation. Sorry, I got disconnected before, but some of the meditations in there, um, just take it easy on them. I'm not a big like paranormal person. This is like scientifically speaking. I objectively like kind of been doing Gateway years. Record it. I use it even in like some of my papers, like experiences stuff like that. But Expand, they tweaked it. I once when I used to use the normal HemiSync app, and then when they came out with Expand, I was like, "What are you guys trying to do? Like a bait and switch?" And was joking with the you could write a Monroe Institute, and so they wrote me and explained that it supposedly like better tech, and so you I've tried it during studying. You literally lose time though, so I probably just use it more for like a chill. Even I did the other day play some Call of Duty with the Focus, just trying Focus 10 in my ears, and so it was pretty interesting experience. And then also you could layer on it, so you could do something that's really cool. In this app now is called Bob's Mountain. Bill Burger, and we were waiting on the insurance to come back. He's on hold for CVS. I'll call him. All right, I gotta call you guys back. I'm sorry. How's that work? Obviously, I call you. My bad. I don't have to call you back. I'll jump back in here, Logan. My bad.
No worries. I'm checking out these lithographs. Hey, are those original? Like the only ones ever made that were like the original or whatever?
No, you said it. They're lithographs. They're direct copies from the original, though.
What's a Tesla fountain?
Yeah, that I can't figure out. It was just in there, so I grabbed it.
That's a weird looking thing. It looks like a death ray maybe, or a life ray. I think he called it. I like that. Archimedes had the death ray or whatever, and that was pretty common. But he called his version like the life ray. Maybe it like gave life. I don't know.
I'm about to send you over the other one I got. I just now dug it out. It's labeled lightning protection. Really cool, but it's the one that shows the actual dirt as ground. Like it gives a good indication. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
That's wild. Like is this not like common knowledge? These lithographs, like they're being existing and whatnot.
Yeah, I'd never seen them before, so that's one of the reasons that it intrigued me because I just never seen them, in archives or whatnot that I looked up. Yeah, they stood
Yeah,
out. They stood out as cool to me.
they are. Sweet. Okay. Yeah. Tesla.
What's happening? Is anyone talking? I just can't hear.
No, I'm just posting some pictures right now.
Logan's posting some selfies.
Yeah, for my OnlyFans. I posted it at the top of the space just now. You guys want to check it out? I put it in the thread at the bottom in the corner. If you want to do that too. Fascinating pictures.
Did you post it?
Mm-hmm. The speed indicator. That's fucking. Who was this motherfucker? How did he invent all this stuff?
Oh, there it is.
This guy was like touched by the hand of God or something.
What are these?
His patents.
That's so cool.
I should have put that. My bad.
Back, buddy.
Yeah, it kept booting me every time I'd try and take the picture. It'd kick me off.
Oh no.
You know, it's a miracle. It's never happened to me before, but I have not been kicked once this whole time. I don't know. It's the first time. I don't know what's going on, but I love it.
Did you have any unusual experiences between now and the last time you were kicked?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, I saw something the other night. It was wild. And I was on a space before, and I got kicked, and then I was driving, and I don't know what I saw, but it was weird. And yeah. So then after I hopped onto space and I got home, and since then I haven't been as glitchy as normal. It's a stretch. I was just wondering if anything came up.
No, nothing in particular. I'm just using a new device, so that's probably I figured why.
That would be more plausible.
Can you explain what you saw? Ray?
Did you see the chupacabra, Ray? What happened? What did you see?
The chupacabra.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, for her, it'd probably be like the New Jersey Devil.
Is that where she is?
Yeah, somewhere on the East Coast like that.
I'm out at a plant right now, surrounded by these big mounds of dirt and snow.
Chupacabra would probably be more my area, right? In Texas?
Oh, chupacabra's in here. I wonder if he was in here when I said it.
Oh, no, I said it. I said the chupacabra would be more in my area.
Are you in Mexico?
I'm in Texas.
Oh.
Close enough, right?
That's where they filmed that. Isn't that where that zoo is? Where they filmed that that thing on camera recently at the
What?
zoo.
What are you talking about?
There was a zoo recently that posted a picture that went worldwide. I think probably viral at least, and then they caught like this cryptid on camera, or I mean, God knows what it was. Probably like a cat on like the shoulder of like a bobcat or something, but who knows? It was weird. You don't remember that?
I don't guess so.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I don't know. You can go without seeing it, really, but it was kind of weird.
Hmm.
Probably some dude like in the probably just acting a fool. Who knows? Maybe it was like a ploy to get like an upgraded security system because that's actually what happened.
Oh.
We got their security upgraded. Yeah, they had shitty cameras.
Was it in Texas?
I'm pretty sure. I think so. Does anyone else remember this?
Like it kind of sounds familiar, but
Maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Texas. I'm gonna plant my flag in Texas. I'm pretty sure it was there. Anyway, check out this Tesla fountain. What is that thing? You gotta Google that. You know much about Tesla?
Me? No.
When's the last time you went you felt like you were flying, or like you had wings?
Well, I fly in my dreams all the time. I can just like float when I want to. Like it'll be hard. I notice like it'll be hard for me to just move like regularly. And so I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I can just fly." And then I can just make myself like float and fly.
In your dreams?
Uh-huh.
But what about like when you're awake?
Well, probably back when I was psychotic, I did literally feel like I it was hard for me to keep myself on the ground at
Yeah.
certain points. So I don't know. Maybe it'll happen again one day. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like you're dropping a hard P there. Like we don't gotta use that psychotic word. How about enlightened or something like that? No.
They're just words.
Yeah, but you said like
There's
I don't
rain.
know. Does it like hurt?
I hurt right now. I think about like it's eagles or something. Like I feel like I've plucked all my wings out and like now they're like coming back in a way because I feel the pain in my shoulder blade area where that would be. And I've been working hard on trying to get my spine straight again. And I think once I do that, then I might experience something. But right now she's still dead.
Like when this angel tried to clip its wings, it just grow back. It seems painful.
Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. So, like they're growing back. But it is. It's very painful. That's why I smoke weed.
Yeah, you know what? I think like everyone, you're autistic, right?
Do what?
You autistic?
Autistic? No. I did like when I was in the hospital, a lot of people thought that I was.
Oh, really? What I don't know like how to identify an autistic person. Like what are like traits that they would have to identify them? But you like people thought like you were one.
I think there's different, obviously there's a spectrum. I think some are like sensitive to sound and sight and, different things they see. Like I'll get on this level where I'm like really sensitive to things. Like if I'm autistic, I'm not all the time, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, like I can get really sensitive to light and to sound and things like that.
Sorry. Can I respond? I just have a question. I noticed I couldn't hear. Oh God, what's Sarand?
Sarah, yeah.
I couldn't hear you. Oh, Sarah. I couldn't hear you before, so I popped out and then popped back in. And then only heard, I actually heard just right when you said that I think you called yourself that you're a psychopathic or has some psychopathy. But now I'm hearing like with the autism stuff. I don't know much about you, but from my work and personal experience, autism is one of those things that can be really challenging to diagnose because it is a spectrum. Oftentimes,
Right.
people that are on the higher end of the spectrum will feel or think that they might be on the spectrum, but it's so commonly missed, and it also can overlap like with ADHD and anxiety,
Mm-hmm.
any personality disorders, things like that. We can have a lot of overlap. But I also heard Logan, you were kind of trying to understand how to identify if somebody's on the spectrum, and what Sarah was saying was exactly right. Being more sensitive to sounds, but also think like our ability to self-regulate, to self-soothe, to allow our bodies to go into rest and repair mode. Also, being able to kind of manage how we respond. So a lot of people on the spectrum or that have ADHD and anxiety can be reactive and impulsive, and act
Mm-hmm.
before they think, and then we're left feeling like all kinds of shame and self-doubt and like regret. Oh God, I wish I didn't say that, and that can increase our anxiety even more. But other things with spectrum, clearer things to identify are like facial tics, motor tics, like vocal tics even. And I think a lot of people might carry themselves differently. They might have a bit of a peculiar gait in their walk. So there are some peculiarities that can be more visible and easier to recognize than some of those other like more internal processes.
Yeah, that's spot on. No, well, we were talking earlier. I have bipolar 1 disorder, and I wouldn't doubt if I had some sort of personality disorder as well, but
Same, sister. Same here.
Samesies. Although I don't think I have bipolar.
I definitely have bipolar 1. I've been hospitalized several times before. Um, yeah, and I think I was misdiagnosed. So I was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and I got that diagnosis. They didn't even look at bipolar because I also had a co-occurring. I had anorexia as well. So oftentimes when there's anorexia, they tend to look more at borderline personality disorder. So unfortunately, I was misdiagnosed for many years and mismedicated. So I was like in and out of treatment programs. Even in grad school, doing my master's in social work, I had to not retake a class, just drop a class and then take it over the summer because I was like, yeah, I'm going to check myself into the hospital right now. This class is too much workload, right? So it's kind of nuts to think about. Even people that know what they're talking about, we can be misdiagnosed.
absolutely.
It sucks.
Yeah, it really does. Especially like, as someone with bipolar, I didn't know I had that at first. And so for a long time, I was being treated for depression and it wasn't working.
Right, because they were obviously missing that like hypomanic or manic episode, I imagine, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And then because I didn't know what was going on. Right. And then I experienced like a hypomanic thing when I went to work one day, and I just went and I worked at a retail store in this little tourist town, and it was after Christmas and we just put everything on 50%. So I went and like bought out the whole damn store almost, and then realized like, what are you doing? And after
Yeah,
I told my doctor that, she was like, we're treating you for the wrong thing. So
yeah. I mean that. I'm so sorry to hear that. I can relate to the manic spending. I
mhm.
will I will like start big projects and never finish them, things like that. But I just like 2.5 weeks ago started a new medication because I had titrated myself off all of my meds because I was literally on like 6 different medications, and then
Right.
I was getting side effects, and I just didn't. I knew in my heart I wasn't being handled appropriately. So I took like almost a year off of meds to really figure out my symptoms. Went back to a new doctor, and she right off the bat was like, "This is clearly bipolar disorder." And I started on just one medication that does. It's called Caplyta. It's a newer med, and it targets both the depression and the hypomania, so that we're not like finding that we're just being thrown new medications or different
Okay.
meds.
Yeah, I mean they'll
I
put
had
you.
a question
Go for it, Ocean.
for Ray. My doctor labeled me as having an adjustment disorder, and that was the first time I've ever heard of an adjustment disorder.
Yeah. So is that when? Like, how long ago was that?
This summer, cause I was guinea pig. We did this thing where we tried all these different meds, and honestly, it didn't fucking work. And then now they have me on a med, and they said I could take like up to 3, but to just kind of like take one for a week, see what happens, and then take 2 if I'm not feeling better, and then up to 3. But I just take one, and honestly, like I do other things to self-medicate, like with pot and stuff. But yeah, this summer they said like I have like major depression and like a adjustment disorder.
Okay, so adjustment disorder, that's the first thing we diagnose when we're unclear of our patient diagnosis. Insurance requires us to diagnose in the first session. I like to take a good month to be truly confident in giving a diagnosis. So adjustment disorder can be a placeholder. But what adjustment disorder is like there's been a big life event or multiple life events, and we're now depressed or anxious or having like conduct issues in response to not being able to adjust. So that typically, so if you haven't, that diagnosis only holds, at least in the state of New Jersey. I don't know if so. Please forgive me. I might be misleading because I don't know Canada. Or really other states' regulations, but we can only keep that as a diagnosis for 3 months before insurance wants like a more clear, succinct diagnosis. So, again, that's just here in the state of New Jersey. We can be pretty stringent with our insurance and healthcare.
Well, yeah, and this new medication, because I was on 2, and then they took me off, and then they had me on like quetiapine and fucking the other shit that just did not sit well with me, and I wouldn't take it. Like, I'd go back and be like, nope, it's not like jiving with me. I don't need like this antipsychotic med, right? Like, that wasn't what my body needed. And finally, I'm now just on one medication, and like I said, I just literally take one, and I probably could take more, but I just choose to like smoke weed instead, so I like sleep and have an appetite, and instead of taking more like medication. I should eat gummies. I shouldn't smoke it because it's bad for my lungs. But now it's like, it's one thing. It's the first medication I've been on that's like for multi-use, and it's for ADD. So it's like the first time I've been on that style of medication, and not just for like depression and anxiety and stuff. Did she leave?
I saw Joseph had his hand up for a while. I don't know if he was still wanting to add in on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joseph. That's rude of me.
You there, Joseph?
Sorry, I didn't see your hand. I definitely want to hear what you have to say.
For sure.
Well, if somebody wants to talk, please cut me off. I'm just about to arrive to my session. So Ocean, real quick, quetiapine, if you are on a low dose of that, that's mostly indicated for bipolar disorder. So it can have more of a sedating effect. It can help us sleep better at night. We're supposed to take it close to bedtime.
Yeah, I stopped taking it. I only took it briefly because it was making my heart feel like a fucking bongo drum, because I was on another medication too, and neither of them helped, and they both interacted with each other. But now I'm on, it's like Nort something, Nord, and it's one for like ADD, and it's the first time or ADHD or whatever. It's the first time I've been on that style of medication instead of like it's like a multi-use medication, I guess.
Yeah, to be honest,
one now.
I'm a little confused why they had you on quetiapine. It is an antipsychotic. That's not a light medication. So I would, if you're still working with this provider, I would maybe press them and see if you can get a more succinct diagnosis. I would also be happy to go through assessments with you privately, informally, just to help you gain some clarity if that would help your medication route.
Yeah, I'm a lot better off where I am now because I'm just on the one and I only take the one and I'm like, fuck it, because before I was trying not to smoke weed, but weed helps me so much. So it's like I found a balance where I could take like this one thing and like, I don't know, I'm doing a whole lot better now. But yeah, for a while I was a guinea pig and they were saying I was this and that and the other thing, but I've never heard of adjustment disorder. But
yeah, that tells me they really weren't quite sure what to diagnose you with at that time. So that's kind of an all-encompassing diagnosis so that you would have been able to get meds. Yeah,
I think the world's just a crazy place and it's not set up for people to be happy in these days, to be honest. Like, no wonder lots of people are depressed and anxious. We're all just like fearful cucumbers out there in this stressful world.
Well, that's true.
Have you tried? Oh, sorry, Ray.
No, you're good. I've been talking a lot.
I was going to ask Ocean and you guys, have you tried psilocybin or microdosing?
I do that periodically throughout the year, and it helps so much.
I wouldn't know how to get that.
Oh, just DM me. I know a guy. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Wait, whoever is speaking now, can you DM me? Because I'm driving, I can't see. Because I'm definitely interested. I also don't know where to look, and I'm kind of nervous with if my name's attached to it with my license.
What I was gonna do with Lacey is Lacey's gonna order some to my house, and then I'm going to send it in because it's just chocolate bars. It's microdosing chocolate bars. So I'm just gonna take the chocolate bars, throw them in with other chocolate bars, and then that way it's like delivered to my house without my name on it, and then it's delivered to her house without my name on it or her name. I can just put Lacey's chocolates or whatever. Yeah, it's a good website, shroombros.com.
Who said they had no problem and they could help getting it?
Oh, that would be me, Lacey. I seem to know people that just grow the shit.
Yes.
So.
Wait.
That's what I want.
We're neighbors.
Yes. Are we neighbors?
I'm in Arkansas, Lacey.
Well, I didn't know that. We are neighbors. What part of Arkansas? I'm nosy.
You're fine. Fayetteville,
Fayetteville,
where the University of Arkansas is.
I have family there.
Is that near Murfreesboro?
It's way up north from Murfreesboro.
Okay.
Well, actually, northwest.
Okay.
I'm up in the corner where Missouri meets Oklahoma meets Arkansas.
Gotcha. That's a good area.
I'm surrounded by Walmartians.
The what?
I heard that.
Walmartians. I grew up with the Waltons that own Walmart. So everybody around here, they look like Walmartians going to the home base, you know.
I instantly went there, so
yeah.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Dr. Aragon, he sent me the that thing I was trying to think of earlier about the mystery wolfman creature caught on camera outside. Where was it outside of?
I remember
outside Amarillo Zoo.
Amarillo? What was it? A wolf man? Dog?
Oh yeah, I was right. It is Texas, Amarillo, Texas.
Yeah.
Did you found it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you search like Wolfman, Amarillo, Texas, you're gonna find it. It's caught on camera at the Amarillo Zoo.
Cool.
Actually, I'll just copy and paste the link in there in the thread. Thanks, Dr. Aragon. People are listening. Sometimes I forget, but yeah, it comes in handy.
Okay, let's see.
Man, I'm getting so roasted on that UFO video I posted.
Roasted?
Yeah, everyone's saying like it's a balloon.
Oh.
And fair enough.
Are
I
you
get
talking
it.
about the cigar one?
Yeah.
Do they make balloons like that?
Oh yeah. I mean, the way they look in the video, yeah, they do. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm no like solar balloon expert.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Send it to Mick.
He already commented that it was a solar balloon.
What kind of activities are going on over there, Lacey?
Somebody's sanding. It's not me.
Not me.
I don't
It
think
must
that's
be
sanding.
Logan or Screen.
Sanding? What do you mean?
Rubbing, sanding.
Oh.
It
Yeah.
must be Logan.
You have a hot mic, Logan. Hot mic.
And he booted me out of the whole thing before for that.
I don't know why you think it was me.
X-rated UFO Twitter.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta hop off here. I love all you, but I'll rejoin later. Enjoy your day.
I'll DM you.
Okay, love you. Who is that, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, bye.
Catch you later, buddy. Love you, bud.
I gotta drive over to the wash car so I can use the bathroom. It's like -3, and I gotta use a porta potty.
What is this? That's not what I'm posting.
What are you posting?
I'm trying to post a video and something else posted instead. Jeez, hold on. Yeah, this. Are y'all talking?
No, I'm driving right
Oh,
now.
okay, I hear you.
I don't know where the fuck I'm going.
Where do you
You're
want to
going
go?
I gotta
to a
pee, so
place.
I'm trying to find a bathroom.
Oh.
You don't know how long it takes to get there, but you've been there before.
That's like the story of my life is driving around looking for a bathroom. Like I pee so much, and I don't love to pee in my clients' homes, but I know where all the dunks are.
Logan, here's you a good video about aliens and Dolce face.
Okay, I found it. I'll be right back.
There's an app that's it's specifically like places, like public places to pee. Like wherever you are, it'll tell you like the closest place to pee publicly.
That's so smart. You should make that.
It's already made.
It's called
Is it?
Can you
outside.
share that to the Megatron, please?
Sounds like
A
Ray
couple
needs
of them.
it.
Let me look it up. I don't ever really have to do that, but it's a good idea.
All right, y'all. I'm pulling up to my session. But real quick, how are we all gonna find each other again once Twitter goes completely to shit?
What's
It's
happening?
Twitter's not going anywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a Facebook.
I
I
don't do
have
Facebook. I'm
Facebook.
an Instagram girl.
I created it like in 2019, and then I had my episode, and I tried to stick with it for a while, and then my depressive episode.
We can all go to Clubhouse.
Oh yeah.
Right, Logan?
I'll go ahead and post my Clubhouse link in the thread here, and so everyone can join.
I don't know how to work it, but yeah.
I'm in the Clubhouse, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that an app?
Yes, and we can talk like this.
I love it.
It's like backup Twitter, I guess. When Twitter fails.
Awesome.
How do you guys think Twitter's gonna fail? I don't get it.
Oh, just yesterday there was a bunch of talk about like RIP Twitter because I don't know, Elon Musk fired a bunch of people or people quit, but it's not gonna fail. There's too much money into it.
It's not.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I mean, look at Elon's Twitter. He posted like the flag for like our ship sinking, and then posted. I mean, maybe he's just trying to be funny, but
he is. It's literally just more attention. That's all it is.
And what do we do when somebody is acting out for attention, guys? We ignore.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know the answer to that.
Unless it's memes. If it's memes, then you kind of have to share it, I think.
Shit.
Well, literally, like I handle social media the way I teach my kids to handle bullies. Like what do these people want? They want to see a reaction out of you. At least lately, I'm handling myself that way. In the beginning, not so much. Bullies want to see a reaction out of people. So the best thing to do is to not give them the time of day and to just kill them with kindness and make them feel even stupider than they already feel.
100%.
Even more stupid.
Yes.
I mean, maybe not Elon in particular. I don't think he necessarily cares. But
Well, we should be making him feel that way too.
I like how he comments on things. He's just like false, or he's like, yeah. It's just like.
And he comments on something random.
He asked what Twitter should have next, and I commented. I said, a database full of all unclassified documents.
Nice.
Files, and then I did the little alien head and alien ship.
Love it.
I like that. Yeah, like what is it called? Not Wikipedia, the other one.
Where is public toilet?
I'm not in public right now, though. I would be doomed if there wasn't a porta potty. That's why construction sucks, man. It sucks to be a woman in construction. So many women get bladder infections because we're always holding their pee.
I wonder what.
Yes.
There's a lot of apps actually. There's the Where is Public Toilet app. There's the Toilet Finder app, the Flush app, WC Toilet and Restroom Finder. One's called Toy-Fi, which is Toilet Finder. One's called Lulu. One's called Crap Map. Yeah.
Oh my God, I love that crap map. So clever.
I don't know. It just made me think about poo in sewers all around the city and like what that would look like on the map. And now I just feel
You're
like a
thinking
dirty.
too deep.
I feel like a dirty human now.
What? Nobody ever sent me a link for Streaker or Slapper or whatever it's called.
What is that?
The app, so I can listen to Logan tonight.
What? Logan?
Yeah,
What?
he's gonna be on the radio. I am telling everybody about it.
Share, Logan. How can we listen to you?
Steamer.
I don't remember. I think Eric said Spreaker. There's an app called Spreaker, and on there's like a
Spreaker. Well, that don't sound no better than what I guessed. Are you sure?
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Spreaker, like speaker, but with like an R. And
Okay.
it's called Shift Happens.
Yes.
Our shift happens. You know, like,
That's GG's.
so I guess I'll be on the show for him like at 7.
Ooh, ooh. For like 3 hours.
Oh yeah, I don't remember how long it is. But I think it is something like 3 hours.
I was going looking for you videos that you could watch beforehand so you'd have something to talk about.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. That video was like 45 minutes long, so.
I'm gonna get him talking about the moon because he loves talking about the moon.
Yes, this one didn't have the moon in it. It had Dodie, Dolce, all that. Some new updated stuff.
So what is this Spreaker thing? Is that an app I need to get?
I guess if you want to like listen to it, I don't know. I think it's like a podcast app maybe.
None of us know.
Let's see.
Let me see. Spreaker app. Okay. It doesn't show me that.
I see a podcast studio by Spreaker.
Do you?
Podcast player app by Spreaker.
Podcast studio by Spreaker. Is that what you said?
There's two different ones. There's a podcast player app and then podcast studio, which I don't know what the difference is.
Me either. Anybody listening know what we're talking about?
Oh, I better get in there. Okay. I gotta accept it. There we go. Hey, Ocean.
Let's see. Probably just the player, right?
Probably, unless I think the other one is if you want to create a podcast.
Right. Oh, it's a podcast. Can I pick it up on some of my podcast stuff? I wonder.
So, Logan, are you going to be on a podcast? Is that what? I'm so confused.
Is it shift happens?
Yeah.
I shared a
With an
really good song with y'all.
exclamation point?
I don't know. Maybe. I've never heard the show before. He just asked me to like I guess he needed somebody, or I don't know.
Right. Wait a second. Let me back up. Let me go scoping on his page.
Shift.
I have to do all the work.
Oh wow, Dave. Hey, you know what happened? David never came back.
He didn't?
No.
Now tell him what happened to him.
He sent me a picture of the astronaut.
Is it his name Joe?
I don't know. That's how come I came back.
For shift happens?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know anything,
They
Logan.
called him Gigi, but that's not his name. No, Joe's not his name either.
I just looked it up on the Apple Podcast.
Yeah, I saw it too. His name's like. Oh, it's not in my history now. Well,
Ocean wants to play some music. I think.
I can't. I'm driving right now. Y'all should listen to the song in the nest, though. Also, I don't think I can hear Lacey.
I didn't hear her. Did you?
she said. I don't know what that meant.
I can't play music.
Oh, she says I'm driving and the audio sucks. But I threw up a good song in the nest. Okay. That's better than just throwing up there.
I downloaded Clubhouse.
Cool.
I'm gonna sign up.
It's called Shift Happens Radio.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a long time.
That helps.
So she wants us to play that song.
I don't know about that.
Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah.
There's nothing I can't do.
Right.
Nice. Love that response.
Yeah.
I'm driving again, but check out the song in the nest.
I guess that means she wants you to play it. Yeah.
But can she hear it?
I don't know. She said audio sucked. I don't know if that meant hers or ours.
Definitely hers. But maybe ours too. Who knows? But I'll go ahead and play it if she wants. Oh no! I hope I don't fall.
KTLK, The Fringe, FM.
Slow Down by Karen Killer.
I can't post. I don't know what to do. So I'm gonna do this. So random.
What's up?
Up in the nest, there's Ocean has posted something that says, "Oh yes." I guess it's his music, the
Yeah.
song. If you open that up, I put a link to his page, or I took a screenshot of it so you could see it. The Shift Happens page.
Oh, okay.
So maybe you could.
I don't see it.
You don't see it in the comments of hers. I don't know where I put it. Hey,
Not there. I just made a clubhouse.
oh cool. Oh, I don't know how to go to club. I mean, I know how to go to Clubhouse, but
I mean, I don't know anything about it.
yeah, we'll all have to like tag each other or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called over there. You know, it's called something different everywhere you go. So.
Uh-huh. Okay, let me see.
It says it's on KTLK. I don't know if you can find that like on your phone on radio or not.
Okay, it says shows episode. What?
Okay. The French. FM.
There it is. Okay. Okay, I'll look it up.
Are you smart on this shit? I just wrote it wrong. Damn it. I'm trying to write it down on a piece of paper so if I had to type it in, I wouldn't fuck it up. Guess what?
Okay, yeah.
Chances are.
Happened.
Shit. You are so much trouble, Logan.
I am the worst. I am actually feeling like really tired. I think I'm gonna try to like catch an hour of sleep right now.
Yeah, I think I might be heading out too.
Well, I've got to run get me some coffee. So, are
Mm-hmm.
you closing down the space or no?
Well, yeah. I mean, unless you guys want to just stay, or unless you want to open up another one, I don't know. What do you
I
guys want
don't
to do?
know either.
If you open another one, DM me or let us know
Me?
about your thing you're doing tonight.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, if I'm not going to be opening up another one, I mean, Screen will probably have one open, or Lacey will have one open for sure. I
Okay.
mean, or
Yeah.
you guys can just
Anybody.
hang out here, and I'll just give you the co-host.
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter to me either. Lacey, are you leaving?
I might go take a nap myself.
Yeah. Remember, I just said I'm going to get some coffee.
From the store? Okay.
I mean, yeah, from the store. I have to go and purchase it.
I'll just go ahead and close it down now. But I'll be back like in
Okay.
an hour or two. I
Alrighty.
just need to get some sleep.
Yeah, because we only got, a few people in here. When I come back, I can DM Sarandon or.
You can call me Sarah.
Okay, I'll be
Sarah.
calling you everything till I get it down pat.
So nice to meet you, Sarah. I guess I'll talk to you guys in a
Yeah,
bit.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's very
nice to
nice
meet
to
you
meet you.
guys. I feel like I found my tribe.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you fit right in.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Love it.
All right. Love you guys.
All right, lovers.
Love
Catch you
you. Bye.
Bye.
Get your nap, Logie.